tell me now what's left to lose if we run.
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna let it out. Tonight, we gonna let it out. Tonight, we gonna let it out. Just like the sunrise, we gonna let it out. Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna let it out. Tonight, we gonna let it out. Tonight, we gonna let it out. Just
यस यार, गेम क्या सुपर स्मूथ चल रहा है। Asus गेमिंग लैपटॉप, वो भी अमेजिंग डील के साथ, एंड आई कैन पे आराम से विद अ 12 month नो कॉस्ट EMI। क्रेजी।
कहाँ से लिया?
Bro, JBL earbuds at 45% off. उसके ऊपर free Kindle and Audible subscriptions. Can you believe it? अब ये देख।
वो
शांति।
कहाँ से लिया? Sorry.
Hey, you! I'm tracking my run on this new smartwatch I got. Noise का 70% off.
Oh,
मैंने सोचा ऐसी डील पे मैं भी अपनी फिटनेस बढ़ा लूं. Seamless Bluetooth calling. Hey, I'm running towards you. Yeah. ये देख, I just got this Intel Evo laptop in exchange for my old one. 20,000 बच गए. बस 99 rupees में extended warranty. Plus 20% off भी मिल गया. Pretty sweet deal, right?
Totally feel you, bro. This iPad was always on my wish list. Got the latest one at a great deal and saved $8,000 in exchange for my old phone.
Hey, what's up?
सबको इतनी बढ़िया डील्स मिल रही हैं। ये सब कहाँ से लिया?
Amazon से लिया।
Amazon Great Indian Festival से
Amazon Great Indian Festival पर मिलेंगे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स पर जबरदस्त डील्स, नो कॉस्ट EMI, एक्सचेंज ऑफर और सेम डे डिलीवरी।
अब इंडिया बोलेगा Amazon से लिया।
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LG Ultragear presents the Esports Club Challenger Series, powered by Amazon. Our GPU partner Zotac Gaming, our gaming partner Intel, memory and storage partner Crucial, our laptop partner Asus, and broadcast partner Loco. Welcome back to another day of action. We've got a lot of games in store for you, just as the amazing ones have gone by. It's going to be as great, if not any better today. I'm Universe, and with me I've got Elika today. We're going to be taking you through the first set of these games. How do you feel, Elika?
Well, I do feel very excited because the first 3 days were really on a high note. We've seen teams win all games and lose all games at the same time. And we've got a lot of teams who still haven't won their first game.
Oh, yeah.
And a majority of them are in bottom of leaderboard right now. So from today, I think the fight begins to be in top 4. Because as we are coming to the end stage of the group stages.
Yeah, well, while that is true, she just pointed out exactly what we're looking at. Some teams haven't, been successful in even putting up a single win so far. And two of those teams in particular are Alter Ego and Velocity Gaming, and Estar Esports as well, who have found it pretty difficult. Estar really close to putting up a win yesterday against the side of FPS, but what all of them are fighting for is on our screens right now, ladies and gentlemen. That $30,000 prize pool, which does look kind of tasty.
Yep. And the champions walk away with $13,000, with second position $7,000, and third and fourth $3,000 respectively. And the best part is the top 8 teams who qualify to the group stages from SE and SA will get $500. I'm pretty sure already everyone got that money and everyone's been investing in skins. I can see all these professional players put up tweets saying that, they've got their skins lineup ready for the matches.
Oh, yeah. Well, qualifying for the event does have its own perks, and including that is the $500 that they have, got, or they will get it depending on however it goes. But it's just not about that. You want 2 more zeros in front of it at the bare minimum, at least 1 more zero if you want to, take it. If you want to take something away from this, especially because you are in a competition where you've got 8 teams who have qualified all this way. Only to make it that far is not going to be easy, and that's exactly why today Alter Ego are going to be trying for their first win against FPS, who yesterday, with a lot of effort, found their 2 wins and made it 3-2, and now currently sit at the same level as Revenant Esports.
Yep, that is definitely true. And franchise players, they are in top 4, but Alter Ego isn't. So which means that Alter Ego, it's one of their opportunities that they have to quickly grab on to climb up the leaderboard. And again, Alter Ego so far, I think, played 4 games. They won 3 and they lost 1.
No, they haven't won anything yet. That's the thing.
Okay, yes.
I think you're talking about Fancy United.
Yep.
You missed that for Alter Ego haven't won a single game yet. They've lost to Revenant. They've lost to multiple teams along the way, but it doesn't matter at the moment because all they need to focus upon is the game in hand. The game that is in front of them is against a team that is, in a little bit of a imbalance themselves. They had 2 losses in the beginning, picked up 2 wins yesterday. Even those 2 wins were really, hard fought. They took it down to the line to get those victories, especially against Estar yesterday when they, had to put in so much effort to get to that overtime. They were 2 rounds down. They were 12-10 down. They pushed it to overtime, and it was thanks to Kappa and Lightning Fast who, got it all the way through, and that's exactly why they're now here looking for their 4th win.
Yep, they definitely are. Let's have a look at their opponents. Franchise players, we've got Hellranger, Kappa, Lightning Fast, Skills, and SK Rossi. We've got the birthday boy playing today. And of course, I am definitely putting my set of eyes on towards Lightning Fast today because yesterday, what a performance. 31 kills by the time we finished the map of Bind against Estar. So I believe that all these players are ready. And yesterday, we got to see so many crazy plays coming in from Kappa, 4K Kappa. And we've got Skills, who has been, of course, a back-to-back controller support for the team. And SK Rossi, the man himself.
Yeah, well, Skills didn't really have the best of performances yesterday in the second game. Even after the overtime, position was ended, they finished 16-14. They weren't able to, Skills wasn't able to put up a number that, they were expecting of him, because just the previous game, he was the MVP with 22 kills against Revenant, where they won out 13-11. But in the next game, following up on the same map as Bind, Skills just kind of lost his place for a second. I don't know what exactly happened between the two games. That, small little 10-minute break between the two games kind of gave a little bit of a problem. But today, I think he's going to be on his mark. We're going to find out how he's going to be performing against Alter Ego.
Yes, we've got Delb, Kush, Noxy,
and we've got Holy and Adrian King as well, Adren King. I think these players are really good in their own worth. I know that there's been a lot of, speculation as to how Alter Ego has been functioning in the last couple of days. It's been a little difficult situation for them, not just on the battlefield, but also, outside the battlefield as well. The team is still settling into their positioning. They're trying to find their groove. They are, hoping that their teamwork is knitting together a sweater that they hopefully can wear across the season, because this is not only what they're aiming for. They need this win today if they're even looking for a chance to get into that top 4, because it's really difficult, and I'm pretty sure you believe the same, because they've got no win so far. They need everything that is left from today to win it, because Revenant already 3 wins, and FPS potentially today their 4th win. So if anything, Alter Ego are currently fighting against FPS for their own life. If they win, they have a chance to bring down FPS. But if they don't, then FPS are going to, say goodbye to them right now.
Yes. And to be honest, comparing stats between Alter Ego and franchise players have majority number of wins compared to Alter Ego. So even if Alter Ego win this match, it's still not going to put franchise players down the 4th position. The other teams seem to be having the same trouble as well. So it's just going to be a first victory coming in for Alter Ego. But I should say that Alter Ego does have the potential. And so far, unfortunately, they didn't have the best of the game so far. This might be the opening they are looking forward against franchise players. The opening of the victory, or like the wins coming in for the group stages. Because we're already 3 days done. We're on our 4th day and we have just a couple of days left.
Yeah, most certainly. Let's have a look at the head-to-head. The two players who are going to be shining across today's matchups, which is Lightning Fast and Delby. Both of them have been pretty influential for their team in the last couple of games. Lightning Fast more so because he's got his teams the victory that they've required, whereas Delby, individually, he's been brilliant. You can see it. His ACS is amazing, 241. Average damage per round has been over 150. He's keeping himself right at the bar where he's supposed to be. But unfortunately, for the rest of his team, that's just not translating to a win. They came really close to it. They almost, took down Bleed in the game yesterday, because they, on Icebox, 13-10 it almost came down to. But they just couldn't push through across the barrier that was Bleed. They've been on top form. And today, Delby needs to perform the same way if he wants to at least look for a chance to make it to the playoffs.
Yep, that is definitely true. I mean, we've got very few opportunities left for Alter Ego, and we're already halfway through the group stages. And most of the teams have just 2 games left, like Bleed, and I believe franchise players have also played majority of the games.
Indeed.
And so did Revenant. And Revenant, I think, has their last 2 games against South Asian teams, and they will be done in group stages. But so far, Revenant yesterday wasn't at their peak. They've lost, I guess, almost 2 matches in the group stages. But they have a couple of wins in their hands, which can, retain their position in the top 4 for now. But once these teams start to play their complete tournament, I guess then the balance ratio will go down for Revenant Esports as well.
Yeah, well, this all depends on whether or not the side of FPS, along with Lightning Fast, can be, influential today in their victory. Because Alter Ego is not a team that they are, unfamiliar with. They've played against them before in multiple APAC stages of VCT tournaments. And they've also played, them in multiple other TEC tournaments as well, Showdown especially. So overall, I think both of these teams have a pretty good chance of moving in further. more so for FPS because they're right now in a much better position. But not to forget, ladies and gentlemen, that FPS right now sit in the table at a spot where if they lose, they're going to be at the mercy of another team's victory or loss to qualify, which means they're going to be 3-3 and they're going to have one game left, which I'm pretty sure that they don't want to be, a sort of, do or die situation. They want to make sure that they confirm their spot in this top 4, right? Let's have a look at the standings as we do talk about it because I'm really interested by this. As there we go. We've got Fancy United and Bleed right on top. Both of them just one loss each. Looking for that top spot. Fancy as well. Revenant 3-2. Franchise 3-2. Hopefully making it 4-2 today. And Alter Ego, only 2 games played so far. They've got a chance to make it to that top 4 if they win all 4 of their games starting right now. Yep. But it's really difficult for them to get that far because they've got opponents who are a lot stronger coming in after this as well.
Yes, that is definitely there. And speaking about Alter Ego, if they win this match, there's a good chance they can actually be in 5th position, beating Xerxia down.
Yeah.
And Xerxia also has a match against Fancy United. So if Fancy United won and Xerxia lost, then there's a good chance Alter Ego can climb up and maybe eventually on top 4. But the fun part here is Alter Ego is facing down one of the top 4 teams on the group standings. That is Franchise Players, who are in a 3-2 scoreline. Again, tiebreaker with Revenant Esports. So this is a huge game for Franchise Players to climb up to the 3rd position and put Revenant on the 4th. And today, Revenant has only 1 game. And so does Franchise Players. So by end of today, we'll get to know which of these teams has the upper chance.
Oh yeah, that is absolutely correct. We are going to be having Alter Ego have a chance to move into number 5, and if things go right for them further on, number 4 as well, and if further on, because they've got 5 matches left, including this one. And if they win all, then that scoreline is going to be absolutely, looking pretty much in their favor. 5-2, not bad at all, right? Because they want to be in that top 4. And Revenant and Franchise both have the same chance of doing that as well. One of these teams, like I said, is going to be ending up in the mercy of another, which means your fate is not in your hands. You're going to have to pray to the gods of Valorant that the team that you want to lose is going to lose, but if they win, you're out of the competition. And that's a balance that you really don't want yourself to be in. But hey, that's the interesting part about all of this, right? We've had Revenant beat Fancy, we've had Fancy beat Bleed, we've had Bleed beat Revenant, and we've had FPS beat Revenant yesterday as well. It's a vicious cycle. It's a concoction of weird wins and losses across the board. And of course, Alter Ego in that mix as well. They lost to Revenant in the beginning, and now yesterday they lost against the Bleed as well. Pretty close matchup, but they are improving, it seems. Can that improvement be shown today against FPS is the question, ladies and gentlemen. What do you think, Alika? Can the side of Alter Ego make a good comeback in this tournament?
I mean, they definitely can. They're not on the bottom of the leaderboard. They're in 6th position. We've got 8 teams. So it says that there's a good chance. Just one game in their hands, and they might actually begin to, start winning. And so far, they've only played 2 matches. So it's very quick for us to judge if they can retain in that position or not. But definitely, they have ample amount of time. 5 more maps in order to make it to the top 4. So there's an issue. I mean, of course, there's an issue that if they lose, they're going to be in the bottom of the leaderboard. But coming back, all the rest of the 7 teams, it's going to be a sweet day for them because Bleed doesn't have any matches today, and Bleed has been striking back against every team. I mean, Fancy United, yesterday they won. Oh, I should say that was a close game in Breeze. And the breeze made me feel so hot. Ironically.
Well, while I'm all for excuse me, while I'm all for puns at the moment, I think that Alter Ego do have a excuse me, have a really good stature in the sense of individual players. Like we just saw Delby's stats, right? He did put up a good performance against Bleed yesterday, and if he's able to replicate that, give a little bit support to his team, and I believe that Noxy is another player who we really need to have a lookout for, because I think that if these 2 players are going to be having, a connection between each other, play off of each other, then I think they're going to be doing good. But at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, small little technical issue from the player side has delayed the game slight bit. So please bear with us. it is a little bit of issue that is going to be a little bit longer fix. So we're going to be seeing you in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. Challenger Series. We'll be right back.
I fought all my life for this. This one part, this 1/3 I've always missed. No, just don't let it go. I started the fight, but now I'm losing. So will I fall again? I'm scared of heights, yet it was me who ran away. Oh, I can't forget myself. The piece that I'm missing, it kills me inside. I need help, oh please give me back. This one part, this 1/3, I'm sorry I lost it. No, I let my weapons fall. I'm drowning in the fears, and now I know that I will fall again and let it go, but I can't stop to run away. can't believe the night lay waste to all we'd given. But honestly, you've gotta know that this ain't living. But we could run from Elysium and let it burn, let it burn. You've gotta know that nothing lasts forever. I can't believe myself. I never thought that this would be our end, but it's nothing new. And my lover's honesty, I can push it back down if I have to. If you want me to, 'cause we can run. And we can run, 'cause stars they fall all for you. So tell me now, what's left to lose if we run?
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we're gonna let it out. Tonight, we're gonna let it out. Tonight, we're gonna let it out. just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna light it up tonight. We gonna light it up tonight. We gonna light it up just like the sunrise. We gonna light it up now.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LD Ultragear presented TEC Challenger Series. We come bearing with a little bit bad news. It's kind of unfortunate, but I think that the side of Ultra Ego have got a little bit of an issue with their right client, which is exactly why this game has been delayed for the time that it had been right now. But the problem is that it is, it takes a little longer to be fixed. So while the fix is going on, this game will be postponed to a later date which you can follow up on our socials. So go ahead and follow our Instagram and Twitter, and you will see when this game is going to be postponed. Unfortunately for Alter Ego, their right client is just not responding the way that they wanted to, and that's exactly why this game is going to be happening on a later date. But, ladies and gentlemen, do not go anywhere. In 15 minutes, we've got another game coming in. It's Fancy United up against Xerxia Esports, and they are going to light up the games today, starting it off at 3 p.m. So we'll see you all back in the Challenger Series in just a bit. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. But before we do go,
Yes.
I just heard word from a producer that I need to, run myself a little longer. What do you think Fancy and Xerxia can do today?
I mean, a lot that they can do now. Fancy United had such a strong victory against Bleed Esports yesterday, the map of Breeze. That was so amazing to watch. Definitely a treat for everyone watching in the audience as well. Such a close game. And Bleed wasn't losing any matches until it was Fancy United who strike them off in Breeze. And speaking about Xerxia Esports, so far they've been doing fine. I mean, they started off with a really, shaky start. They lost many matches. But I think they are coming back upon feet slowly. And if you ask me, Fancy United versus Xerxia, I think there's good chances for Fancy United since they're already in the second position of the group stages. And in top 4, we got Revenant franchise players, and on the first, we've got Bleed. So, Fancy United, they already have an upper hand in this game since their win streak is going well. But for Xerxia Esports, they need to be really careful with this match against Fancy United.
Yeah, Xerxia haven't really been on the best of their form either. They haven't gotten a win against Revenant, who we were expecting them to beat. They are currently in a pretty difficult situation. Qualification not looking like a little smooth road for them right now. They need to win this game against Fancy United, which I believe is going to be a bigger step for them because they require this really desperately, to be honest. And Fancy are in a pretty good zone. Having beaten the group leaders, they can go up to first spot as well. They win this and win the games post this, they're going to be absolutely on top of their game, Fancy United, which looks likely. So today is going to be a battle of form because it is Fancy United who are dominating that at the moment. They are the team right now in the better stature. But Xerxia, again, can't really blame them too much. They have gone through a total change of roster in the last couple of days, and I'm just hoping that Xerxia is able to find their footing and get some stuff going off the ground.
I mean, so far Xerxia Esports, after the recent roster changes, it hasn't been great, but I guess eventually they'll learn how to play together with more team synergy coming through. But ladies and gentlemen, before we switch down to the second map of the day, me and Universe will take a short break and we'll meet you right back here.
feel like I fought all my life for this. This one part, this 1/3 I've always missed. No, just don't let it go. I started the fight, but now I'm losing. So will I fall again? I'm scared of heights, yet it was me who ran away. Oh, I can't forget myself. The peace that I'm missing, it kills me inside. I need help, oh please give me back. This one part, this 1/3, I'm sorry I lost it. No, I let my weapons fall. I'm drowning in the fears, and now I know that I will fall again and let it go, but I can't stop to run away. To run away.
Hello and welcome back to the Esports Club Challenger Series 9. We've got Xerxia taking on Fancy United. Now, Aggressive, if I told you that Xerxia and Fancy were going to this tournament, you would expect it to be Xerxia sort of at the top beating everyone, Fancy struggling a little bit, just trying to get out of the group stage. That's not the case. Fancy right now are playing bloody well, and Xerxia are the ones who, if this keeps up, won't even be making it out of the group stage. This is going to be a very, very indicative match as to who our kind of top 4 teams really are going to be. Thankfully, I don't have to cast you through this alone. I'm your caster Kramer 3. I'm joined by the amazing Aggressive. How are you feeling about this one, bud?
Honestly, if you ever told me that Xerxia is going to be the one to get put down in a position where they could be the ones to get eliminated, not make it throughout the playoffs, considering the run that they had back in Berlin, I wouldn't believe any of this. Everything just happened out of completely nowhere. And the fact that Fancy is now one of the teams that we have our eyes upon, pretty much the dark horse of this entire tournament, the Vietnamese roster coming in out of nowhere, and probably one of the best rosters that Vietnam has produced up till now, considering the tournaments that we have seen in the past.
Yeah.
This team is just stacked, especially Nizzy. What is that guy on? The man has a headshot percentage of what? 50% almost. 50% headshot percentage through all of his matches, and a kill to death ratio of 30. He has 30 average kills per game. What?
That's pretty bloody good. That's pretty bloody good. Remember, of course, this is presented by LG Ultragear. We're powered by Amazon India, with our GPU partner of Zotac Gaming, our gaming partner of Intel, our memory and storage partner of Crucial, our laptop partner of Asus, and our broadcast partner of Loco. And I tell you what, Loco is going to have to be showing some pretty damn good games today. Looking at our matchup, of course, before we even look at the veto, before we get into the agent selects, who do you think is going to be winning this one?
I do believe that, again, Fancy just looked to be unstoppable. They only lost against Bleed. Sorry, they didn't lose against Bleed. They lost against Revenant, and they beat out Bleed, where Bleed have a 5-1 under their belt when it comes down to their skill. They're guaranteed a spot over under the playoffs, and if Fancy are the only ones that get beat them, Xerxia, they have their work cut out for them, that's for certain. And really hoping that Xerxia show a little bit more of an emphasis on their team play and coordination, because from time to time, Xerxia, they have cracked out players. They have players like Surf who can just easily take over the entire map. But going up against Fancy's team, they just cannot do something like that. They need to take more map control in their favor, because if they don't, I don't know, Kremer. It just could vote to be one of the worst situations that can get themselves into. This Fancy United, they look absolutely insane.
You're right, and you've mentioned how the only loss Fancy have suffered is to Revenant. Well, Xerxia then went and beat Revenant. So
that's also another fact.
What back as well are we in? Of course, we're taking a look at the Fancy United roster of Physio, Killers, Nizzy, Suka, and Yes I Can. Now, you've spoken a little bit about Nizzy. I want to talk about Yes I Can, who I think at the start of the tournament brought out the Phoenix on Bleed. Now that's out of there. You know, I don't think anyone was expecting to see a Phoenix on Breeze, but hey, Yes I Can. He wielded it to masterful perfection.
Yeah, the way that he plays that Phoenix is just on a different level. The fact that he can gain a lot of space for his team, plus he can utilize the space properly, and he's also self-proficient in the way that he's able to gain that space, not really utilizing a lot of utility from his teammates and his support players, is one of the main reasons why Yes I Can is on our highlight reel and on the spotlight as well, because this particular player, in more ways than one, can take over an entire map just by himself if you allow him to get into the positions that he wants to. He has a comfort spot. We can always see that. And if he is allowed to get into that comfortable position, then that Phoenix can just wreck the entirety of the server. Plus, the way that he plays the Phoenix on Ascent is just pristine. I love the team's playstyle on when it comes down to Ascent. A lot of teams in Ascent don't really go in for aggressive rushes. They don't try to take map control away from the attackers, allowing the attackers to gain that space, and then they're going to regain that space using their own utility, or just not opt to fight for it all, opting for much more of a retake-based playstyle. But Fancy, they're like, no, this is our map. We're going to take the real estate away. They make the attackers extremely uncomfortable before switching out those pace. And Fancy, probably one of the strongest teams that we have seen on Ascent. So I'm really hoping that in this position, Xerxia, they're going to ban it out.
Yeah, I would. To be honest with you, I think I've had enough Ascent to last me a lifetime over the course
Yeah,
of this
that's true.
tournament. So hopefully we can see some more unique maps. We've seen very little Fracture. We've seen, I think, only 1 or 2 maps of Pearl. And then, of course, so you've sort of got your Bind, which has been floated around quite a lot. I wouldn't mind seeing a Fracture actually between these two teams. In just a second, we'll be able to get into the veto. But before we do, you said you think Fancy's going to be winning this. I think that Nizzy and Yasakan are damn good, real good. But I actually think Xerxia probably win this one.
Okay, so you're going for the opposite route, but I'm gonna pick your brain a little bit because of this. Why do you think that Xerxia have an opportunity to win this? Because in my eyes, Xerxia, they have an extremely cracked out roster. Each and every one of these players can single-handedly drop like 30 kills and solo carry an entire game just by themselves. But against Fancy, do you think that potential is enough to get them a win? Because this roster is just incredible. On paper, yes, but the way that they're playing through the tournament, it just leaves so much more to be desired for.
That's true, but I think we haven't seen Surf have his... Surf has been getting better and better in this tournament. We haven't seen him hit his peak yet. Scary as well on the Astra. You don't usually expect your Smoker to be the one that has this kind of big, heavy-hitting sort of frag potential, but Scary does. This is, of course, with Cigarettes, who's been able to play a very, very good fade, and I think there are the ingredients here for a roster which could absolutely beat Fancy. In terms of form, yes, Fancy are looking better, but what I'm going to challenge here potentially is Fancy's consistency.
Yeah. Fancy, the way that they have been playing through this entire tournament, they're the consistent kings. They haven't really had a bad game yet for any one of their players, but I'm really hoping that Scary really does start to show up. In my eyes, Scary is the star player. We always talk about the duelist. That's primarily what we do as casters because they're the ones taking a lot of fights, they're the ones taking a lot of engagements. But for the side of Xerxia, and historically for this roster as well, Scary's been the one who carries the flag on his shoulder. He carries the entire team as well. Being on that controller, dropping 25, 30 kills is not that simple because when you're on the controller, you have so much to worry about. You have map control on your mind, you have your teammates' positions, you're also trying to make sure you're landing your own shots while making sure that your teammates are able to go in for aggressive pushes while you're setting up utility. There's so much on your mind, but he's consistently able to do that on a regular basis. But here in this tournament, he's just not having that level of performance that we normally know from him. Hopefully, with the addition of PTC, they're going to have a bit more of a leeway to play around with. Again, I do believe that PTC is the recent addition to the Xerxia lineup, so they're still trying to play down properly. So as we head on down over to the head-to-head, these two players, they're going to have the spotlight on top of them to see exactly who's going to be playing the best. And I do believe that Nizzy, we already know this guy's cracked out of his mind, but Surf is hot on his tail.
I mean, an average of 27, you can't contest that, can you? You can't challenge that.
Average kills of 27, man.
Yeah, that's... How do you even get a stat like that? Bear in mind, average 27, you'll expect him to have played kind of 1 or 2 times. Yeah, whatever. This is over 4 maps. 4 maps, you average 27. If he can keep that up for the rest of the group stage, bear in mind, I think that Fancy have, I want to say, 3 games left. There's a world where this turns out to be a very, very good tournament for Nizzy, and almost a jubilee showing of what he can do. That being said, I don't know of anyone in history who's been able to average more than 25 over the course of a group stage. Especially a round robin group stage.
This could easily be a world record as well, when you think about it. At the end of the day, if this is how it's going to go, if Nizzy drops like a 30 bomb here, I think it's guaranteed to set a record for himself. 329 ACS on average from 4 maps. Just let that sink in. I don't think anyone has gotten over 270 or 280 ACS in most cases. And they played like, what, 2 to 3 matches on a regular basis, but that's it. It seems as though the 1 map basis that we have our entirety of the brackets going through moving forward is favoring every single member of Fancy United. And Nizzy's just farming up the kills, racking it all up, while on the other side, Surf, he's having a rough time, but you can see his impact in towards the game as well. Surf, being on that jet, he has so much pressure on top of him as well to get that entry, get that opening kill, setting his team up for victory. But at the same time, whenever a team, and I talk about this quite often as well, especially in APAC, there's too much pressure on one particular player to perform, and when that player doesn't perform, the team just falls flat on its face, and they can't pick themselves back up as well. Hopefully, that's not going to happen here. And it's time
Now
again.
the new map coming out here, we've never seen Ascent before, so this is going to be very interesting. You know, finally sort of christening the map of the tournaments. Yeah, we've got another Ascent. That being said, because we are on Ascent, there is a lot to anti-strat for both these teams because this tournament thus far, I think maps sort of average at the highest we've seen is like kind of 15-20% of the games on a map. That's way higher for Ascent here. I think we're sort of seeing kind of closer to the kind of 30-40% of the games being on Ascent. So there is a lot to anti-strats. Bearing in mind as well, some of the most recent Ascent games we've seen have been relatively close. I think that for Xerxia, you know, almost all of their maps have been 25 rounds plus.
Yeah. Xerxia just have a lot more games under the belt and also a lot more rounds, while Fancy United have pretty much closed out all their games in the most convincing fashion that they can think of. But at the same time here, Kramer, we need to talk about Xerxia, because if they lose here, I think their chances of getting into playoffs is almost close to nil. Because at
I'm
that
gonna try
stage,
and do some blitz bracket maths here. They would need to win every game for the rest of the tournament if they lose this.
Yes.
And then they would need to get through a round difference, which is terrifying. No one wants their fate to be left up to round difference. Also, when you go to playoffs, it means you don't have to play against Bleed. And that in itself is terrifying.
Yeah, Bleed's just absolutely on point here throughout this entire tournament, and Fancy's the only one that can beat them. I'm just pleasantly surprised. This entire tournament has been an entire roller coaster by itself, and when it comes down to the emotions for the teams, I'm pretty sure that they're also pretty confused. Xerxia, to be in this situation, who are the home favorites, they were the invited team here in this entire tournament because of their skill level. And these type of performances coming out from them, maybe they just like underestimated their opposition. They were not prepared at the end of the day for how things could pan out for them. But here, going up against Fancy United Esports, they need to start showcasing what Xerxia can really do, because currently, again, the roster just doesn't really fit the Xerxia name as it did in the past. And I'm really hoping that today in this matchup, they can get their name back, finally set a proper pace for themselves, because if they lose here, they're just done for. You just said it yourself.
Yeah.
It's their do or die match.
Yeah, I'm sort of taking a kind of stronger look at the bracket here. Something to mention is that we talk about round difference a little bit, that potentially being the decider of the fate of Xerxia. Their round difference is very good considering their 1 win, 2 losses. The sort of closest team to them in terms of round difference is franchise players, who are 3 wins, 2 losses, and there's only 1 round in as a difference. Then of course you look over to Revenant, who are currently 3 wins, 2 losses as well. There's only kind of 3 or 4 rounds as the difference there. So for me, Xerxia have quite good round difference, despite the fact that they are negative in win-loss. So this is definitely a recoverable position for them, but it would have to start with this game against Fancy.
Yeah. They need to start picking up the pace. They need to go back to the drawing board and hopefully bring up strategies that will be a lot more interesting. Last time around, coming out from Xerxia, we saw a double duelist composition. The double duelist composition worked out decently for them on the map of Ascent, but at the same time, they just started to fall into that trap and into that loop where they went in for the same strat over and over again. There was no adaptation. They were not really just working the map in their favor, just like the way that Fancy were playing. I was really hoping that Ascent was banned out going up against Fancy, and considering how their matches have been going throughout this entire tournament, you'd expect the team to do a little bit of homework. You don't even need to do homework at that point. Everyone was talking about how amazing Fancy is on this particular map. And that should just be the cue that, do you really want to deal with a team that has pretty much a 100% win rate on Ascent? And considering the playstyle that they have already set up for themselves, where they're aggressive on the defensive side, and they're almost unstoppable on the attack.
Yeah, you're right. And on the topic of the attack, Fancy have really favoured their attack rounds because I say they favour their attack rounds kind of listing to double dual list on almost all the maps we've seen them play. On Ascent particularly as well, what they quite like doing is they treat their defense as if it's just an extension of their attack. So they sort of compartmentalize the map, the B main, A main, mid, and then they will take one of them every single round until we finally see a change of pace, and then they call for complete passiveness, and they allow Xerxia to commit so much utility into re-clearing positions that they would have been in before, make it easier come the actual execution to these sites.
Yep. The way that Xerxia's playing this out, plus the way that Fancy's playing it out as well, it's just two different dynamics. Xerxia wants control before the aggression hits, but on the other side, Fancy's like, we're going to bombard you as much utility as we can.
Yeah.
And their proactive plays is just what's really throwing a lot of these teams off. Again, they've been doing this consistently for about their last 3 matches. I think out of the 4 games that Fancy played, 3 of them were in Ascent. So there's a lot of strats that they can go through. And originally, if we look at the statistics for Fancy, apparently Ascent was one of their worst maps. It doesn't seem like that now, does it, in this tournament?
Slightly worrying, isn't it? Something to mention as well is we've had a reshuffle of schedules. So this is our first game of the day, with franchise players versus Old Ego being our second game of the day. So we've done a little switcheroony, and hopefully that means that we won't be able to disturb the schedule too much before we go into our second games. That's why we're having this game first, due to some tech issues that were unavoidable, unfortunately. So with that all being good and well, gonna get ready to go into our first map. It's gonna be Ascent. It's gonna be Fancy versus Xerxia. You've predicted Fancy. I've predicted Xerxia. I will admit, aggressive. I'm feeling my prediction quite strongly here.
Again, a good feeling from you has to be backed up by the proper analysis. That's for certain. And again, Xerxia, I think they had enough of getting beaten down. I think they have finally picked themselves back up quite well. We're going to be jumping into the game soon, ladies and gentlemen. Just a little bit more time to set everything up for the players. Again, this was rescheduled, so the second game just came out of absolutely nowhere. The members of Xerxia and Fancy United were not prepared to jump into the match immediately. They're going to be getting into the lobby. We're going to be setting everything up. And as we are doing so, make sure to check out all the links down below in the description from our lovely sponsors. And of course, with the Amazon sale still going on, you don't want to miss out on any of that jazz, and of course the discounts that we have set up for you. Amazon Gaming also at checkout, ladies and gentlemen, to get an extra 5% off. And as we got the confirmation from our producer, we're all a little bit antsy to get ourselves in towards the game. It's been a long time. It's been a long day, honestly. We started off at 1. The match didn't happen. Now we are here at 3:30. That's kind of how it goes from time to time. Not much that you can do.
Yeah, so something to mention is in terms of win rates, both these teams currently on 50% win rate on Ascent, with Fancy playing it 4 times and Xerxia playing it 2. That's in this tournament. Both of them sort of boasting losses to teams that I would argue they should be beating. I believe that the Revenant for me is like the benchmark for both these teams. For Fancy, they haven't really played it too significantly, at least in the qualifiers. Haven't played it twice. Playing it twice in the main group. That, of course, that game against Revenant was, I believe, overtime. Then they had a absolute thrashing against Estar. Over on Xerxia, didn't play at all in the qualifiers, just came straight into the tournament with Ascent as almost a cold pick. But they've been able to do quite well against Global, with, once again, Revenant proving that their Ascent is damn good, and that Revenant seems to be the benchmark for both these teams.
I don't know what happened to Revenant. Like, you're not following the scene as much. I've been watching Revenant for the last, 5-6 months? This is not how the team normally played out. They were struggling before, but now the team has evolved to a state where I'm a Revenant fan. I'm just going to put my hands up in the air and just be like, okay, the way their strategies pan out, the way they're much more disciplined as a team as well, it's just incredible to watch in most cases. As we head on over towards the agent selection, though, the game is just about to start, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for waiting and stopping by with us, because the match is finally underway as Xerxia going up against Fancy will just start to heat up.
Yep, and yes, I can. Hovering his signature Phoenix. I do like the fact that Fancy are staying true to their colors. Over on Xerxia, pretty much the same roster we're expecting. The one thing that I really want to see now is how Surf is going to, or how Fluky, is going to fare up against Yes I Can. Interestingly enough, Fluky and Surf have swapped agents, with Surf going to the chamber and Fluky going to the Jet.
that's going to open a lot of opportunities as well for Serve, because now Serve no longer has the pressure of getting entry. He can occupy the space being made by Fluky, and he can easily showcase his mechanical skill to its fullest. He doesn't need to worry about carrying the team on his back in towards the site anymore. That could be very dangerous, because Surf is one of those players, if you allow him to get into a mentality and get into the zone properly and occupy a space where he knows he can get away with a couple of kills, fancy, they could be walking into a trap. This one change can easily turn the tides of the battle, but Surf needs to go through the iron wall that is Nizzy on the other side. That one chamber has shut down pretty much the hopes and dreams of all of the other star players in this entire tournament. So it's a massive ask from Surf.
I do want to see the duel between Killers and PTC as well. I think that on paper, bearing in mind, Scary as a smoker is probably one of the best in this tournament. But when it comes to KOs, we have seen it sort of list either way. So for PTC, a lot more of a reserved play style. A lot of time he's holding these flashes for the retake. Usually when we do see aggressive flashes, they're part of set pieces. Whereas Killers, he'll lob them. Just lob them, take the aggression off the back of it. He's solo. Who cares if they're blind? They won't know I'm solo. And so he just absolutely changes the tempo with it. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how that pans out. More importantly as well, as we are over in a best of one, pistol rounds, as we've said, pretty much every day of the tournament are going to be absolutely crucial. If you can win both pistol rounds, that's a guaranteed 4 to 6 rounds. And we've seen in almost every game played, a 4 to 6 round difference would be the difference maker between a win or a loss.
Yep. The pistol round, I do believe, is one of the few rounds in the game that are not really talked about as often. But when you lose out on the pistol round, when it comes down to your defensive side, then we swap over to the other end, and then you lose out on that as well, it starts to rack up. The first initial pistol round, I don't really care that much. I always say that it's one of those throwaway rounds. If you can't really play it properly, it's completely fine. Because at the start, you're trying to get a feel of the team. You're trying to get a feel of your own squad as well, how the map is going to pan out. You get an idea of their strategies. What if you can do, you lose out on the anti-eco, and then it's completely fine. Then you go in for the buys, you turn things around from there. But when it comes down to the second half, that's when that one particular pistol round could just be the make it or break it for your squad. Because you could be down something like 9-3, 8-4, 7-5. Getting that first initial pistol round off the bat will just add to your tally, plus give you a massive confidence boost moving forward as well. I always talk about the game of Valorant as a mental game at the end of the day. It's not really about the strategy only. It's all about working together as a squad to make sure your mentality is set in the proper fashion. Because if your mental breaks, you're not going to start taking confident duels. And we have seen this happen quite often in Xerxia, where their mentality just gets completely broken down and the team disconnects. Surf, in some situations, he solo dashed in towards the site and there was no one behind him. Maybe it was a strategy coming in from Xerxia, but to make your star player run into a site as bait, that is a little bit questionable.
Especially when you're sort of sending any player in as a sacrificial lamb, unless it's like a very well ironed out strategy where you are categorically hitting another part of the map as a follow up. Nine times out of 10, it's going to be a lost round. It's enough nattering from us though. Let's head straight into this game. Let's see who's going to be able to win it out between Fancy United and Xerxia Esports. Welcome to Ascent, a map we have seen quite a few times over the course of this tournament, but nonetheless we are seeing new strategies every single time from these teams, and with a Phoenix in the mix on Fancy, I think it's about time we see something new, something refreshing, as Fancy start on their attack with what looks like a small battle for orb control here, with the lurking chamber set outside B sites.
This will be quite interesting to say the very least of how this round in particular is going to pan out. Again, consider something here, Kremer. Looking at the minimap already, they're looking for an extremely slow burn strat over towards this A site. They want that first initial kill, and oh no. There's no way. Stood in the perfect corner. That's going to be a catch. Nizzy's going to be able to get a bunch of information as well. And the defenders, they're trying to be aggressive, trying to take away the map control, and it's going to be scary with the first opening kill. Wait, Surf? Hello? Not with his pants out there. What just happened?
That may have been a resolution problem. It's all on Viper Demon. One versus however many dare peek in.
Nice.
Good for Nizzy. It's now all on Suka. 1 versus 1. We've seen Suka win these circumstances before, but what can Viper Demon hope to do? He avoids the haunts, which may actually give a almost false negative to Suka, but he's still vigilant of this F position. It's a swing from Viper Demon. It's labored, but it's still a 3K, and it's still Xerxia to put themselves on the board with their first round.
A little bit questionable at the end of the day, but still, hey, they got the round, right?
Not even sweaty.
Nothing to really worry about at the end of the day. Xerxia could have been a bit more cleaner, but this particular thing just completely threw me off guard. What just happened? Surf completely fell asleep on the angle, but I guess it's completely fine. Stuff happens from time to time, but Xerxia still got the round purely off the basis and the superstar talent coming in from Viper Demon. Good shots all around as Xerxia. They take the first initial round, so that's completely fine for them. While Fancy, they got pretty close, but at the end of the day, closing out the round is much more important than getting close to it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And Xerxia playing a different roster today. We're no longer seeing Patricius in the sort of playing as the duel list, which may be why Fluky and Surf have changed their setup. But for Xerxia, I guess playing with different rosters is a chance to experiment. More importantly, it means no one can anti-strat you because no one knows who you're playing. Surf is good for the first. Killers, he's going to be the first casualty of this round. A lot of damage done to Patricius. He'll eventually fall on the KO. And with that, Scary just looks to clean it up. Continues trying to rain death from above. It's labored. Yes, I can fool. Suka's there on the repertoire, though, leaving us down to the 2 versus 2. This lurking chamber, though, from Nizzy, he's too far away. He needs to get this kill. He needs to get it quickly. Suka's already he's already hiding under heaven here. They already know where Suka's laying in wait. Surf now just waits for a timing. The C's doesn't quite land. There's a swing. There's the first. And Surf can double down.
Shots.
You're right, PTC is here. It is Patricius. They keep changing their names. It throws me off.
Yeah. It happens quite often. But it's fine. We can already see it from the client names. Just don't think about their names on the bottom side of the screen. This is kind of like an APAC thing. We love to change our names quite often. It's fine. But for Xerxia,
it's make casters' lives hell.
Trust me, the more you cast it in this region, the more you'll understand my pain. But moving on from that. For Surf, though, I do believe, again, this opening up for him, I think it was perfect. Putting him on the chamber is just so much better because that allows him to be a lot more self-proficient, allows him to do what he does best, just hold an angle and do what he can to get the kills. He has cracked out mechanics, and on this chamber, he's going to be able to showcase it. But again, looking at the positions, Nizzy, he has a read on this, but this fight between Surf and Nizzy will be the most crucial one. They're holding down the corners, and Surf, there's a good possibility he's not going to be expecting this. Nizzy, the timing is everything. Will he be able to find the shot though, mate? That's the real question.
This is all down to timing. Nizzy is clean as anything. Surf taken down. Xerxia tries to follow it up though with the aggression in mid. Fluky's good for 1.
Oh my
1,
God.
2 is perfect. There, what a dash from Fluky, and it leads us back to the 3 versus 3. Brilliant counter aggression.
That was a gorgeous take if I've ever seen one. That is how I do it, baby. And for Xerxia, they have full control. They know what they can do to try and opt to go in for this retake, but in this 3 versus 3 situation, things are not going to get any simpler over time. The smokes are going to come out, the positions are already known. A good one way to stop the attackers from going in, but that reveal could just be the detriment for all of this. A good chunk of damage being given. Both sides are trading blows, but at the end of the day, the kills are not yet coming in. A lot of time on the spike. They just need to find 1 kill for the opening. They're jumping in towards the side. 1 by 1. Suka's going to be able to get a shutdown kill. Viper gets another one. It's holding from inside of the side. We can get 1 more from the sideline. Xerxia still holding down strong, but it's all up to the danger man. Nizzy in the 1 versus 1. Do you have it in you to go in for the clutch? The time is still in his favor. He's just going to wait. He's just going to chill. Doesn't find a shot, but still has the time in his favor.
That's gonna be your first for Fancy, but here's the thing: they lost a lot of players in that endeavor. In fact, losing all of them means that they still have to reinvest. The economy still isn't great. I think they can just about buy. But something to mention: Viper Demon, he's come into this match with a bang. Remember, this is a young player. He's only 18. To be 18 and to do this much? My God! Xerxia looking quite strong out the gate there. That counter aggression in mid for me shows they're a well-drilled team with Viper Demon there. Yep. I love that sort of counteracting the run it back from Yes I Can. On topic of ults as well, there's going to be a Cosmic Divide and a Nightfall available for Xerxia as they set up for this hit to B. Over on Fancy, there's a From the Shadows and a counter Nightfall readily available to be deployed from Defender's spawn. But will they even get a chance to now as the execution starts to cascade onto this B site?
In my eyes, they've already done their homework probably. Nizzy, though, gets a catch on towards the side of Serve. The poor guy's not going to be able to get anything. Nizzy walks away with 2 kills. That's absolutely insane. And still, they're surviving and they're finding all the frags. Fancy. Good God, mate. They just bum rush their way in towards the B side, and the members of Xerxia just walked straight up into their crosshairs. Nizzy just had the game of his life right there. Just casually finding the kills.
Nizzy can just run in and kill everyone. Like, it's kills he shouldn't be getting, but he just does. He now has the tour de force, which I imagine he'll be bringing out in our 5th. And as you see the Marshal ring out around the screens, I can alert you to the fact that Xerxia, they don't have much cash. And going up against the tour de force of the Marshal sounds like suicide for Patricius. He is one away from a null command, so he may be able to mitigate the effectiveness of that tour de force, but nonetheless, Surf's aggression may be on the receiving end, the business end of that big French sniper rifle.
Ooh, this is bad. The 2 to 4s could be the make it or break it for them, but doesn't really look to be a position they can get out of easily. Fancy, they've already read the situation so well. They're expecting the aggression of Nizzy. Just catches Fluky completely off guard. They had no idea. This is a double set crossfire. So if the members of the defense start to push up, they're just as good as gone. Surf, again, holding a very tight corner. If that's a full-on swing, good God, Nizzy, you could get the most disgusting operator shot that he ever can.
Vizio looking to swing through main here. Doesn't get too much info, but he does hear the star get recalled. So it looks like Xerxia, they have a semi-decent read as to how Fancy are going to aggress here. It's just stopping them is where they're struggling. Surf, timing's everything. Nizzy, oh, he ums and ahs about the aggression.
This is bad.
And it's a missed shot, punished by Nizzy. And now that B site is completely unguarded. Xerxia, they need to make this rotation very damn quick if they want to be able to catch out, or at least beat Fancy to the punch. Unfortunately, the punch is coming from the other side of the map.
Oh! Oh! PTC is just way better on those. The man just hit a beautiful nutty shot, but again, they don't get a weapon out of it. Nizzy just had a 2 to 4 sedan. If they had a weapon, there was a good possibility for them to turn things around, but in this situation, Nizzy, he was a sacrificial lamb for this. They started to go in for a hit onto the B side with just sending Nizzy there, drawing out all of the defenders for that one particular sightline. And Fancy, they just played them like a fiddle. And in this situation, Xerxia stuck in almost the most impossible retake situation considering the weaponry that they have. If they do make it, it will be a miracle, but miracles don't happen overnight. And for Xerxia, they need to start counting their stars. We got Fancy. This is a completely different playstyle from what we know them for. They're playing slow, which is unheard of almost.
Yeah, it is. And I think that for Fancy, the fact they're still able to commit these kind of very big, elaborate fakes so easily over the course of, even though they're against Nico, around where they know Xerxia are going to be aggressive, the fact they're able to just shut it down, just catch them out on their stride, means that for Xerxia, the confidence may start being rattled. You look at the ult management as well for Xerxia, they still have that Cosmic Divide, a null command as well is going to aid them in one of these executions. Surf, yes, he hasn't operated this round, he'll have a tour de force next, so it's at least 2 rounds of big scary snipers from the scary Frenchman, but what good will it do, especially with this amount of control being mitigated? Nice. Through the smoke, Scary does get an opening, catching out killers, but this is in trade while losing mid control.
Lost a good bunch of the map for themselves, but looking at towards A main, I love this Xerxia. They're making use of all the timings in their favor. Again, PTC, good for the first, Fluky's gonna be good for the secondary. They clean it all up. That level of aggression really did pan out in their favor. But yes, I can. Trying to equalize things out just slightly. But they need more. A lot more frags. How many bullets does the Prowler take?
Obviously quite a few. Surf. Oh, that's a clean shot. That's a bloody clean shot. With that, it's another kill going in their favor. And unfortunately for Fancy, that feels like they were just on the receiving end of the counter-aggression. That is probably what Xerxia wanted to do when they had pistols. Unfortunately, it just didn't work out for them.
That's the thing. I love the fact that Xerxia, they're using the information being given by Fancy to its fullest. Normally, you would never push out of A main, correct? But they went in for the A main push with the double up because they heard a lot of noise heading onto mid. They heard three sets of gunfire on towards mid, and they're like, okay, wait a second. If there's 3 players on mid, there's probably 1 player lurking in the back of mid top where it's going to be free real estate for us to take over. They walked up A main and they caught out 2 of the players rotating in from the top side of mid. That was the most perfect play that Xerxia could have gone for. Read them like an open book, and Fancy, they're falling into the trap of Xerxia. Fancy have played so many matches on Ascent that all their strategies are now telegraphed. This is probably where they're going to be tested the most. Because personally, in my eyes, I do see that Fancy, they're falling into a trap where they're utilizing all of their old strats over and over again. And Xerxia, they're just reading them beautifully.
Yeah, you need to remember, of course, this is also a battle of coaches, you could say. Of course, you've got, I believe it's Kawa for Fancy, and I know it's Zeus for Xerxia. Like, 2 really experienced coaches, and they've been with these teams for a while. So this is a battle of coaches, of strategy, as much as it is of aim. And for Fancy, on the topic of aim, with the Yes I Can about to get us run it back, we could be seeing that Phoenix once again make these kind of big, bold charges to try and garner these openings. And for Xerxia, it's going to be a bit of utility deployed in mid. However, this time there won't be any entry for Xerxia through the smoke. Instead, it's Surf. Flashed out the position. The Prowler chasing him has to teleport away. As he does so, Fancy are going to at least enjoy the breathing space they've been able to acquire in mid as they get ready to run straight into what's going to be a full stack on this B site.
Just gonna wait it out, and oh my god, wait a second. They're not gonna wait it out. They're just gonna opt to go for a full-on rush serve. You gotta make it big happen here, buddy. Unless you miss the shot, it's gonna be pretty bad. He gets the first. 1 more kill is required at serve. He's just holding down the side as if his life depends on it. Triple kill for serve, but Killer trying to equalize things out, gets a triple for his own. And this site is now his, but it's all about the timing. It's all about the play. 37 HP in a dream, and Floki's just not gonna let it happen. A headshot galore, and the op to get picked up. Xerxia, they keep things competitive. With Surf,
love that.
God damn.
Absolutely love it. It's a great angle from Surf as well, there, to be able to bear in mind, you said like his life depends on it. It did. He misses a shot, he's getting killed backside. No matter how good his cover fire is from Killers. The Killers, another great 3K. Should also highlight as well, I was bamboozled. Someone said Viper Demon was 18, and I foolishly believed them. He's really old. He's 34. He's experienced beyond belief. God knows how many years in FPS games, but yeah, he is as experienced as it gets. It makes a lot of sense now why Xerxia are looking a lot more calmer and a lot more regimented in their aggression. 2 quick sniper kills, and with that Fancy, they just back off. They seem stunned into submission.
I have no idea what's really going on here at this point.
We can say he's 34, doesn't look a day over 18.
Yeah, honestly speaking, when you're Asian, tell me honestly. Tell me honestly. Do you look old?
Don't put me in this position.
No.
Patricia,
you're supposed to get put in this
about
position.
short hole now.
Oh god.
Luca able to dive down. Lukey giving his position away, but he does have the cover of the jet, which is going to buy a lot of space here. Orn's going to attack him through there.
No way! He lives!
Just able to keep his teammate alive. Eventually, Fluky will be laid to rest. Once again, Killers with a solid start to a clutch. And now with the low HP on Surf, this is by all means winnable. He's even able to get that tube down. The question now, can he land that first shot on the Surf? If he can,
there's a chance.
Game over for him. But no, Viper Demon, the experience starts to show. He swings out a bullet to the cranium. Oh, I guess the circuits of Patricia. As the chaos shut down for Xerxia, that'll be 5.
Pretty much early pickoffs all around. Just look at this. They're shutting down Fancy before they can get any of these picks. Yes, I can. Beautiful headshot, but straight through the wall. That's not going to work. Not against the 2 to force in hand. And in my eyes, the members of Fancy, they need to start adapting here. Again, that last round was an eco, I do believe, coming out from them, considering the weaponry that they had. Yep, it was an eco, with Yes I Can being the only one opting for the Vandal. But here in this round in particular, they have a lot of ultimates to play around with. Nightfall, 0 point. They have everything that they need to work their way in towards the side. They're opting for a B-side hit. Here comes the set plays. Here comes the utility. And the bomb should just get dropped. But no, they're opting to run on away. They understand they caught off a lot of the rotations, and they know for a fact a lot of members will start running back towards this particular sideline. But with this reset, was it really a good play for them? They're wasting a lot of utility coming in from Xerxia, but they don't have a lot of space to play around with. And Scary? Ooh boy, he's the boogeyman now.
You gotta be so careful. There's 3 players behind the smoke waiting for him,
Goodbye.
and he just walks into the firing squad accidentally there. With Scary falling, it looks like Patricius wants to risk the re-aggression. Fluky doing the same in main here, and taking a duel with Nizzy. I mean, let's be honest, that's a scary proposition for him. But there's no flash to aid him, so he just backs off. Bear in mind that Fluky is the only defender of this B site. I quite like the discipline calls to fall back there. He's going to have to fade rotate in time to assist him. What a way from being able to bring out the Nightfall. So for Viper Demon here, there's a world where he just gets the entry, backs off, Nightfalls for the retake, and we see a big follow-up. However, that no command is going to stop them in their tracks. Nightfall comes out, Fluky chimes in as well. But yes, I can, and Killer's losing their ults almost simultaneously with a swap. Great follow-up there. Nizzy's good for 1. Surf and Fluky are able to level the player count. Yes, the KO attempts to be stabilized, but for Suka, it's just not enough. For Fisio, what was initially going to be the lurker in mid, just does not have time. He's going to make the play to try and get the spike. I think he gets it. He may have the plant as well. Certainly for Fisio, this enters the world of possibility. With a smoke of his own to hide in now. Skill onto Fluky is going to be everything. Swings out, gets the first. 1 versus 2.
Oh, that's amazing.
Here's a timing for it. It's a time. Ah, for a second there. That was
He didn't hear the
terrifying.
drop.
Pushing with the knife. Not hearing the drop, though, is going to allow Xerxia to make it 6 now. Continuing this very, very solid run in their defense.
If he heard the drop, that would have been perfect, but the paranoia just completely masks that sound. It's very rough for them to get into Xerxia. They're walking away with it, 6-3 on the defensive side. They're looking quite potent, but again, Fancy, we have seen their attacking strats just fall a little bit flat at times whenever their opposition are prepared for what they can bring them to the table with that Phoenix. Really hoping that they have a completely different mindset when it comes down to their defense, so on the other hand of this, because Fancy, they're not adapting that well for the attack, but considering Ascent is a very defense favorite map, I guess it's fine, but what just happened here?
Well, I think Nizzy's been spotted here, but that elbow that was poking out just wasn't enough. Nizzy, what a one-tap to finish the job. Eventually, Patricius will lay him to rest, but let's be honest, Nizzy, he got one more than he should have there, and that's Molotov from the hot hands from the Phoenix, I believe, is the highest damaging kind of molly in the game. I think it does more damage to the KO fragments quicker than the KO fragments. Same for the Brimstone, the molly as well. Surfer now, operator in hand. Remember, Fancy had pistols in this round, and they are making this work beautifully. Nightfall has to be committed. It's going to garner a lot of space, but yes, I can! Through the floor's going to finish off Surf. Patricius is able to trade, but to what avail now? Viper Demon is going to make noise as he drops. Spots out all of these players, but still unable to kill them. Yes, I can. What a round. Yes, he can. Yes, Fancy can, as they make it 4.
God damn, yes, I can just completely took the entire team on his back and ran down the clock. The fact that Fancy got this round, it's going to be a massive win for them as well. Not only are they able to take a 4 scoreline going up against Xerxia, possibly an 8-4 or a 7-5 or a 6-6, they are also enabling themselves when it comes down to the confidence factor. They lost out on a lot of very crucial rounds where Fancy should have won, but at the end of the day, it just comes down to those small mistakes being made by Xerxia. In that last particular round, the flash was not done properly, and Floki could not gain the space that he wanted. That just completely backfired on top of him. Nizzy's just consistently being that X factor that's shutting them down, and oh my god. And one fragment and pull would have easily turned the tides of this battle.
It could have. Fancy being very vigilant, actually, to be a little bit more passive. Fisio, he's waiting for the push, and I think that they're aware Xerxia are trying to fight for a main control here. I don't think they understand to what extent, though. There's a flash, there's a re-aggression. They're good for the first. Yes, I can's able to double it down. They know Patricius is in the area, though. but they're not able to punish that. And for Patricius, he instead sets his gaze back to short, where he at least has a chamber in mid to aid him in some forms of aggression. With the rest of Fancy no longer wanting to commit to that A push, they set their gaze back to this B site, taking a long rotation, the pilgrimage back through their own spawn, where once again it will be Viper Demon to be tested in both delaying and defending this B site.
It's a long route over from the other end of this. But I do believe that Viper Demon can easily control this particular side lane for himself. He's just gonna wait. He's just gonna chill. Not really a lot of noise being given out on either end of this, but this one particular run it back will close things out to be much more line. And oh my god, Viper Demon! He lines up two of the players and he's going to be able to shut down not only the run it back, but also another player in the back end of this. They're pretty much stuck between a rock and a hard place, trying to work their way in towards the side. Serv's going to get flashed out, and yes, ICAN's going to be able to find that kill. They get the spike plan down, and this is perfect for them. They survive, and Fancy United, they're going to be getting the final kill as well. PC can't really do much. And with a 6-5 scoreline on the cards here, Kremer, it feels as though Fancy United, they're finally back on the driver's seat, and they're not going to be giving it up anytime soon.
You're absolutely right, and even though Viper Demon hits a really nice 2k there, with one of them being the run it back, Fancy are able to just keep that momentum, even after losing the ult of the Phoenix. Now remember, Xerxia, they were able to hit 6, so it's a minimum, worst case scenario is it's a draw in our first half. But for Fancy, things are still looking interesting, and at least for the time being. Particularly against the terrible buy of Xerxia, there's only a Spectre, Bulldog, Judge has to come out on the chamber. It's not what you want when battling for the final round here. With Yes I Can getting ready to push through mid, Viper Demon has counter-aggression, is good for one. Instantly traded though, and now the Judge comes to deliver. Suka eventually has the final say in the matter, actually able to double it down, and that's going to allow him to get to this beast site, but he's been plunged straight into a 1 versus 2.
I love the fact that Vicious consistently just fixing his hair, being like, I gotta look good for the camera when I get this clutch. It's gonna happen. Just gonna wait and chill in towards the back end of the side. Here's a lot of the noise. He needs to go in for the play. The paranoia is gonna be perfect. The shot's gonna be even better. And he survives it. Has 2 smokes available, but doesn't opt to use it just yet. He's waiting for the timing. He's waiting for the first initial frag. Knows the drop down's there, but Fluky's just way faster. The crouch is gonna save him. And Vicious bullet just goes on top of his head. Fluky nearly gets a haircut, but the 7-5 scoreline, sorry, going in the favor of Xerxia. It's gonna be good for them, but at the end of the day, I do believe that Fancy, they won out on their half. They got 5 rounds. They're more than happy with this.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry, 75. I did get it wrong there. But something I want to mention is, for Fancy, in a lot of these rounds, they end up in a 4 versus 1. And I tell you what, Fancy have done a really good job going from a 4 versus 1 to bringing it down to a 1v1 or a 2v1. And making Xerxia really work for rounds that it really looked like Fancy didn't have any equity in. I think a good example is Vicious attempted clutch with the From the Shadows. Before that, we had Killers, who was able to just push onto B site and kill everyone. Now that we go into our head-to-head, though, let's see who we're going to be comparing going into the second half and who we should really be keeping an eye on here aggressive.
Yeah, in my eyes, I do believe that Surf is just on a different level today. The guy's just been performing on the chamber, and of course we're gonna put 2 of the chamber players here on the highlights because of one particular reason. The way that Surf has been playing, he's just astounding. Yeah, of course, Nizzy's getting his own level of impact by consistently getting frags and shutting down Fluky before he gets out of hand, but Surf, I do believe he's a lot more comfortable on this chamber. He's able to get frags, he's able to utilize the space being made by his teammates, he's also able to do his own little bit of a thing where he can sit in towards the side, play for his setup, and just survive. That operator role suits him so well, and that anchor position just fits him perfectly. While Nizzy, he's trying to do what he can for his team on the other side of the spectrum, where he's opting to go in for lurks, opting to try and find that first initial pick. He's been doing that. This chamber duel going from Surf and Nizzy, it's something to behold, but on the other side of the spectrum, we have Viper Demon. This guy's old as hell, but this boomer has a lot of fight left in him.
You're 30, that's not old. You're 30s, that's not old at all. This is Viper Demon's first game in this tournament. Now, I think it certainly isn't his first game at a pro level. It certainly isn't his first game against pro teams. bearing in mind that with that sort of wealth of experience, he is also sort of one of the poster boys when it comes to TEC Esports. And he's sort of showing that now, bearing in mind that first game of the tournament, standing in for a team that has got such a high prestige, and then doing as well as he is, I'm pretty impressed by him.
Yeah. The guy's debut is just perfect when you think about it. He nearly got a clutch on the first initial game. He's been very optimum when it comes down to his setups for his entire squad. He's able to utilize his utility to help Surf and Fluky get in towards sites properly. And he's doing what he can for his team. He's just perfect in every single regard. And now that Fancy United's on the defensive side as well, this is where the problems will start to arise a lot more. And this is where I do believe Viper Demon needs to start showing up a lot more as well. I don't know if he's the IGL for the squad or not, or if he's trying to fill in for something else, but he needs to start showing up right here and right now to maybe open things up from the other end of this. Nope, they're stuck between the rock and a hard place. Viper Demon's gonna be good for one, and the B side is now completely there. Xerxia just collapse on towards this B side, take full control, and they're able to hold. On the back, they do have someone else to worry about.
Absolutely do, and with Suka, oh, he's good for 2. Viper Demon's able to restore order to everything, but restore orders down to a 2v2, and bear in mind, right now, Xerxia still don't have control of their spike. Fisio finished off by Viper Demon. Viper Demon! He's going on a rampage! The venom of a Viper and the ruthlessness of a Demon showing us exactly why he earned both the name and the reputation with a 4K in the pistol round, shutting down Fancy and bringing an 8th to Xerxia, extending their lead further.
So clean. Just look at the discipline on this man. He's able to get trades so consistently, and that is amazing. We put the spotlight on this guy right a couple of seconds ago. He's like, I'm going to showcase to you exactly why experience matters a lot more than swift reflexes. Man has it all.
Yep.
Doesn't matter to him because he's performing, and he's playing to his heart's out. Surf, though, goddamn disrespect coming out at the end of the day from Nizzy. Gets punished drastically because of it. And now? Oh god, this is bad. Killer? I don't think you want to do this, buddy. Not against Fluky.
Well, they've got to be so careful here. Fisio currently at point blank. Waits this attack with Surf also. Just slowly clearing things. I never see the entry with the Marshal, but hey, he may make it work. Switches to the Headhunter. Fisio, the right click
by the way.
Just painful with that. Yes, I can. His hot hands won't be able to garner enough space, though. With Patricia shutting him down. Killers has dealt the killing blow by Fluky. And with that, Xerxia make it 9. Now, let's be honest, that was an eco. So, for Fancy, picking off 2 players, yeah, it's not the end of the world. They'll take it.
So I do believe that Xerxia won out on the first initial pistol rounds, and also they won out here. So that's just 4 rounds in the bag. Doesn't matter what happens. And for Fancy, this is where their strategies really need to start picking up a lot more steam. Because Fancy, they're known for their aggressive plays when it comes down to defense. When it comes down to the set plays that they love to go in for. But again, will these set plays back? What?
Oh, wow. Killer's also gets killed with the utility. Oh my god, Viper Demon, good for 2 as well. Leaves it all onto Surf.
What just happened here?
Suka just had a breathtaking round.
Got a headshot.
So the Haunt gets everyone. The Seas gets a series of people as well. Yes, I can. We're not even going to talk about that. Fluky's just, sorry, lad, it happens. Yes, I can. Then he gets the first one in midair. He gets the second one fully blind. Viper Demon then hits a spray transfer. And this whole time, the Favor's getting assists from the Haunts and the Seizes. What? Good luck repeating that. Good luck emulating that. Now you've seen it happen.
Good luck analyzing that. Yeah, the analyst is going to have fun with that one, that's for certain.
Yeah. Yeah, more aggressive from the start. Surf taken down. Yes, I can. Chimes in. Nizzy even chiming in for one of his own. And for Fancy United, something's just turned. And now that they've now that they've found their aggression, Xerxia are left with 2 players left standing on opposite sides of the map, and no clue how Fancy have positioned themselves. This is really
I think
worrying.
this is going from bad to worse. You know that as well here, don't you, Kremer?
Yeah,
And again, this is kind of well known for Fancy United. They love their defensive rounds when it comes down to the setups and the plays, but look at Fluky. His position is so good here. He can easily walk away with 2 kills if he has the timing for it. Nope, not gonna happen, as he's just way quicker with the engagement, has the understanding, has the play in mind, and they also have the spike. BTC walking down into the firing line. He's gonna get sent back to his grave immediate. Fancy United, they're now back in the running, baby. And they also have the economy to make things work out proper. In these last 2 rounds, they only lost 1 player. So their bank is almost overflowing.
Yeah, on the topic of bank as well, let's talk about how Xerxia currently also don't have any cash at all. But look at win rates for a second. Look at the bottom of your screen. You'll notice that Xerxia, 74% win rate, with Fancy only at 38. Now, this is of all time, I believe. And so this is different iterations of rosters. There's different sort of game styles and metas going into it. But nonetheless, you've got to see the familiarity of the map here. Categorically goes in favor of Xerxia right now, who have gone for this sort of half-buy, a couple of stingers. There's the odd pistol in the mix as well, but it's done no good in finding these openings. Yes, they've been able to acquire a site, but so what avail here now? Bladestorm available for Fluky. Does he risk going for the high ground with it?
God.
Missed shot onto Killers. And with that, it looks like Fancy now try and gear themselves up. Suka's going to commit the Nightfall, but there's the opening. Fancy good for the first scare. He's able to chime in with the Stinger as well. Fluky has to be so careful. That Molotov from the Phoenix does so much damage.
Look behind you!
He's now with the flank.
1 enemy remaining.
Somehow he gets another. It's all Artificio. 1 versus 2. Center sight, he's got so many angles to worry about. They swing him at once. Patricius delivers the killing blow. Xerxia convert their eco off the back of what was a fundamentally messy round from both teams there. Yes, I can. Not clearing his own wall means that, yes, he's able to push the site. He gets a lovely flash onto Viper Demon, gets that kill. Fluky on the right click, trades it, and then the 1v2 is played to perfection by Xerxia. For Fancy, the building blocks were there for a clean retake, but all it takes is one player to just outmaneuver you for that all to be turned on its head and the house of cards to go tumbling down.
God damn, Xerxia. There was no way you should have won this round at all, but it was just that superstar performance coming in from Fluky that just completely turned everything on its head. That first initial kill coming on towards the face of Killers, just pristine. Chef's kiss level of performance coming out from him. But now Xerxia, they have the A side once again under wraps, but at the same time, on the other side of the spectrum, Fancy United, they don't want to fight this! But Nizzy, flick of the wrist and a slap to the face, Surf goes down, and now the retake will be underway soon enough.
It absolutely will be, and with no flanking possibilities, why not go for one of your own? Yes, I can. I think was umming and ahhing about it before joining the rest of his team, ready to assault this site. Nizzy, good for another one now, just picking off angle after angle. Yes, I can. Goes through his hot hands. It's Suka to be able to shut down Patricius. It's just a collapse onto this site. Killers again is good for another. Scary now. Having used his utility, has the hope for immortal timing. It's a clean shot onto Nizzy, but he needs to find more. Good for 2. Can he make it 3? No, he can't. Killers there will restore order to everything, with Xerxia falling against a monumental retake from Fancy there.
This is bound to happen as soon as I saw the chamber die out. I was like, yeah, the chamber is dead. They don't have that mid-lurk presence anymore. They don't have any form of crossfire. They don't have a pincer strat to work with. They're just done for. Scary was trying to keep things competitive, just even a little bit at the end of the day, but Xerxia just lost every single bit of their positioning and the game plan that they had for that post fight.
Yeah.
If Surf won that fight, it was a guaranteed victory for the side of Xerxia. But that wasn't really the case. And Nizzy again with this operator in his hand. He's just such a demon. Taking down Viper Demon as well here. That's massive for them. You don't have the fade anymore to go in for those post-plan positioning plays that you normally would go for. Those prowlers are just so much information that you lost. So this entry on towards the site will be difficult but scary. Position's good, but the shot's just not good enough.
That's spike on as well. Fluky, he has a chamber to worry about. He's been able to recall away. What can Fluky hope to do here other than damage? Killers won't give him the option for that. Fancy, once again, their aggression is just tearing apart Xerxia. Even if they hadn't won those duels, even if Patricius wins his, Surf wins his, they still had the spike. and they had considerable control of the spike because everyone else was pushing out a main position. You look at the ult management as well. Not only Fancy have momentum now, but they've also got all the ults they could ever want, bar the Nightfall. Furthermore, Nizzy, in his last kind of 2 or 3 rounds, the second he's pulled out this operator, he's been unstoppable.
Yep. The way that this entire game's been panning out. I have no idea how this match is going to go at the end of the day. Because, again, both of these teams are at each other's throats. They're consistently going in for different types of strats. And Nizzy just does not miss. Have you even seen him miss once with this operator here, Kremer? This guy's on fire. And he's shutting down each and every one of these players so often. And now he's shutting down the controller. You don't have any smokes to entry on towards the side anymore.
Xerxia, from the shadows to that B site to get the fast rotation. But for Xerxia, they don't really have a way to get back onto this round. With no smokes, they're going to have to play it like it's team deathmatch. And against the operator of Nizzy, no one wants to swing that. Yes, I can. He's sort of shouldering over towards this main position. I swear as well, Suka is going to be spotted out, but spotted and killed, very different adjectives here. As Yes I Can's finished off by Patricius. This is now going to be the follow-up assault to this A site. With Suka having to be the one to try and defend it alone on Generator. Waits for the swing, sees the fragment come out, finished off by Patricius. It's a clean opening from the KO, and as Viper gets that plant down, Xerxia may finally be able to restore tempo to what has been the aggression of Fancy these last couple of rounds.
That could have been drastically different if they just played it slow, opting for a 4 versus 4 retake instead. Suka just gave away a little bit too much space, and that's going to be costly for them. But still, Killers way faster on the engagement. It's going to be able to survive. But even pretty much stuck between a rock and a hard place. Doesn't really get much done other than that 1 kill, and they know Fluky's position. That's going to be the drop it. Vishio, okay, good shot regardless. Takes out Fluky. And now Fancy United, they have equalized. 10 and 10 on the scorecard, ladies and gentlemen. And the map of Ascent, it's just getting even more spicier by the second.
Xerxia seemed to just slowly... something flicked in Fancy's minds, sort of a couple of rounds into the second half, and now these guys are looking immortal. What's around from them? And more importantly, what a retake. If they've shown Xerxia that even if you get the site, even if you get the spike down, even if you get to your afterplant positions, you're still going to lose to us, that's got to weigh heavy on Xerxia's mindset. And as you look over to their investments, yes, they buy here, but not only would they lose the lead this round, should they lose it, they'd also lose their economy. They'll be handing match point over to Fantasy. A great position now for our Vietnamese team to be in, and they continue the aggression. It's business as usual. Yes, I can have Vissio chime in, while the rest of Xerxia are sent running with their tail between their legs.
Yep. This level of aggression is just so profound each and every time we look at it. The members of Fancy United, they've made this their playstyle, and there's a reason why this works against pretty much every single team that we have seen up till now in this tournament. Just so oppressive to deal with. It's such a problem, and PTC nearly walked away with a kill there. That would have been the most biggest and the most drastic kill for them to try and find another flash, to try and get another one for themselves. It doesn't really work out. Yes, I can's gonna be able to find that trade, and it now is a 2 versus 3 situation where this take is just not gonna get any easier.
Absolutely right. Here comes that execution once again with a majority push through tree here. We're able to spot out the first player with the port. The flash is good. Yes, I can. Once again going for the mid-air shot. Unfortunately, he kills Serve a little bit too quickly to acquire it. But what Fancy will acquire is an 11th round. 11 to 10. Xerxia slowly getting pummeled into submission here. And it's at this point I would love to see a pause from Xerxia. I actually think it's probably too far gone, but I would like to see one anyway. Just some hollow attempt to restore order here.
Wait. Do they have enough to go in for proper buys? No, they don't.
No.
Now, Kremer, they're stuck into a situation where they need to choose between the greater of 2 evils. Do they want to go in for a forward spy right here and right now, trying to fight for that 11th round, or do they opt to go in for a save and fight for an overtime? Personally, in my eyes, when you're 2 rounds down, it's better to fight for an overtime instead of risking it all when you don't have weaponry. But for Xerxia, they're doing exactly that. Taking it slow, taking it steady, playing for the long haul here. A smart move by them. But Fancy United, they're ready for it.
They are now with a bad buy to work with. they need to try and force out some point-blank engagements, but look how passive Physio is. He's read this so well. The fragment's going to keep Nizzy back, but what's it going to do for Physio, who's good for the first, able to teleport away in time as well, and
my
he's
God,
even got
he gets
Nizzy there
away
to
too!
assist him. Getting the fade away on Fluky, that's got to sting. He should never be allowed to get that. And now for Xerxia, do they, I mean, for Fancy even, like, what do they acquire? They just back off, they wait. Xerxia, I wouldn't mind seeing them save this Vandal, to be honest. He's just going to get pursued, and he's instantly shut down. A plant might not even go down here. Scary can't even plant!
Yeah, that plan would have been the most important part for them. That was one ultimate point that they needed to try and maybe get another ult up for themselves, but nope, that's not gonna happen. They're just dropping like flies, and the members of Fancy United, they're looking too clean to boot. 74% win rate on the side of Xerxia. Could just get a dent on their end as well. I'm kind of worried about this, Kremer, because Fancy United, their defensive sided strats are the most impressive that I've seen in this entire tournament. Let alone, okay, let's not talk about this tournament. Let's talk about the international level as well. I haven't seen a single team, even Team Liquid, who pioneered this particular strategy using the Phoenix on this map, be this aggressive on their defensive side.
No, me neither. No command comes out. Look at the ults available for Fancy for the retake. They're just going to lay in wait. Something I want to mention as well here is Physio, the same angle makes it work again. The same strategy, the flash into Nizzy. Okay, it's been done the reverse way around this time. So Nizzy will be fallen and is into the 4vs3 after plant. Surf now finding his rhythm. I think Xerxia finally figured out that you can go a bit more aggressive past the site here. But I was going to talk about Fancy as well, is once they've been given room to breathe, they've been so damn strong. And it feels like they rely on confidence quite a bit. I mean, you see it from Yasukan there, have to just run in, kill Fluky. Surf eventually trades it. That is one round at long last for Xerxia. But, you know, this from Physio here, how is he allowed to get another kill like that?
They're just not clearing him. They need to showcase a lot more respected positions like this, and the fact that they're walking away with stuff like that, it's going to be tough, but I like the fact that Fancy, they're taking a pause here. Pretty much the most important pause that they could have taken in this entire game. 11 and 12 on the scorecards. They have an opportunity to close out the game right here and right now. Stop the momentum where it started for Xerxia and take a completely different approach for the defensive side. They have a lot of strats on the defense, and they're going to be utilizing each and every one of them. I do believe there's one particular strat that we haven't really seen from them, and I'm really hoping that that's what they pull out here. Instead of just going for the complete and utter default play that you would normally do on Ascent, just hunkering down in towards the site, I want to see something different, because Xerxia, if you allow them to get to a position where they can just completely run you down and wave you in, it's not going to work. You need to take the fight to them, take that map control away from Xerxia, then fight them on their own turf.
So the only chance Xerxia get a sniper here is if they bring out the Tour de Force. But you look over to Fancy, they've already got that no command sort of pocketed. So with a no command Tour de Force and from the shadows available for them, they go into this with a big ability advantage. But exactly, and retake setups are going to become much more viable, especially if you sort of send Nizzy somewhere aggressive. If he gets a kill, awesome. If he doesn't, it's alright, you're playing retake anyway. For Xerxia though, I wonder sort of how they execute these sites. Do they just continue these hits to A? I mean, they've had mixed success, that's for sure.
Could be. Looking at their positioning, yes, I can.
Look at
yeah, this is what I meant. I wanted them to play aggressive. This is perfect from them. With this aggressive push-up, that could be a free kill. There's not even a trap here. Oh, no.
Look where the spike is.
Bad. Goodbye. That's one. They have the angle. They have the spike. They have everything. Another flash boot. They're going to clean it all up. One by one, the bodies are going to drop. And the members of Fancy United, they just take the entire map away. Remember what I told you, Kremer. They have to play aggressive. They need to take map control away. Xerxia fell under that trap. They couldn't read the engagement that was happening. And they're just going to get stabbed in the back as well. Goodbye, good night. Fluky has 3 dives. And it's all up to him to try and pull off a miracle. But miracles don't happen overnight. But maybe Fluky's going to make it happen. One more kill is all that he needs to maybe equalize things out over into a 1 versus 2 situation. He has no idea where the positions could be. Yes, I can over on the engagement. Through that smoke, he gets the kill. And an 11 and 13 scoreline going in the favor of Fancy United. They take it all away. And Kremer, I'm just going to bask in the glory of my analysis.
fair play. That's all I can say. Here's the thing. Xerxia didn't play badly. That wasn't a bad game by them. Fancy just played in beautifully. What? And also that final round as well. You're 12-11 up. Your opponents have just won a round. They then have the confidence to shift 2 players up short with no one in mid to cover top mid for them. As some would call it crazy, I would call it brilliant. What a game from Fancy there.
I just loved every single bit of it. Again, the analysis factor for this entire game, it's going to be perfect. I do believe that Universe and Elka will have a lot to talk about it, but I do believe that the analysis is not going to happen, so we're going to be the ones to talk about it just a little bit here. Okay, so in that last round in particular, the main reason why they opted for such an aggressive push from mid was there was no contention. Normally, you know for a fact that Fancy United love to play aggressive on mid, correct?
Yeah.
Why are you not contesting them?
Yep.
If you don't contest them, they're just going to casually walk up because there's no noise on mid. They know for a fact that there's going to be a hard hit on A. And the MVP for this entire match has to be Yes I Can. This guy's aggression is just... I'm dumbfounded by how confident he is on the Phoenix.
Yeah, I'm actually not surprised at all with Yes I Can getting that MVP. 26 kills with his name, a 25% headshot rates at that as well. Interestingly enough, the one thing that I think sort of went against Yes I Can there was when Xerxia sort of hit their win spree, it felt to me like Yes I Can get shaken. Not so much tilted, but he can get shaken. And I think a problem that they may end up facing, definitely not at the moment, but potentially down the road, is I can foresee potentially Yes I Can sort of getting bullied into submission a little bit to the point where you won't want to go for those aggressive plays, or you won't want to go for those fast set pieces.
Yeah, but that wasn't really the case, was it? The guy just had the most
freest
game of his life. He just was free on a Phoenix. Normally what happens in our ranked games, we have that one Phoenix main that peeks out of garage all the time with the flash, gets killed like 5 different times, and the guy's just sitting on the back of Seaside, crying in a corner, who doesn't want to peek anymore. But for Yes I Can, he wasn't shut down. And when you don't shut down a Phoenix, this is what happens. 26-16 on a Phoenix on a Zen. That does not happen quite often. But for Yes I Can, oh boy. Oh, he did what he can.
You're absolutely right. And for Xerxia, they just didn't really have a solution, did they? Fluky did fairly well sort of in the latter stages of that second half, but Yes I Can just absolutely delivered. Also want to talk about Viper Demon a little bit, considering he was the new guy for Xerxia. Also had a great performance, but Fancy just together all did well. Take a look at sort of Yes I Can, Fisio's and Nizzy's kills. There's only 6 kills separating all 3 of them. Like, all of them pulled their weight as entries when needed. Fisio as well. 2 rounds that sort of spring to mind here is when we saw Fisio in Heaven. He got the entry. Once he got 2k. Second time he got the entry from the same position. 2 rounds in a row. It feels like Xerxia ended up sort of falling back on a default, which Fancy already knew what was happening.
I'm just pleasantly surprised this Vietnamese roster is just taking this entire tournament by storm. Taking on Xerxia here is probably the biggest feat for them. Again, Xerxia, this was their do or die match. If they are not able to win this, they're going to have such a rough time getting themselves over on towards playoffs. And oh boy, you can see it when it comes down to statistics as well. 15 first kills going in the favor of Fancy United, plus the post plants out of 10. They've already been able to take 5. 50% win rate when it comes down to the post plants. The team is just insane.
Yeah, that retake potential is incredible. Something to mention as well for Xerxia is in losing this game, there's a world where they don't qualify for playoffs. Their final 3 games, their 3rd game of the day, which we'll be casting, is against Velocity. Over on the 10th, they're against Estar and Alter Ego. Now, against Alter Ego, I sweat a bit for them. For Fancy, they're through. This is comfort territory for them. They've got, I believe, 1 or 2 games left against franchise players and Alter Ego. But you know, if they can dispatch Xerxia this effectively, they're not going to sweat at all against Alter Ego.
True.
We'll touch wood now before that.
Yeah, before you say that Alter Egos, they're not going to sweat against them. It could just be the other way around, because Alter Ego, they've been looking quite strong and potent as well on their end. They're constantly evolving when it comes down to their strategies, and honestly, the team is just looking a lot better than what it did at the very start of the tournament. Don't forget, they played through their own qualifiers to get to this position. So did the members of Fancy United, yeah, of course, but still, it's not going to be that's the same case. But when I look at the economy graph, you can see that Fancy United, they had so much more of a stable economy throughout the entire game. While Xerxia, they were drastically in a position where they just could not really get themselves afloat at all. And it shows 13 and 11 on the scorecard is not just because their strategies were off, but also on the other end, where Fancy, they kept a proper check of their economy throughout the entire game, while Xerxia, they just lost too many players in too many situations.
Yeah, and as you take a look at the graph, you can sort of see the Fancy's dominance, really, particularly kind of final 10 rounds, pretty much that second half, really. Fancy were just immortal. They truly were. And as we said when the game ended, Xerxia weren't playing badly. It's not like Xerxia just sort of flopped and Fancy punished it. No, Fancy are just playing so good that even Xerxia playing well couldn't beat it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I've bear in mind, I cast Fancy when they were in the APAC LCQ for Champions. There's been like a 2-3 month period before that. If they can keep this consistency, they become the most improved team I've seen in a very long time. To put that much improvement in over just a couple of months is breathtaking. However, that's just our first match of the day. We've got 4 more.
A lot more. Yeah, the first match that did not happen of franchise players going up against Alter Ego will be happening right here and right now, ladies and gentlemen. For franchise players as well, this is their do or die. If they lose here, they're also going to have a hard time heading on down over into playoffs, so they are going to be showcasing their worth for this particular match. I'm really excited for this one, Kremer, because again, franchise players, they had a very rocky start, but it seems as though they're finally getting into the groove, and if they're able to take down Alter Ego, which historically have always favored Alter Ego in these type of engagements, they have an opportunity to take it all away. But for now, we're going to be heading on down over into a short little break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after a short word from our sponsors.
I can't believe the night lay waste to all we'd given. But honestly, you've gotta know that this ain't living, but we could run from Elysium and let it burn, let it burn. You've gotta know that nothing lasts forever. I can't believe myself. I never thought that this would be our end, but it's nothing new. And my lover's honesty, I can push it back down if I have to. If you want me to, 'cause we can run, and we can run. The stars that fall all for you. So tell me now, what's left to lose if we run?
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to live this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we're gonna let it away. Tonight, we're gonna let it away. Tonight, we're gonna let it away. Just like the sunrise, we're gonna let it away. Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we're gonna let it away. Tonight, we're gonna let it away. Tonight, we're gonna let it away.
यस यार गेम क्या सुपर स्मूथ चल रहा है. Asus गेमिंग लैपटॉप, वो भी अमेजिंग डील के साथ. एंड आई कैन पे आराम से विद अ 12 मंथ नो कॉस्ट EMI. क्रेजी.
कहाँ से लिया?
Bro, JBL earbuds at 45% off. उसके ऊपर free Kindle and Audible subscriptions. Can you believe it? अब ये देख.
वो
शांति.
कहाँ से लिया? Sorry.
Hey, you! I'm tracking my run on this new smartwatch I got. Noise का 70% off.
Oh,
मैंने सोचा ऐसी डील पे मैं भी अपनी फिटनेस बढ़ा लूं. Seamless Bluetooth calling. Hey, I'm running towards you. Yeah. ये देख, I just got this Intel Evo laptop in exchange for my old one. 20,000 बच गए. बस 99 rupees में extended warranty. Plus 20% off भी मिल गया. Pretty sweet deal, right?
Totally feel you, bro. This iPad was always on my wish list. Got the latest one at a great deal and saved $8,000 in exchange for my old phone.
Hey, what's up?
सबको इतनी बढ़िया डील्स मिल रही हैं. ये सब कहाँ से लिया?
Amazon से लिया.
Amazon Great Indian Festival से.
Amazon Great Indian Festival पर मिलेंगे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स पर जबरदस्त डील्स, नो कॉस्ट EMI, एक्सचेंज ऑफर और सेम डे डिलीवरी.
अब इंडिया बोलेगा Amazon से लिया.
LG Ultragear presents the TEC Challenger Series. We're on Series 9 now, powered by Amazon India and the GPU partner of Zotac Gaming, the gaming partner of Intel, the memory and storage partner of Crucial, our laptop partner of Asus, and our broadcast partner of Loco. It's the match everyone wanted. It's the match everyone's been waiting for. That's right. We have got franchise players going up against Alter Ego. Now, of course, Alter Ego currently unable to find a win in the tournament thus far, with franchise players with a rocky start to the tournament, recently recovering in their last couple of matches. What this now means is that for franchise players, winning this match gives them a very good shot at getting through to playoffs. For Alter Ego, this is a game for survival. Now, if they lose this, there is a world where they have to win every other match they come back, and there's a chance they can get through to playoffs, but it will be a damn difficult endeavor, that's for sure. Of course, I'm Newcaster Crema 3. I'm joined by the amazing Baba Gusta. How are you feeling about this match, brother, and what team are you looking forward to seeing?
Well, just to start off, Kremer, I have to say it's been fantastic. The whole Challenger Series that we've witnessed here is just absolutely amazing. And to answer that question about Ultragear versus franchise, Ultragear are yet to find a win in the series yet. They're currently, when it comes to the standings, they're in 7th position. Meanwhile, with Xerxia being on 5th position, claiming at least one victory. Franchise players, on the other hand, just like you said, they did succeed in winning 2 of their matchups. So I'm pretty sure that franchise players would do anything to make sure that they would stay on top of the leaderboard. And for Revenant, since both franchise and Revenant are in 3-2, 3-2, pretty sure that franchise players winning this matchup would have even much more chances to be on the playoffs. So I'd say franchise players, Kremer.
All right, I like that. You say franchise players, I say Alter Ego. Now, Alter Ego have had a really rough start to the tournament. They haven't been playing particularly well in their first 2 games, but having cast them a fair few times before, I know they have a peak. And I know Alter Ego have a very, very high skill ceiling. So for me, I think there's probably a world where they attempt to turn this around, they attempt to recover it. That being said, as you've mentioned, franchise players, they definitely go into this as favorites. But of course, this whole tournament has been a day of favorites losing. So I'm looking forward to seeing not just the map, but more importantly, who's able to craft this victory. Looking at our VSO, though, it looks like we may be very well seeing another ascent. Baba, we've had quite a few ascents this tournament.
Yep. 4 days of map ascent in day 2 of the series. What could it be even much more fancier? Ascent for this map too, Kremer. What do you? I mean, just when it comes to map ascent, yes, it's easier to understand when it comes to gaining metas. The lineups is very much easier to control in this particular match, in this particular map. But for the side for Team Alter Ego, in order for them to win up against franchise players, this will be a tough task for them, Kremer. So I'd say, we've seen a lot of memorable plays that have been happening from Fancy United Esports itself, especially from Yes I Am, who always love to bring in those double duelist compositions. So maybe we could see a similar tactic that we could get to see from Alter Ego's end, or maybe we could see a double initiator, just like they always do from franchise players' end.
Absolutely right. Let's get into our agent select. And bear in mind now, for Alter Ego, the player I'm keeping an eye on here is going to be Del B. He is damn aggressive with that Jets. The same to be said for Noxy on that Chamber. Over on franchise players, I think it goes without saying, Rossi is the man to keep an eye on. However, I also want to highlight Lightning Fast, who plays that KO like an entry. He treats the KO like a duelist, and I think that speed may potentially catch Alter Ego off guard if they go into this match unprepared.
And let's not forget about Kappa, who just made a miraculous 4K in the yesterday's matchup when they went up against Estar Esports. Kappa was the main reason why franchise player had won that matchup in the first place. So when it comes to those clutch situations, you could always keep an eye on Kappa on the side of FPS. But for Alter Ego, absolutely Del B and also Agent King, who's been absolutely amazing with his KO plays too with the initiators. So pretty excited to see what kind of plays do we get to see on Map Ascent from both of these teams.
It's definitely going to be interesting, and I imagine I think these teams are definitely going to take a leaf out of Fancy's book, the sort of unrelenting aggression that was able to beat Xerxia, but it's enough nattering from us. Let's head into game, straight into the action for this match, as Alter Ego, starting on the defense, is going to be taking on franchise players on the attack. It is a much anticipated battle, a duel of fates, and a duel, for me, between Noxy and Rossi.
Yep, let's find out to see who will emerge victorious in this matchup between Alter Ego and FPS. I kind of like the way how FPS is going as of now currently. They're currently playing for picks, especially in the pistol round itself. Having much more information in the later rounds could give them even much more easier access towards the site itself. So once they've finally managed to see how the gun control is from Alter Ego's end, make a decision to push in. And I believe they've already made their decision all the way from the A side. Let's see how it would work out for them.
Holy, the man on the jump spot, trying to catch out the odd player here, and information really is going to be his main objective. With the execution coming in, franchise players, they spring the trap through the smoke. Agent King's instantly caught out. Rossi is able to double down. This is, however, in trade of Kappa, who also falls. Now, there'll be Sheriff in hand, up on the high ground to try and take a fight, as will Rossi. Switching to the Headhunter, spots out the first player. Noxy falls as... Well, Noxy shuts down Lightning even. So falls down to 3v3. All 3 players in heaven. Rossi good for his third. Out comes the cascading members though. Noxy and Kush both come in unison now with skills rotating through heaven. Kush, low HP though, means that this can be exploited. The recon dart though is placed perfectly. Skills, his location, no. That spike's gonna be tapped once. Kush hits a clean shot. Skills full. And for Alter Ego, that'll be their first round on the board.
First round, and also very shaky round 2 from Alter Ego's end, especially when you see that execute. It was Rossi who did take the initial peck. Getting 3 kills like that really did give the advantage that they required, and then afterwards we saw Alter Ego went in for a very committed push from the place itself, getting the refrag while removing SK Rossi out of the equation. Really did give them the advantage that they needed. 1v2, and for skills, it was just difficult for him to handle it out.
It really was. And now, as you look at how sort of Alter Ego have been setting up for this, at least defensive second round bye here, franchise players investing a fair bit in this, actually. Stingers come out on almost every member. There is the odd Sheriff on Kappa with Hellranger on a mere Ghost. But this flash for aggression into main here has Noxy, Marshall in hand, potentially caught off guard here. Fires a shot, gets away in time. Rossi able to destroy the trademark, and with that, Kush's utility is going to try and tenderize, soften the opponents for this attack.
Yeah, the right side about it is that FPS at least have some good info, and Noxy, oh boy, he shouldn't have made that decision though. This would definitely give FPS the advantage, but TLB on the other hand is looking so strong with the Spectre. They will respond back, especially Rossi and skills. The amount of damage that they've dealt right now is so influential, and especially in this post plan, they have the necessary utilities to go in for at least some of the denials, especially with one of the players, an Agent King. Beautiful shot to remove SK Rossi out of that place. In a 2v2 situation, it's been equalized, and I've got to say, Alter Ego, they could win this.
Very well could do. Fragment goes down to one of these angles. Skill's going to respond with just a bit of cover for himself. Does Agent King risk swinging off the back of this though? Timing doesn't quite favor him. Both players get that opening now. It's all onto Kappa. Sheriff in hand. 1 versus 2. Swings out. Labored attempts to try and shuts down. Holy eventually does so. Swings out. Missed shot. And he's just about able to shut down Agent King there. It comes down to just micro-millimetric adjustments. But that 1 versus 2 from Kappa is certainly going to embolden franchise players with a second round victory.
Yep, that's what I like to call the clutch master from Kappa. 1v2 from the Sheriff, and for Alter Ego, they almost had it in the bag. I mean, Agent King and Huxley, immediately removing some of the important players out of the place from outside the site. They just had to focus on the place. They had the necessary utilities, especially once they had the smoke to block lines of sight. For a moment there, I thought AE had it. And here comes Kappa, only with the Sheriff in hand, a dream of 1v2, and he does it in style. For round number 3, though, let's say that FPS, like I said in the previous round, they have good information about exactly how AE would play, especially one of the players, Del B, who would always love to play aggressive on certain moments, especially you could see him in B long. Maybe this aggressiveness could at least be its downfall, unless and until he could get the surprise attack here, Prema.
And with that door closed, it means that Lightning Fast is going to be able to get towards spawn here, particularly now that the trademark from the chamber isn't in position. And it looks like 4 franchise players are actually just going to plan on blasting their way through here, ready to split onto this B site. But for Alter Ego, rather than fighting for the initial choke points, they're instead going to fight to prevent the plants here. 3 players on site, 2 in Boathouse, ready to shut down this attack. There goes the initial recon. That's going to alert them as to the presence of at least some players on site. But with all of them carrying a Boathouse, there's only 30 seconds left here. This could very well be exploited by the remaining players.
It's a difficult part because they're just rushing down every single player. Already 3 players were holding on from the B side. They will be taken out. A lot of utilities were spent after all. In this post plant, Noxy and Huxley finding an initial frag should be their most important value. Coming in from this eco, and oh boy, good headshot from Noxy. Moving lightning fast, but they still have a lot of work that needs to be done. They still need to find 3 more players. That's the amount of utility that they have. Some information will be gained from the teleport. In the end, the only thing that they couldn't do right now is just waste a lot of time.
They're going to attempt to do just that. Huxley on the close angle from defender spawn. He's got a sort of loose crossfire with Noxy here. There's that flash, there's the aggression, there's Noxy able to chime in. Hellraiser eventually delivers a killing blow and doubles down as well. Now, for Alter Ego, killing 3 players on an eco is pretty damn good. For franchise players, though, that could have been considerably worse. It was a well-recovered site take, and as they take the lead at 2-1, reinvestment comes in. Let's see what Alter Ego can now do. Bear in mind, this is the 18th ascent in the TEC Challenger Series. My God.
18 in this series. My goodness. And would you expect to see if Ascent would be played for the 20th time? I mean, we still have a lot more days left. The semi-finals, the grand finals.
20 today.
You could say this whole off-season would be an ascent. You know, we would ascend from our seats and just enjoy this relaxing moment from, all of these teams who are just, battling it out to be the best in this region. But all in all, jokes aside, we focus on this round. Interesting way of Kappa bringing the Odin this time. Seeing whether if he could, get a surprise kill from the player right from the B side. Where exactly would Sova be with his, info dart? So for FPS, I'd say that they're not going to make any efforts to push in from the B side, but instead they're going to show their presence from A. I believe Ultragear knows exactly what's happening. And with the help of that breach's fault line, they'll be able to provide much more comfort in winning those challenging duels. But you also need to be worried about those utilities that's been thrown around from the fragment that's been thrown from Aiden as of now. Also, you still got to worry about those crossfire angles.
Absolutely right. We're going to see a little bit of utility destroyed here. Noxy on the close angle has to be wary for the time being. That Al drone going to make his life difficult. He has to force... He has to move position to avoid that dagger, while the rest of franchise players, 25 seconds left, they have to be very careful with how late they play this round, particularly when hitting this B site. Out comes the execution. Kush now will be the make or break for Alter Ego. No one dare peek him just yet. Through the smoke, LB already low on HP, attempts to swing. He's good for 1. Kush is good for 2. Kush is good for 3. It's left all on Kappa. 1 versus 4 as the rest of his team melts around him. The timer will expire, and for Alter Ego, that'll be their equalizer.
Franchise players, they tried playing accordingly to time, and once they realized that the man count was too much from the A side, they decided to just choose to, go in on a different direction. This time all the way towards B. And once they started to lose a lot of time, they didn't have much more choice but to, face them head on. And getting those 3 kills is going to put Alter Ego in a very good positioning here. 2-2 on round 5. You could say that when it comes to the economy-wise, franchise players still have some decent weaponry, but not a lot could be said when it comes to the light armors and heavy armors. So they've got to be careful, and they've got to make sure that their shots count. Noxy, on the other hand, just seeing that the Odin shot's been made, might be able to get a shot, but no, he misses it. Going to teleport back to safety, and with the information being given, and Del B just swooshes in with the help of Soba's recon dart. Already with the 2 kills gone. FPS, they're currently having some issues here, Kramer.
Yep, this is now getting a little bit worrying for franchise players. Sort of just being thwarted back for the time being. Remember, the Knight is still very young. Skills able to avoid that utility. Kappa's suppressive fire as well. It's going to at least tag Kush. But Del B can't stay within his own smoke here. Anticipating the swing behind this. Skills doesn't want to oblige him just yet, while Hellranger lurks his way out on A. Now, he does have the Astra to worry about in the form of Huxley. Huxley just won't oblige him with a peek just yet. I think Hellranger, once he clears sight, you must surely extrapolate that. The Astra has to be somewhere close to him.
Oh boy.
Now, without heaven control, this may very well be a false positive here. Huxley makes a bit of noise. However, it doesn't matter. It's labored, but he gets the kill onto Hellranger. Now backside skills. He's committed the from the shadows, but Huxley's able to double down. It's all onto Kappa, 1v5. But once again, he may have to save here.
Hey, there's no other choice but to save, Kremam. FPS, they've lost a lot of economic growth. Now Kappa needs to make sure to at least to stay alive. Will does so by removing Delby out of that place, but still got to worry about the rest of the 4 players. But for Hellranger though, that was quite unlucky coming in from his end. It could have been better to check all the corners, making sure that none of the players would be hiding from that specific spot where Huxley was. I mean, look at that. Even Hellranger was just heavily focused from the side itself, hoping that there might be some player or two that might rotate back in towards the place where he could have the advantage. But not having a lot of information really did help Alter Ego, put themselves into that major advantage. So it's best for that timeout to be brought out from franchise's end, making sure that they're not going to make those mistakes once again. But if you take a look at the utility wise, you could say that franchise, they have some good usage of their ultimates. They still have the Rolling Thunder. They even have the Null command. One more kill from Kappa and he'll be able to receive his Hunter's Fury. So they could use to it accordingly. But the main difference is would they go for a very aggressive approach, or would they be playing for picks again, see what kind of players are present from the sites, and then pushing towards the site?
I feel like it's got to be aggressive, right? Bearing in mind that Alter Ego, if franchise players aren't being aggressive, Alter Ego will be. And I feel like because they're giving Alter Ego a bit of space here, franchise players are running this clock down way too low. I would much rather see these attacks sort of happen with a bit more fluidity, dare I say, as Rossi is doing a good job at the moment, at least matching Del B, but I don't know how consistently he can make that, particularly if franchise players' economy continues to get pummeled.
And I just realized we have a triple initiator combo from FPS. You have Kappa with the Sova, you even have Hellranger with the Breach. So when it comes to the attack execute, I have to agree with you, Kramer. Making an aggressive approach is a good idea. You got to be careful for the Del B's special. There goes Rossi, all the way from mid top, and now they got to focus on the rest of the two players. There's not even a trade been relented here from FPS's end, so that is definitely going to hurt for them.
Absolutely right now. With Alter Ego now in position, there's a great Kush has done a very good job at getting an early warning system set up with this Sova, and not having to worry about mid thanks to Delta getting his second of the round. Suddenly things become much easier for him. Franchise players get ready to go through this smoke. Timing is everything here. And Kush, his crosshair placement, it's immaculate, but he doesn't pull the trigger just yet. Out goes that Omen smoke. The concussion is going to hit Aiden King, but he's able to back off in time. With that Aldrone going out, he now knows exactly where that Omen is playing. There's the flash out, there's Aiden King able to chime in. Yes, Skills is able to trade, but Omenly momentarily. Right now, the longer he survives the generator, the better off he is. Even shutting down Skills, he'll try and make it 3. There's the Dink, there it is! Hellranger taken down, he takes Huxley with him, but to what avail as Alter Ego go 4-2 in the lead and start looking to extend the distance between themselves and franchise players.
Ooh, this has got to hurt them a lot. But although this was almost a broken bye from FPS, pretty sure that in the next round FPS could maybe be able to get themselves back up on their feet. But for Alter Ego, my goodness, the amount of sheer presence that they're showing on defense, winning those early duels from Del B and then shutting down the entire execute from the A side is really going to put FPS in a very bad spot. And there you go. This was exactly what I was expecting from FPS's end. The Rolling Thunder, the Null command, every single utility has been committed, and Kush will just rely back with the Hunter's Fury. And Noxy just swooshes in. Might not be able to find a kill or two, but FPS, they are very strong when it comes to watching out those flanks. Skeros will make sure that it would not happen. Pop flash from the KO, another pop flash that would force the players from Alter Ego to fall back. These FPS maybe be able to get some kills, but no, Kush! Huxley, he gets 2! And Skills! He's the only... there's still 2 players left. Alter Ego, once again, back at a major disadvantaged position. They still bring this back up, and Hellranger make sure that none of those plays would happen. It's a 1v2. Del B needs to get this clutch. The one shot from Bladestorm. One more to succeed, and just one misses it. Hellranger gets it. Oh no! It was just 11 HP. Hellranger was just 11 HP. And because of that miss from Del B's Bladestorm, FPS will get away with the win.
They get away with a win, let's be honest, though. That shouldn't have been as close as it was. Feels like Alter Ego had a very good strike back on them there to level the man count, and that's got to be heartbreaking for Delby. That really has. Bear in mind, Hellranger, he whiffed a little bit as well, just not as badly. And with that, for FPS, they make it their third. Alter Ego still have a lead here, but more importantly, FPS, yes, it's around 1, but they don't have economy behind this. Rossi brings out that operator. See what good they can do with it.
Yeah, this operator might be the play for FPS to put themselves back up on their feet. But knowing that Alter Ego is always one step ahead, especially on some certain post-plan situations, gotta make sure they can make this count. Oh, Noxy gets it. Just TP's back to safety. SK Rossi, I have to say, he's not having a good day at all here.
No, he's not. It's been a he had a pretty good start, but Noxy right now is having some serious impact with this. Peeks out skills, not the operator wielder you'd expect, but he's still able to trade. And hey, he wants more. Kush, he can smell him, but no. That fear he smells may very well just be hard determination. Kappa suppressed for the time being. There's Kush chiming in, shutting down skills. This way spur on the rotation, though, as now it's all on Kush to be able to buy time for these rotations, to be able to get his team in position. You see him actually rotate, get the hell out of there. Alter Ego, they've stacked their safe site, they've gambled it, but unfortunately, this may be a busted flush. The franchise players at 20 seconds ready to hit this B site. Kush forced out of position, can't risk the fight just yet, though, and with that, Spike will go down as franchise players find themselves off the back of Lightning Fast's kill in a 3v3.
Oh man, that was a great shot from the Guardian. In this post run, they just have to remove players, and with Huxley gaining control from mid, this will put even much more pressure towards Lightning Fast. Picked out from Aton King, now it's Hellranger. Back in a 1v3, finds one, can get the second, and Kush will make sure with that wall bang will ensure Alter Ego its victory in this round. 5-3, and with some certain comebacks that we're going to see from Alter Ego's end, especially on post-plan. Once you saw Huxley remove the players from the markets aside, like much worried from both the angles. So, gotta say, Alter Ego, they are having a really great start in the first half itself.
Yeah, really, really strong stuff. I tell you what, I quite like how Alter Ego going into these retakes, they're not really sort of focusing on who gets the kills in terms of ult management. They just get the kill, and then they allow that ult point to go through on the defuse. And you sort of see that reflected now. Alter Ego, they have a Cosmic Divide available for Huxley, but over on franchise players, with that from the shadows, more importantly, with that Hunter's Fury, Kappa now becomes a bit of a win condition for franchise players, particularly in afterplants, or better still, in buy rounds when they can go for that entry.
Oh man, Del B, he just doesn't stop. How many times have you seen Del B just push in from B long and ends up removing SK Rossi? How many times have you seen it, Tremor? Once, twice?
Yeah.
This is more than 4 or 5 times where we witnessed Del B engage in his initial gunfights and end up winning it. And this is even more concerning for FPS, knowing that Alter Ego have suddenly gained control of the situation when it comes to man count. They've already removed 2 players.
They're drinking. Oh, he switches the weapon at the wrong time. No, shut down. Kush, now on the flip side. That's what could have happened there, Jinking. I hope you were paying attention. Now Hellranger shot in the side of the skull as Del B will bring the 6th round now to Alter Ego. The timing, both a game of sobs, smiles, and sniffles, and in this case, for franchise players, predominantly sniffles, as they go 6-3 down. Yes, they have an ult advantage, and the weaponry is pretty good, but they really need Rossi to find his footing now, because Del B is starting to find his groove, and once he starts working that groove, stopping him is going to be really, really difficult.
It will be, but at least for FPS, they have some minor ideas to it. Especially the way how Del B proceeds with B long to show his early aggressive presence. They could try to bait Del B out of that place to at least get himself picked out in the process. But in order for that to happen, SK Rossi needs to win that initial gunfight. He needs to make sure that Del B is taken care of, or else it would be a huge nuisance in the early round itself, especially with the man count still being in favor for AE. All in all, this time you could see FPS just currently playing for picks. Mid-control presence will be shown around. None of the players from Alter Ego would be showing some presence or maybe trying to find a lot of fortifications being made from those angles, but just going to play it passively this time, make sure that FPS would make their mistakes first so that they could rely on it.
All right now, and as we see a follow-up aggression now. LB hides for the time being, waits for the opening. It's lightning fast to get that opening. Avoiding the rolling thunder though, and Delby, he gets the spike off the back of that as well. Hellranger falls now. Over on site, Kappa's able to reveal himself on the flank, the linchpin of this attack. But Delby's able to make it 3. 10 bullets in the chamber, but he only needed 1 for that kill. And he has a pretty good idea as to how Skills is going to be playing this. Oh no, it'll be 4! On for the ace now. Lightning fast, already low HP, has Noxy there. Unfortunately, it's going to be Noxy to fall. They'll be, however, maybe quietly pleased with that. A chance to get his ace. Just 10 seconds left. Spots out Lightning Fast. And for Lightning Fast, there's no way to win this. There's no time. And Delby, even though he wants this ace, he's being disciplined. He's staying with his teammate. He only swings when there's no time left. And that'll be the ace. And for Alter Ego, that'll be 7 off of a magnanimous performance.
What a powerful performance from Del B. My goodness, he still stays there. For the whole gunfight, he was in that same position. And the mechanical skill of this man right here is just so beautiful. Man, this is going to hurt a lot from FPS's end on defense. Actually, FPS are on attack in the first half, but they have to recover it back. It has to be on defense in second half. And the best part about it is, and the best part about it is that Huxley, he still hasn't used his Cosmic Divide yet.
That's the worrying part for me, is this Cosmic Divide is going to make a retake considerably easier, and it's not been required, frankly. For franchise players, they still have that Hunter's Fury, which Kappa's been holding on to for a while now. I'd like to see it used fairly soon, otherwise there's not going to be a chance to get second in this half. Skills in mid, caught out by Noxy. And once again, we're thrust back into a 4v4. And look at the positioning of Alter Ego. They're not being also aggressive. They're quite significant. They're quite successfully even shutting down these sort of probes from franchise players for positions.
Yeah, and with mid control gone, even the whole B side has been covered up from the Sova. This will be a difficult task for FPS to even make an attempt of an execute in the site itself. And currently, if you take a look at the map itself, they're apparently a bit spread out. At least on the right side, they know exactly where Kush is, so make an attempt to push in, especially with the lightning fast. Pop flash been given, Push is present, but the crossfire angle will make sure that he wouldn't make an entrance from that place. Not a lot of time left. Time's ticking for FPS as they only have 20 seconds. Hellranger, he doesn't have any, he still has his flashes. It's difficult. Cosmic Divide is present too, and the timing from Noxy to get one, and that crossfire angle from Adrian King. FPS, there's not a chance that they'll be able to win this round.
You're absolutely right. And now as Kappa on this close angle tries to at least survive, he's not even given that. Kush finishes the job, and as Alter Ego continue rampaging through this map, it feels like what may be our 18th ascent of the tournament may end very quickly if we can't see franchise players find their footing.
Even from the mid push though, would Skills would have been at least safe if he placed his smoke a bit too, more further so that he would be safe from the op shots. Because you'd always expect to see a Chambers trap being placed from the mid side itself. So it would have been better to place a smoke in that previous round to make sure that he get picked off. But FPS will make yet another attempt for an aggressive push this time, but instead they get forced back. Kush, my goodness. Once the null command is present, the counters from AE just flings back instantly, especially with the Hunter's Fury. It's like they know exactly what FPS is trying to do at that specific moment, and they just deny it once. You're making a push from the B side, well guess what? Hunter's Fury. You're making another attempt of an A side with a null command, well guess what? Hunter's Fury.
It's worrying now. I'm starting to worry a bit. Now, yeah, we've heard of the APAC 9-3 curse, right? That's a thing. But even then, is it possible? These rounds are looking more and more one-sided now. LB swings out. It's great kill from him. Not quite able to double down, but he's got Adrian King for that to finish the job. Hellranger is able to trade, but only for one now. With the low skill on Hellranger, Skills has to do the heavy lifting here. Hooksy good for the first push there on the re-swing. And it's this teamwork from Alter Ego. Both players bouncing off one another consistently to try and get these openings. It's damn good. Damn good. And for franchise players, it's really starting to dismantle them. Now, 9-3, as you mentioned, as we've said, can be a curse. Can very well be a curse. But with Delby currently going 17-8, no one seems to be in a position to stop him.
Maybe the second half would. I mean, I know that there's triple initiative combos from FPS's end, but since you have the strong Sentinel SK Rossi, AE, their biggest concern has to be the off player, right? That would be the most biggest concern for Team Ultragear in the second half once they get that weaponry. Of course, winning pistol round would be the secondary factor, and also we'll take a look at the comparison between Delby and Skills. 176 ACS and a total of 8 kills. Meanwhile, we have the Delby Jet, 17 kills with a 2.5 KDA.
He's just doing so well, isn't he? And Skills, the ACS, I mean, it's alright, 176, pales in comparison to the 400 on Delby. And sort of going into the second half, if Global, I do apologize, franchise players want the follow-up here, they desperately need pistol round, or better still, if they can find a way to find a weakness in the in Alter Ego's attack. Bear in mind, this is something that Alter Ego will do to them. Once they realized they had a man advantage, franchise players run down the clock. And so we saw quite consistently, it would either be Delby or it would be Noxy would push for that first pick just to try and slow franchise players down. Now that the roles are reversed, I think franchise players need to, and quickly, find a way to slow Alter Ego down to the point where time becomes their friend.
Yeah, the main reason why FPS couldn't get to succeed most of their rounds on attack mainly has to deal with them not having any duelist agents. They only had triple initiators. They even had one sentinel and one controller. Innojet is very strong when it comes to defense, maybe, but having initiators, once you have that potential of having information already and then heading in for that push, you need to make sure that those utilities count in the second half. And also, if you take a look at the stat board right from below, franchise players have 76% win rate in this map, while Ultragear has 68%.
Judging by how Ultragear have been playing this, I think that's probably going to come towards the end of this tournament. Franchise players, in premise, they've done very well, but I believe those are stats from all games with this core roster. You need to take into sort of context caliber as well. Bear in mind that these teams have been against very different opponents. For Noxy, gonna have to worry about SK Rossi trying to aggress, but that's only a bait. Instead, the rest of Alter Ego, they look to just funnel their way onto this ace site. They'll be not quite able to tap that button. Instead, we'll back off for the time being. The Skills on Heaven labours, very labours, unable to shut down Huxley, who punishes him instantly. Hellranger unable to find a way to cancel the plant either. Means that we're going straight into what will now be a 3 versus 4 retake with Noxy's flank finally coming into fruition. The players start raining down from heaven. Hellranger good for one. Hellranger even able to double down here. It looks like he's ready to redeem himself. Noxy goes to short. Spots out Rossi. It's a clean kill. It's on Kush. 1 versus 3. Without any shot darts left, without any head left, does Rossi with a clean kill will bring franchise players their 4th round. Do you see the comeback happening, Baba? Do you believe in the 9-3 curse?
I can. Especially when FPS wins their pistol round. There is highly likely a possibility that it can happen, Kramer. And if SK Rossi can be consistent with his shots like this in the defensive round, I'm pretty sure that FPS could bring it back. Although I've got to appreciate the way how Ultragear went in on their defensive hold, especially with Noxy playing as the bait. The information bait coming in from Ultragear was really good. But once they've realized what the exact game plan was from the A side execute, FPS had major control on that post block. And with the help of Breach's utility, my goodness, Noxy will be forced to fall back once again. It's just 40 HP. And also, this was a double peak. SK Rossi and Kappa, both of them were pushing from B long to ensure that even if one of the players does get picked out, a trade out would happen nonetheless. And Lightning Fast, my goodness, it was a very good idea for him to fall back, because it was a huge manpower all the way from A long.
Skills takes a fair bit of damage there on the initial fight. Luckily, Lightning Fast there. Great teamwork actually to swing that quickly afterwards to be able to trade it. Now Skills, 5 HP, just takes a wider angle. Delby going through this. Gonna have to go point blank with Lightning Fast. He's good for the first though. Can't quite double it down though as Noxy's able to respond. Skills backs off. Hellranger now close to this position on short. Through the walls, able to finish off Huxley. There goes the spike as well. It's all onto Noxy. 1 versus 4. He's able to avoid the initial fight. Place for timing. Good for Skills. Eventually Skills will fall. But the Headhunter, the follow-up utility damage, it's all too much. Rossi finishes the job. Franchise players make it 5. And you know what, Bubba? You may be a bit reserved about it. I'll go straight to it. I see the comeback happening.
All right. You know, I still remember the predictions that we had. You said you would go for Ultragear, and whereas I would say franchise players, right?
That's true. But I believe in comebacks.
Even I do. I do believe in comebacks too, Kramer. I mean, the comebacks is the one thing that makes us more exciting, right?
Exactly.
And for FPS, 9-5 in the second half, where they had won both their pistol rounds. This is their bonus round. And imagine if FPS wins this bonus round, they would be in much more higher advantage when it comes to their economic growth, their hold, their control on towards both the sides. And Ultragear, they are very much worried about this. Look at that. 2 players already from mid. Applying pressure from that particular place. It's going to put FPS in a bit of a state.
Something to remember as well is because franchise players have this triple initiator set up, going into retakes is going to be very easy. Going up against Noxy on the other hand may be significantly more difficult. He's good for 2. He's traded by Hellranger, who now starts dropping this utility to buy for time. But what good can time do? Hellranger low on HP. The flash not quite timed yet, and with that, Delby's good for 1. Kush fully blinded, finished off by Lightning Fast, but Delby's there to double down and bring AE their double digits. That's 10 for Alter Ego. And now for franchise players, having lost that operator, that's got to leave a bitter taste in their mouths.
Yeah. That op was bought at the bonus round itself, so yeah, this will be difficult for franchise. 19 kills to Del B, and also for Noxy, in which he did find the opening, getting those 2 kills from the A side. They know exactly what they need to focus on first, and that has to be Hellranger, right? Hellranger is providing those important utilities that's been hitting so much for Ultragear. The stuns from the fault line, the flashes, which work so perfectly. It's almost like an ebb and flow once you play it accordingly and once you play it right. And with Hellranger and SK Rossi playing themselves playing together, that synergy is very good. Now, all they have to do is just find that proper timing, and that timing would be more than enough for franchise players to get the advantage that they need. And especially with that mid push that is about to happen, SK Rossi needs to make sure that he doesn't get traded out, that there is 3 angles that he needs to be afraid of.
Talking of aggression in mid now, that's a great flash from Hellrangers to buy time. I like how Ultragear, they make us only 1 player pre-fires, so they only know of 1, and they're already throwing counter utility anyway. So nice bit of tech there from them. Noxy, operator in hand, is going to avoid the recon dart, which means that Kappa can get quite a close angle here. Does Noxy anticipate it, though? This duel between Noxy and Kappa is going to decide whether or not the players choose to swing their way through market. The concussion is perfect. Kappa, good for the first, retrieves the operator, scopes into spawn. He knows there's going to be a swing from Holy, and with that, Huxley falls. Delby back sight, unable to avoid Kappa for the time being, as he's finished off from defender spawn. Adrian King also shot in the back. The positioning from franchise players there is going to bring him a 6th in a very clean fashion. I think they only took about 20 damage total.
That's all it needs. Once franchise players has info on one of the players, Hellranger would just give the best support that he could ever give with his fault line. That was so beautifully done from FPS. And for Ultragear, they need to, see whether if they could find a counter strat within. I mean, you even saw the aftershock that has been used from the mid site itself. That really did put Ultragear in a bit of a problematic situation. All in all, it always comes down to the counter plays, and with Ultragear playing on their economy round, Del B on the other hand will have the Bulldog this time with some light armors. So if Del B finds an opportunity in the initial round itself, you could say that FPS might be having a lot of problems in their favor. And with the suppression knife being used from the A side, you'd see players from FPS just bundling it up, making sure that they would have absolute amount of support in this place. But with the initial frag itself, Noxy and Del B finding out the opening picks, and this time removing Breach will be tougher for them to proceed in this post plan.
But it will. Kappa now through that smoke, spots out the first player, not quite able to double it down. Those skills now. This is where things get interesting. Look how low his HP is, only 9 to work with. But he may be able to drop that utility. He may be able to smoke off these positions. He still has a paranoia as well to aid them in this push. He goes to a more reserved position. Remember, the buy from Ultragear, it's not great. Only Sheriff's Bulldogs. There's only Retrieve Vandals to work with, and for Noxy, that sort of force is beautiful. Kappa falls, and franchise players, I think they call for a save here. Rossi's got to hold on to that operator over in mid. Huxley's able to shut down skills. Rossi now is left alone in a 1v4, and for Ultragear, this will be 11 off the back of quite a weak buy.
One less.
Ooh. At least on the shots from Xerxia, he's looking pure. Oh, not the third. It's been missed, but he still gets it anyways. The pistol attempt will be given, but this thrifty round will be huge for Ultragear, especially once they went in for that push. Removing Hellranger really did give Ultragear the opportunity to stay in the site itself, not being able to worry about the flashes, not being able to worry about the concussions, and knowing that it was a lost cause from FPS, they made sure that it would be even much more tougher for them in the future rounds too. Removing Xerxia, they will make sure to remove the op, but at the cost of 4 players being removed at the hands of Xerxia. So they'll have at least some weaponry at their hand.
It's something to work with. Noxy, that kill could have been decisive. Instead, it's going to be a franchise player who keeps his life and also keeps the information that Noxy is over to be Link. The rest of Ultragear, though, they set up outside of Gelato. They get ready for this hit into A. So much so, actually, that for skills, this is where things get a little bit uncomfortable. If he's good for one and gets away, perfect. But if he gets overwhelmed and killed, that could very well be the round. Baba, the first kill is everything here.
Yeah, it is. We've seen Ultragear always get the initial frag in the first half, but this time it's the exact opposite. It's kills who will succeed in removing Huxley. And this is a good one of that too, because they don't have any lines of sight that they can block with the smokes. And Xerxia, he can just easily get these shots. All he needs to do is get his shots right, but no, he's going to miss one. And also with the suppression knife, he's going to force Xerxia back out. This is dangerous. Coming in from Ultragear's end, and that Hunter's Fury will give the win. No! He's going to remove Kappa out of that place. B side, every single info has been given. They know exactly where Xerxia is, and now they're going to push all the way from A. Skills is just patiently waiting. All it requires is just a kill 2, but no, Aiden King will deny it. 20 seconds left. Hellranger prepped and ready with his Rolling Thunder. All it requires is to hear the spike plant. He will deny it. He'll give a lot of time. Xerxia jumps in to safety, but no, it will be denied immediately from Cushion Aiden King. In a 1v3 situation, AE, they've finally got it covered. Lightning fast, doesn't have any utilities, no smokes. Yes, the suppression knife is currently on cooldown. The null command, I'm pretty sure he's going to use it in his next future rounds. And this also, this also agrees to the fact that he's going to save his weapon for now as well. My goodness, Ultragear, those suppression knives, 2 times have we seen the suppression knife forcing Xerxia to get back down from his tour de force ability. Twice.
Yep. Twice. And more importantly, I want to talk about how the hell did Ultragear get onto that A site? Hit by Rolling Thunder. There's players who, skills, I mean, he was looking at fighting a player, wasn't even looking at him. And Ultragear still won that round. That's worrying, if you ask me. And Lightning Fast, actually, that dagger is going to alert Delbus to his position. And Del B is going to punish it. Oh, Lightning Fast, that was a must-needed kill. Saving the operator is going to give franchise players that glimmer of hope almost. But for Kush, what an opening. Also, to get that first play and then to tag Lightning Fast gives them such a huge kind of wealth of information, which they used on that hit to that A site.
That's match point for Ultragear, 12-6. The Cosmic Divide will be even much more difficult. You still have Xerxia with the op once again, but once you have that lines of sight being blocked, there's no way that you could hold out those cross. There's no way that you could be able to hold that B long angle properly. Suppression knife or not, this is a major disadvantage to FPS. Kappa will be bringing the judge this time. The surprise attack will force Ultragear, if they have the necessary information required, to find out a different way. But if they commit to this push from B, and if Kappa ends up getting this kill, and that it's from Del B, things might change a bit in their favor for FPS. But it's just the moment of truth. Just a single second, Cosmic Divide is present, so does Kappa's judge! You will be judged! 2 kills already, and FPS might be able to do something about this.
Very well, could be Noxy. Just concussed for the time being. Is able to get that door down, though. Skills can't find a workaround, though. Kappa, good for another one. As Adrian King will eventually expire on that KO. Down to the 5-on-3 retake. No ultimates available for Ultragear. They need to win this by pure aim. Noxy, legs down. Rossi will finish the job with his pistol. Push now through the smoke, can't quite get the opening. Neither can Huxley. It's damage, sure, but it's no kill. As it looks like Huxley may try and do it around the world here. Bear in mind, they do have a little bit of Astral utility to potentially buy a bit of space, but unfortunately, that's not the diffuser. Kush, he's killed the wrong man. That will be a step for the franchise players. They hold on for a bit longer.
They will hold on. And Kappa bringing in the big guns. The judge, 3 kills. It was more than enough for FPS to secure this win. They've got to make sure that they can keep winning this round in a consistent manner. Also, one more kill from skills and he'll be able to receive from the shadows. Maybe he could use it for early info gathering to see exactly where Ultragear would proceed with their push. But in order for that to happen, they need to make sure that they would have control on the ultimate ops first. I believe they're going to do exactly that. Maybe, maybe not. Skills will just, playing on a surprise play from a very close angle from A long. And the way how Ultragear has been proceeding in this round is just 4 players, and one of them will be on the lurk, and that is Noxy. Noxy has been so useful when it comes to denying flanks. And that's the main reason why FPS, they have to rely on rotates and make sure that they have multiple control in the situation. Ooh. Oh, no. Even with the first kill, at least on the bright side, Skills will get away with another. And Noxy doesn't know this information, and Lightning Fast will remove that. They have the opportunity for the flank, but they will rely on quick rotates, and they've got to do it fast.
Rotation time is everything here. Hellranger through the smoke takes so much damage. Finished off by the shock bar. Start tucked under the doorway as Aiden King goes aggressive. Lightning Fast shuts him out of mid-air, though. Down to the 2 versus 2. And it's for survival now for franchise players. Lightning Fast is 3rd of the round. Huxley 1 versus 2. Kappa has all the suppressive fire he may ever need to try and force Huxley out of heaven here. The fragment as well, going to limit his rotation. The shock dart's doing the damage required. In a second, we'll see the drop of these players. There's the first Lightning Fast. He has his position revealed, and for Lightning Fast, it's a clean shot, a 4K, and an 8th round for franchise players. I don't want to say it's laboured because for Lightning Fast there played a very clean round.
Yes, indeed. 4 kills, an amazing recovery from Lightning Fast, and he succeeded in not only removing the lurker chamber, but also he succeeded in guaranteeing a win on the A side as well. Boy, Freya FPS, this would be it. I mean, if they make one single mistake on this round, it's all over. Ultragear, they've already secured match point, with Kush already getting 21 kills. And all they've got to do is to ensure that they have at least one successful execute. And also making sure that they have necessary utilities for post-round of that too. So, oh boy, this is...
Franchise players, it's tough.
It is tough.
It's bloody tough. Look at this fast play as well. Look at this change of pace. Ultragear, they're going to dive their way up through mid now. Rossi's good for the first, though. Operator reveals it itself. Through the smoke, though, Noxy's able to chime in. The suppressive fire from Kappa is going to delay the push, but it's not going to stop it, though. Hellranger through the smoke, good for yet another. Able to flick up in time. Hookie's able to trade now. It's all on to Kappa. Finished off by Kush. The to and fro is constant now, as we're in yet another 2 versus 2. That spike will go down momentarily, with both members of franchise players coming through main. They're going to deploy that null command. They've got to commit everything as it comes online to make sure these rounds are won. Lightning Fast, ready to lead the charge. Flash in hand, gets that flash drive out in time. Cascades onto the site, knows that Alter Ego will be back site. Question now is, will the suppressive fire be enough?
We might be able to see that soon. Lightning Fast and skills. Ooh. They will get it once again. FPS will secure one more round. They will at least be able to get it 12-9. Meanwhile, skills will be able to recover the off back. And for Alter Ego, I believe with the Spectre that had been used, this might be the play where Alter Ego might have to go in for a fully eco round. Maybe. Or maybe not. That's where the timer does the question, right?
Yeah, I like how we're seeing a timeout. It gives them a chance to sort of breathe, sort of respect how franchise players' retakes have been pretty damn strong, particularly as Lightning Fast has slowly started coming online now. So I'm interested to see as how Alter Ego are going to be wielding this buy round. They have a Hunter's Fury, they're 2 away from a tour de force. Up against nothing, franchise players. They've been committing these ults sort of as they've come online to guarantee these rounds. It means they haven't got much of a bank when it comes to ultimate economy, but they do have a few on the horizon. With Kappa about to get his Hunter's Fury over on Alter Ego as well. They're with that Hunter's Fury already available, it could be their opportunity to try and get an early advantage.
Made an attempt for an aggressive push from the previous round, so having another aggressive push like that might be able to help Alter Ego at that certain moment, but you've got to make sure that they remove some certain elements from FPS's end. That Hunter Fury will definitely be the deciding factor for Kush to see whether if he could get an early pick or not. This timeout coming to an end. Alter Ego already having an idea. FPS once again they're at a major disadvantage, especially with Alter Ego being on match point. Only one round required for Alter Ego to win this, and for FPS, they have a lot of work that needs to be done.
You're right. And now with a difficult position now for Alter Ego, they've no longer got that operator, which for Noxy was sort of his guarantee of getting an advantage. Now, Kush with that Hunter's Fury, no control garnered, but Rossi is going to be finished off through that smoke. Hellranger actually backs off in time, just in the nick of time as well, while the rest of the attack lands on this A site. It's going to have to be a very well-coordinated retake, one which Lightning Fast wants to dive straight into. Delby's able to trade, Skills is able to follow it up, Skills was able to double it down. Somehow, every member of franchise players has been able to chime in into the 2v2. Delby, he needs to survive for the time being. He needs to try and stay alive for as long as possible, because where's his team? Delby, he almost kisses Hellranger. There's your birthday kiss. Kappa is going to do a birthday trade as he enter the 1v1. Spike tapped. Huxley now playing for timing up against the Odin. Timing is everything. Huxley, he'll deliver that killing blow. Kappa will fall, and with that, we're going to be seeing Alter Ego take ascent 13-9.
13-9. What a play from Delby and also from Noxy, who's just so keen on forcing franchise players to not use their flanks. Even more so, we almost felt a comeback from franchise's end, but in the end, it will be Team Alter Ego who would end up winning up against Team Franchise players. Congratulations to them. 13-9. First half, it was a very dominating performance from them while they were on defense. But while they were on attack, sure, they have some minor problems, but in the end, they did get a win quite nicely.
You're absolutely right. It was a hell of a performance indeed. And I'll tell you what, now that we take a look at our match MVP, I think for me, that final round, Delby, he's got to be the MVP, right? Let's see if our production team thinks the same. They think Kush. Actually, I'm inclined to agree with that as well, bearing in mind those Hunter's Furies, even on the ones that didn't get any kills, the repositioning that was sort of forced out by franchise players, thanks to these Hunter's Furies, ended up really catching them off guard. Again, that final round, Hunter's Fury didn't do anything, but it forced franchise players to move, which meant moving into the line of sight of the rest of the Alter Ego team. So really damn strong game from everyone on Alter Ego, particularly Kush.
Yeah, 22 kills, 301. An initiator that can not only just provide information, but also guaranteed to get shots as well. 30% headshot, win rate of 59%. and definitely the MVP of this matchup up against Team Franchise. And also Del B's performance too while he was playing on defense. My god, he was so powerful with the Vandal shots, triple kills, 4 kills, and winning those challenging gunfights up against SK Rossi, even if he has an AWP or a Vandal, just Del B just delivers that final blow. That's might be the main reason why franchise players had a lot of difficulties in the first half itself.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels like that game was lost in the first half for franchise players. Their second half retakes were pretty damn good. As we saw from Lightning Fast, he's happy to just flash drive and dive in, knowing his team is going to be there to trade him. I think the issue was on that attack, they just constantly went a man down. And it was thanks to this sort of constant fighting from Kush, from Delby, from Noxy. Actually, you look at the KD between Delby and Kush, both of them matching one another beautifully. Really, really strong game from the two of them. Of course, the MVP being Lightning Fast for franchise players. I quite like that, to be honest. Lightning Fast's flash drives and that sort of duelist KO did work out for him. And, it's only a 4-round differential between these teams.
And especially when Lightning Fast got countered from Kush multiple amount of times when they were on defense, right? Every single time when you see Lightning Fast use his null command, Kush would just instantly reply back with the Hunter's Fury, encouraging for at least a down for KO. So not only do they have just vital information, but they've already dealt major damage once they head in with the execute. The smokes from Huxley was looking great, although the cosmic divides weren't used quite a lot. We only did get to see 2 cosmic divides being used, and both of them didn't work out quite well in their favor. But the rest of it always came down to the majority of the gunfights. Del B and Noxy made a fantastic job on holding out both A as well as on the B sides. Delby was more of like an aggressive approach, whereas Noxy was more of like on the defensive approach on towards Heaven. So it kind of worked in symphony and harmony for the side of Team Alter Ego. And for franchise players, there was a lot of moments where we could have seen them winning some certain moments, but in the end, it was Alter Ego who got the best end of it. We'll get to take a look at the difference between FPS and Alter Ego when it comes to their first kills. FPS, they were looking good on first kills in the second half, but the Thrifty round is where Alter Ego got the best of it.
It was. It felt like after that Thrifty, it sort of started spiraling for franchise players. You sort of look at the post plants as well. There's a really high retake percentage there for franchise players. Like their after plants were good. It's just unfortunately they weren't able to convert many of them. Alter Ego, once again, just able to shut down on the retakes as well. Look at the first kills. Franchise players actually leading in that as well, which is quite interesting.
Even with the first half, Alter Ego had the majority when it comes to winning first bloods. FPS still had good, hold of that particular situation, and also the clutches that we've seen from FPS was just so crucial. But in the end, it always comes down to how good of a control how good of a control that they have in the site itself, and it was Alter Ego who did get the best of it on defense.
No, you're right. Hopefully, Alter Ego won't be in as much of a bad mood. We'll have to see here in just a moment. Let's take a look at the economy graph as well, though, because this is sort of it paints quite a bleak picture for franchise players, particularly sort of the latter stage of that first half going into the second. You see that Alter Ego in the lead, even though it looks quite close in round count. Alter Ego were definitely the ones driving this match.
And with FPS constantly being forced to go in for eco rounds just with just stingers and specters, it was even much more difficult to proceed into as a site itself, knowing that you have to take care of the op shots from the sentinels and also Del B with the vandal shots. It was very tough for FPS to proceed in the first half itself, but they did try to bring themselves back up in the second half, where we did get to see FPS win that pistol round, but afterwards it entirely dialed down to Alter Ego just using their specific timeouts and then making a huge decision to go in for a full-on aggro push in the early round itself, which it did ended up being in their favor nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely right. And now for Alter Ego, this restores hope for their chance to be able to get out of the group stage. For franchise players, it means they're going to have to work a little bit for it. Actually, interestingly enough, the kind of 4th, 5th position is the divider. 4th place goes through, 5th place doesn't. The franchise player and Alter Ego are now there, both with a -7 round difference. They are bang on the round difference. So it's going to really come down to the nitty gritty final couple of maps of this group stage before we're able to extrapolate who will be going through and who won't be.
Yeah, and with this matchup coming to an end, we will still get to see franchise players securing their fourth spot. 3 wins and 3 losses, including with Alter Ego's win up against Team Franchise players. But the main match that we have to focus on to has to be between Team Xerxia Esports versus Velocity Gaming. Now, Velocity Gaming, they're yet to receive a win, so it's 0-3. So maybe we could see them have an amazing, fight up against Xerxia Esports. But Xerxia also have their own particular place too. So we'll be able to see that when we take a short little break. After that, we'll be right back after this. Don't go anywhere.
feel like I fought all my life for this. This one part, this one third, I've always missed. No, just don't let it go. I started the fight, but now I'm losing. So will I fall again? I'm scared of heights, yet it was me who ran away. Who ran Oh, I can't forget myself. The piece that I'm missing, it kills me inside. I need help, oh please give me back. This one part, this one third, I'm sorry I lost it. No, I let my weapons fall. I'm drowning in the fears, and now I know that I will fall again and let it go, but I can't stop to run away. To run away.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LG Ultragear presents the TEC Challenger Series for the VCT off-season, powered by Amazon India, with our GPU partners being Zotac gaming partners being Intel, memory and storage partners being Crucial, laptop partners being Asus, and our broadcast partner is none other than Loco. Your boy Aggressive is back on the hot seat with a mouthful, as per usual, when it comes down to the sponsor call-out, with Baba Gusta on my side. He's not going to be the one to do it this time around because he's chicken, but that's completely fine and dandy because we have a lot of games free on our hands. Xerxia going up against Velocity after what Xerxia did on the first initial game going up against Fancy United. I'm a little bit worried about what Xerxia's mental is going to look like because the team got completely dominated on that particular map.
Yeah, and now, I mean, you could say the same thing to Team Velocity Gaming too. They're yet to receive a win in the series. So they're currently in the last position of the standing, having 0 wins and 3 losses. So winning up against Xerxia should be their main concern to ensure that they would get themselves back up on their game. And the same thing can be said to Xerxia as well. They've already secured only they've only secured one match win. Winning a matchup against winning a matchup against Team Velocity Gaming will make sure to have at least some hopes and dreams to proceed in towards the playoffs. With Bleed, Fancy United, Revenant, and franchise players, all 4 of these teams are currently in the stages of being in the playoffs. The 4th place might be the place where there might be a lot of changes coming into their end. So we have to see what this matchup will prove to be efficient for both Velocity as well as on the side of Team Xerxia.
Yep, that's for certain. I'm a little bit worried at the end of the day of what Velocity might do to try and get this one-up victory against Xerxia. Velocity's not been having that good of a time when it comes down to the selection of their maps. They haven't really been performing as well when it comes down to the individual level as well. Deathmaker as well on his performances. He's not been the best, but I will be pleasantly surprised when I put into the test that Deadly is the best addition that Velocity had in a while. Of course, MW1, he's always there to fill in the shoes, and his consistency is unrivaled by pretty much any player we have in South Asia. But at the end of the day, a player has to step down, another one has to step up. And Deadly, he's been performing admirably for the entire roster.
Yeah, Deadly has been an amazing player for Team Velocity Gaming. Back then, he used to be in Team Reckoning Esports. So, being as the duelist, he's been making an exceptional job, synergizing it well with the Deathmaker. And also, you still have a Mitrasu and also Right to Ace, which can provide the best support that they can need, with them being as the initiator to give them good info, and also Right to Ace to make sure that everything is working out smoothly.
As we head on down over into the lineups and the rosters that they have set in stone for us here, ladies and gentlemen, Velocity, they're going to be the ones to get highlighted first with Amaterasu, Deadly Tan, Deathmaker, Helef, and Right to Ace on the team. Pretty much a household name when it comes down to the game of Valorant for the South Asian region for a reason here as well, because Velocity, they're absolutely incredible in the way that they play, but at the end of the day, that incredible play has taken a pretty massive nosedive into obscurity. And I'm really hoping that the Fallen Kings, what we have dubbed them previously, the title is now back under their belt, and hopefully they can reclaim the throne once again to be one of the best, not only in South Asia, but also in Southeast Asia as well.
Yeah, they've had a major dent in the first half of this series. And I believe this match would be the day where Velocity Gaming could rise up back and make sure that they would stay in the playoffs. But in order for that to happen, they have to make sure that they go up against Team Xerxia. Team Xerxia, on the other hand, they are a dangerous and deadly duo. They have to go up against Scary, Viper Demon, Fluky, and Surf and Sui too. So, gotta say, they have a lot of work that Velocity Gaming needs to make sure that whatever strategies that Team Xerxia has put up upon them, they need to make sure that they're prepped and ready for it.
Yeah, the way that Xerxia have been playing as well, they are showcasing a little bit more reliance on team play and performances, but that team play and performance seems to have taken a bit of a hit as well when it comes down to their overarching strategy. Of course, Viper Demon, in my eyes, one of the best additions that they could have had. This guy is just on another level. The man is now subbing in for one of his teammates. He's the 6th man for the squad, and this 6th man is seemingly playing as if he has been part of the team for the longest time. And to add on to that, Baba, he's 34 years old. And he's consistently top fragging for his squad.
I mean, you could say age is just a number, because when it comes to performance, man, an age like that still delivers fanciest blows, while making sure that he would give enough amount of chances for Xerxia to win most of their matchups. But for now, talk about the standing itself. They've only won one matchup, Xerxia, and the rest of the matches, Fancy United, they've made a fantastic performance, and that to going up against Xerxia. We didn't expect a win from Fancy United all the way from 13 to 12, I believe, in a certain matchup. So for Xerxia Esports, if they have to make sure that they would bring themselves back up, it's the same thing for them too, where they have to defeat Velocity Gaming and make sure that they would stay up to date with the standings.
It's all about surviving at the end of the day, and it's all about just digging deep and finding exactly what you need to bring down to the table to ascend to victory. Hopefully, we're not going to be sent over onto Ascent because I'm sick and tired of the map. Thank you for banning it out. Good God, that map has just been ruined for me. Whenever I load into Valorant, if I get Ascent, I'm going to dodge that map. I don't care how many bans I get. I don't care how much of RR I'm going to lose. I just hope this map never shows up. But what we do have in store for you is the other map that we hate and love at the same time. It's going to be Bind. I don't know. It's either Bind or it's Ascent. Can we just stop with the dual dynamics?
Look, Aggressive, no matter what happens, these two maps, Ascent and Bind, is one of the main maps that's been played on the entirety of this region, right? And in order to start things off competitively, to understand the map knowledge, the lineups and everything, yeah, Ascent and Bind is clearly the ones to take a look for. And you could say that's what it binds us together, right? No matter if it's on map Ascent, you just, what I do is I just usually stand up. But, jokes aside, as we take a look at the agents pick between Team Xerxia and Velocity, you're going to see the agents picks being made from both the sides. Xerxia will be on defense and Velocity will be on attack, which means they'll have some certain agents played to it accordingly. We're going to see a breach being brought off from PTC.
Yeah. The way that the compositions are looking like for both of these squads, I'm a little bit more on the uneven plane of existence when it comes down to the other end of this. You have a team playing purely based upon information with the Viper, with the Sky and of course the Fade on one end, while on the other side you have a Breach and the Sky instead. They have a lot of information to play around it. They have a lot of flash potential to get their way in, but they lack information, and that information denial could just be a problem. Amaterasu, regardless of the situation, gets away with one frag, and that one frag will be the most crucial part of this play. They have the information that they want. They have all that they need to try and survive, but Deathmaker misses out on the shot, and of course, it's going to be Viper Demon. So quick and so swift on the engagement. They take it away, and with this first initial bout, it's already a 3 versus 4 situation with the retake not looking that clean.
Still got to worry about the flanks, and Viper Demon is just making sure that he would provide so much pressure to force Velocity Gaming to watch from their backs every single time. And here comes the pressure from Xerxia. Surf to start it off to remove right to Ace. Viper Demon, oh boy, somehow Deadly misses so much shots, and Helaf needs to make sure that he would win this, and unfortunate, he won't be able to do so. Scary will get the final frag out with the help of the Frenzy and provide Xerxia the win that is required on round number 1. Kind of like how Velocity went in with the initial plays. Once they realized that they've lost the control from Showers, they immediately used the power of Teleport to proceed from the B side. And that's exactly how Bind works. With the help of the Teleport, you'll be able to quickly reposition back from maybe from the A side or B side. So you've got to make sure that you have certain agents that can provide you, good maneuverability, and that's where Raze comes into play.
The facts here on the screen as well. Velocity has a 68% win rate when it comes down to the map of Bind, while Xerxia has only 56. 56 might be a pretty, let's say, low number compared to what Velocity have, but still, consider something. Xerxia has been playing this map quite often, and they have showcased their prowess on this particular map on the international level as well, going up against other teams. So Xerxia, of course, will be the team that we are favoring a little bit more on this particular map, but Velocity, they have a couple of strats under their belt that I'm pretty sure that Xerxia are not yet ready for. Again, Viper Demon holding it down aggressively when it comes to the back end of the side. Has to pull on, and the shots are so clean! Oh my god! Get this man out of the server because he's absolutely criminal.
The shot and a spray connect from Viper Demon.
With a
My
bulldog
goodness.
at that
Bulldog.
range.
Jeez. And he's actually looking for a third. He's actually going aggressive. He's going to see whether if he could find it on Amaterasu. And since he only has the pistol in hand, the only difference is the information. Oh boy, great shot though. Amaterasu, headshot to remove the Sky.
Smokes down.
Because they will have some certain ground control in the certain situation. Still got to worry about the hooker place. That's exactly where the controller is. Scary. That too, having the Spectre in hand, he could use the Molotov to deny the default plant. So Velocity needs to make sure that they plant it in a very secure spot to make sure that they could handle out their control on post-plant situation as well. Right 2S will do exactly that. Post-plant, VLT, 2v3. They've got to secure to make sure that they can get themselves back up on their feet, and with the help of that Bulldog Amaterasu, miss a lot of shots, but he will deal major damage to Fluky. Good headshot.
Oh, there's a
Surf.
chance. Eco win.
B2, Matrasu. Will you commit for this? All it requires is just a single shot to the ball. He'll
Oh
get a
my
headshot
God, he
instead.
got it!
Now he just needs to deal with Scary. He still has the Molotov. All it requires is just a
Oh my
denial.
God,
Matrasu
Matrasu!
gets one more. 4K.
Get the thrifty, baby.
As he receives 2 kills from the Ghost and 3 kills from the Bulldog that was received from Viper Demon. You could say the power of the Bulldog did get received from Matrasu's end.
This guy is such a treat to watch. Just look at him. He's just making the map his own playground. Again, the timing just works out in his favor. Scary, he was just about to jump out of hookah. If Scary was still on the top side of hookah, this round was already done and dusted. That would have been a clutch going in the favor of Scary because Scary was still on the top end of this. And he could have gotten the trade. But no, the trades didn't come through. The timing worked out in his favor. And Velocity, they get everything under wraps. They also get a Bulldog to boot. They have 2 guns and 2 weaponries to play around with. Right to ace though. Good play from his end. Crouched, and the headshot was missed. Still survives, gets another kill. Beautifully done. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, Velocity, they're looking clean, they're looking fly, and they have all the information in the entire world that the A side has to be empty with 2 players pushing in, but they're not opting to go in for the play, considering that there is a possibility of a full-on stack on the A side, but the read is not that accurate.
And for Xerxia, they just have limited weaponry. Only a shotty from Scary, who still has the major advantage from the side, but the Prowler will immediately give away his positioning. So does the Boom Pop. The utility just played so well from VLT's end that he was forced to be removed out of that place. Immediate control from B, and also saw the hands of PTC for this Guardian. Just figure out a way to get all 5 players on the side of Team VLT, and you gotta say it's a difficult task.
Yeah, PTC. I think the entire world's against him. There's no way he's going to be able to get that one done that easily. He's going to be way faster on the engagement to find the frag and find the kill that he wants. And this first initial fight coming in from right to ace, one of the most crucial ones, but Luki, he really needed to get that shot off. If he found that kill, that could have been drastically different for this particular eco round, but, you know, potatoes, potatoes, tomatoes, tomatoes. That's my saying whenever it comes down to stuff like this. You either win out on the eco round or you lose out on it. What you freaking do? You have a buy round right after that. Play for that. Get your strategies in check, because now is where you really need to win. You lost out on your own anti-eco round. You just cannot afford to lose the buy round as well, because at that point the economy for Velocity will just snowball out of control.
Bring them down.
I could see VLT has such great controls, and also control when it comes to utility. Not gonna have any more hesitations to use it at all. Nightfall will be used, so in reply they'll have Seekers, Viper Demon, just making sure that they have good control from the hooker's side, but instead it's just the man count who gets the best of it. And now Surf will be
my
forced
God,
through
that's
the
so
Molotov,
beautiful.
and Surf, he has to fall back.
Good use.
Especially with a combo like that, the Molotov and the grab put himself from a major disadvantage. They still have the crossfire angles from Fluky and Surf. They just need to time it right if they need to get those trades well. 2 players playing on the side, the other 2 currently playing for long range. And Surf might be able to get one from the wall bang, so does Fluky. There goes the whole control from the side. They just have to focus on the long range, and that is hell left. The Seekers will give away information, so does the guiding light. Now, Xerxia and the control, they still need to worry about some certain places, and Fluky, he's making sure they have control, and a 2v4 success from Xerxia. My goodness. They will also get the spike diffusal, and they'll make sure to equalize it 2-2. My goodness, what was that? It was a 2v4 aggressive. 2v4, they only required cross angles from hooker's side and from the spawn, and they've got everything. All 4 of them.
I was hoping that Deathmaker would have peaked a little bit earlier, but no. He waited a bit too much. Helif took that early engagement, and Deathmaker just did not find that trade off on him. The shot needed to connect there in Velocity, just because they whiffed a couple of bullets. This round just completely ran away from them. Xerxia just stole this round immediately. Oh my God, Surf, you're an absolutely disgusting player. What was that shot? Poor old Deadly. He just got swatted out of the sky like a fly.
You could say he's surfing.
Yeah,
You
sure,
know,
surf and turf.
he just surfing in the ocean with his flicks from the Tour de Force. My goodness. Oh boy, and another to take out right to A's, like when he was approaching from the side towards A. Now VLT is starting to feel the pressure with Scary just removing Deathmaker off. One more kill and Surf is feeling it with the Headhunter. Just Helef left all by his lonesome 1v4. Smokes are present, so does the wall banks, which will deal some minor damage towards the sky. I've got to say, in a mere span of that early round, Surf, he just deleted deleted like 2 players from that ability, man. Jesus.
Yeah, there is no way you're gonna be surviving this one for long. Hella good for the first. Cannot really get the second. PTC's way faster. Has the stun, has everything under his belt, and Xerxia, goddamn, gotta see it again. Poof!
Oh.
What?
Oh.
Wait, the crosshair wasn't even on him. What?
I guess the movement from the chamber as he went towards the right side really did help him get the shot. Imagine that, Aggressive. Imagine that.
Thank God you didn't cast the second game. Xerxia versus Fancy United. Yes, I can. Jumped by accident and then accidentally headshot Fluky.
Yeah, man.
It happens way too often. Precise gunplay, ladies and gentlemen. We love Valorant for a reason.
It's perfectly calculated. Speaking of calculations, Deathmaker will receive his early frag out, by this time taking out the controller. So for VLT, on the bright side, when they head in for the execution, they don't have to worry about smokes being blocked out from lines of sight, and the showstopper misses!
Oh no, this is bad.
Oh no, and Fluky, don't tell me he gets a kill. No, it does not. Deadly. Make sure to get it. Needed refrag being made from Sui, as he'll be the one to hold out the entire side on the A place. Here comes the aftershock. The priest just making sure that he would give ample amount of time for Xerxia, but it's too late. Helef has got things controlled from the A lamps. With the help of smokes to block lines of sidewalk, Demon will be forced to fall or be more aggressive to see whether he could apply a lot of pressure. Without the help of Surf, when he's still playing on towards long range, still get the trade-off. Help of the AWP. Might be able to find one more kill, but he doesn't have the reposition ability, but he still gets the second.
Oh my god, how is that shot?
Okay. Alright.
The man still hits a shot like that even when the odds are stacked against him. The trades are going to be there at the end of the day, so that's the silver lining for them. But this game is just getting closer and closer by the second. Look at the frags, look at the kills, look at the aim. It's crispy.
It's simple geometry.
What? That just grazed the elbow. The elbow of the player.
Yep.
A pixel to shoot. Literally a pixel.
VLT is currently, playing it very passively this time on attack. And both of the players, both the Rays and the Sky, are currently playing behind the fountains to see whether if Xerxia will be their aggressive attempt. Oh no, sir, please don't tell me. Oh, he's gonna miss the second. He's gonna teleport back to safety. Deathmaker. Oh,
what just happened here? Hello?
All right. Surf.
Wait.
He did get the advantage, but then suddenly,
Listen, Baba.
Complex.
Remember what I told you in our ranking? It's very hard to hit a player from the back. It's really easy when they're swinging you at breakneck speeds. Doesn't matter if they get into a Bugatti or a Ferrari. Whenever they peek you, you can still hit them, but not. Shot. See what I mean?
Yeah.
If you don't have your backs turned, that's when you die.
Yep.
From now on, I'm gonna do a full 180, look the other direction, then peek a person. Watch me. I'm gonna do that, and they're not gonna be able to kill me.
But for now, as we focus from VLT's perspective, at least they have good information on players' whereabouts. So we're playing this on a very aggro take. Look at this. 3 aggressive attackers with the help of Guiding Light. They know exactly where the rest of the players from Xerxia are. With the help of smokes, the flashes, they'll make sure that they would not set foot. But this would backdrop immediately. The grenades and the shots would force right to Ace. My goodness, 3 kills from the Vandal. And a spray for VLT. It was such a risky decision for VLT to go on a very aggro potential, but they had good information on the rest of the 4 players. They knew exactly that they were pressuring a lot from the B side. And for a moment when I thought Xerxia had things under control, right to ace. He made the right to get the clutch after all.
It's just insanity at the end of the day, and god damn. If this is how the entire match is gonna go, things are just gonna start building up to be a lot more hype, and that's what's forcing the hurt, and Deathmaker doesn't miss the shot this time. Has the angle, has the read, and understands the positions that Surf wants to hold. Surf has been playing so aggressively throughout the entirety of this half, and for the last 7 rounds, he loves to show his aggression on towards A short. Deathmaker reading into the possibility, just played him like a fiddle, waited for the take, and the engagements are good. Right to ace, good for another one. And goddamn, they're finding these frags so often as well here. Velocity, they have the entire map under their own they have the entire map in their own hands.
Still gotta be careful of the orbital strikes and the rolling thunder from PTC, so gotta figure out a way to deny this, or maybe just remove them entirely. The main problem has to be the shower's control, and Scary will be detected from the Prowlers and Matarasu. It's gonna make sure that place will not happen. Oh no, the timing! The timing from Matarasu. No, Scary. Yeah, knowing exactly that he might be able to use some smokes to block lines of sight, the timing was good for VLT to apply good pressure. And for Xerxia, I believe so that they will end up saving their weaponries for now, because their next future rounds would end up having only stingers this time. So, and VLT, they're looking promising in this attack pushes here, aggressive.
They're on the attacking side, by the way, on a defense-favored map. Let that sink in, and I do believe that Xerxia, they're giving a bit too much space away towards Velocity, and they're not utilizing the utility that they have in their arsenal to solidify a lot of the aggressive pushes being made by Surf. They're underestimating how Velocity can play, and it's really hurting them. Why is Surf taking so many aggressive duels on A short when he has 2 initiators to give him a setup play? I don't care if he has an operator in his hand. If a person is posted up with a 2 to force on the other side of it, you are in no way, shape, or form getting that frag if that player is someone like Deathmaker.
Surf is gonna commit to that 2 to force. I believe he'll be from the showers' side. No, not from the showers. I think he'll be on B long. Needs to get control of it to make sure that he'll be able to, get the weaponry. Some information will be given, especially from the sky, to make sure that none of those surprise attacks would be present from VLT's end. But for VLT, having this pressure being involved by winning multiple amount of rounds on attack, they have the advantage when it comes to morale boost. So they will attempt for a full-on brute force execute, and with the use of that orbital strike, he'll be able to succeed in forcing Fluky out. Showstopper won't be able to get the right angle. In the end, it always comes down to those gunfights. It will be deadly, and
this
Hell
guy, how are you getting these kills?
1 HP, and somehow he gets away with 2 kills with the Vandal. And now, Xerxia, despite them losing a lot of control from the A side, they could still bring this back. The shot from Deathmaker will graze Viper Team into at least to a state of 10 HP. They'll at least guarantee a post plant. Deathmaker, be careful from the heavens side. No, he does not. He goes away from the right side, mainly because he needs to focus on the flank. Helef gets it. He gets the headshot, and now all they have to do is focus on Surf.
Just happened in this round, a roller coaster of emotions and pretty much trades galore from each end of this. Somehow Fluky, even though he was bombarded by utility, missed his ultimate, he still found it regardless. Has the operator in hand once again, and Deathmaker, he knows what he needs to do. He just needs to chill, he just needs to wait, save that operator, and make sure that his team does not lose it. Because now it's time to build up the bank and build up the trust as well. The team's prepped, the team's ready, and the positions are good. Deathmaker's gonna be able to run away, save that operator. I do believe that's gonna be close, but nope, Deathmaker's not gonna be able to get that. He kind of played it a bit too risky. That operator could have been clutch for them to hold on to for the next couple of rounds, but goddamn, Fluky, this round could have nearly been won just because of you.
1 HP, he ends up 2 kills with the Vandal. Such a powerful play though. And from Surf's end, he'll at least have the op. He'll be able to buy it from the shop itself. Just gonna make sure that he'll be able to, get the initial frags without facing any problems. for VLT, my goodness, the advantage is still in their favor, 6-3, and
Face your fear!
looking at the defensive side, only being able to win 3 rounds and VLT still applying pressure from the A side clearly shows how desperate that they're needed for this win. They're not going to go in for A lamps just yet, and with its concussion being made from the Trailblazer, Fluky will be caught out quite early. VLT is just removing players one by one, knowing exactly where their positionings are and using their utilities accordingly. And even with the roam presence from Xerxia not being able to get that proper connections right, mainly because of VLT applying constant pressures from the A side, it's even difficult. Amaterasu will just deny that roam clear. And also we'll still have Deathmaker for the final frag 2 by removing Surf. You see how VLT is going at this moment, even with Xerxia knowing that VLT is solely focusing on applying pressure from the A side. They are, however, leaving their flanks, in which VLT just decide, you know what, since instead of staying in that place, we'll just quickly get the side control, in which we could make their flanks renderless. And that's been successful for them for the past 2 rounds.
Velocity, though. If you told me this is how this map is gonna go, honestly, I feel like a broken record now. Keep on saying this. I have no idea how this match is gonna go. Come on. Deadly, you just did not do that to the man. He has a 2-to-force in hand and he's just flying up towards the sky. He's waiting for the first initial kill. He's probably gonna be able to get this one as well, but no, the Singer's just way better. He put away his big bad rocket launcher for one particular reason. You heard the footsteps, he was running away.
And so close.
That's so far.
It's so far. Right there. Just like I said, the flanks from Xerxia. It is still available for them, but once they get to it, VLT have already succeeded in post-block.
There.
And now Xerxia, even with only 2 Sheriff, they've got to make do with those crispy headshots. Maybe we might be able to see it from Fluky's end. Pushing it in. Oh, jeez! 2 kills already.
God,
my goodness. What a powerful shot. Another headshot. Deathmaker still gets away with the kill. A second of that too to respond back. My goodness, Xerxia. Oh, man. When I say Fluky, he just does that. Oh, boy. And there was another headshot. He could have removed Deathmaker too. He was 8 HP, but he was so safe mainly because it was a wall bang from the Vandal. Imagine that. It was a wall bang. A headshot wall bang from a Vandal.
That shot coming in from Fluky, I really hope I would have seen that one. That was a disgusting Sheriff flick that probably caused one of the Velocity players to just fall out of their chairs, because that does not happen that often. And in this situation, Deathmaker's just so good! Does he keep on doing this? Surf, he's not having a good time at all. The poor guy's just consistently getting shut down.
I've got your trail.
And it's rough. But when the going gets tough, the tough need to get going and find even more. They find a lot of the shots are gonna be better though, and Amaterasu gets away with another kill. Scary's gonna get the shutdown kill over towards the face of Deathmaker, but on towards the other end of the site. Beast has been completely taken over. They have the site for themselves. The Rolling Thunder still in the hands of the defenders to go in for a possible retake, but with the last round coming in and a 2 versus 4 situation, then Rolling Thunder is not going to create that much space for your players to get their way forward. And right to Ace, playing all the way towards back of site, gets a free plan, gets the positions known, and Helef just needs to wait. He just needs to chill. No over-aggressive feeds. He's going to swing out, get the kill, and now they're stuck. 1 versus 4. Has a Rolling Thunder, but does it really even matter? No. It won't happen.
My goodness. What is happening? VLT. The way how they're proceeding with the side, the way how they're pressuring, not having a care towards flank from Xerxia is just making them even much more powerful in the first half, ending things off on a 9-3 scoreline. I've got to say, plays that we're seeing from Xerxia, the plays that we've seen from Surf and Fluky has been absolutely phenomenal. Being as the Sentinel, the shots have been working so well. There are some certain moments where, when it comes to challenging those gunfights, it's usually VLT who's getting the best of it when it comes to making those aggressive plays. Taking a look at the comparison between Helef and Surf, Helef has already secured a total of 245 ACS in the first half itself. And the lead on the kill feed itself, 12 kills and 9 kills to serve. But I think at the second half, we would see Xerxia make a comeback, mainly because of their agent composition. You still have the Raze, you still have the Breach that can help you proceed with even much more control with the help of fault lines. But you just have to see how well they could, proceed well in this endeavor. Although I still have to question, Breach is in VLT's end or is it from Xerxia?
Yeah. It's just... I don't know how this is panning out at all, Baba. I'm kind of worried now because Xerxia has not been looking that strong anymore. Did that loss against Fancy United really hit them that hard? Because consider something. When they were going up against Fancy United, they were looking so much more stronger. But now up against Velocity to take a 3-8... Sorry, a 9-3, right? A 9-3 hit against them? Yeah, you have the curse in your favor, but that curse is not going to be enough. And Amaterasu being the IGL... it's just running you down as well in so many of these scenarios. 236 ACS. As the IGL, as the initiator, every single one of these initiators, they're just cracked out of their minds, Baba. And this is happening over and over again throughout this entire tournament. It's the initiators, man. It's no longer the duelists. It's the initiator and the chambers. Chamber can be a duelist, but I don't really care. I'm going to continue to talk about him as a sentinel.
As in, he's a duelist, yeah. I can understand. The way how Chamber plays as a sentinel, he's both of a mixture of both duelist and a good anchor hold from the side itself. So, especially when you have an ability with a quick teleport, which can help you proceed from one side to the other. If you can, you use the teleportation anchor well, you can just teleport yourself from B side to A side with just, the use of that ability. LF, this time, since they'll be the ones on defense, they'll be playing on the pistol round itself. So Fluky, with them already knowing the information and the guiding light, will proceed to go in for at least some execute, beautiful. But he's just been held up with the fault lines, but he somehow gets away with everything. Fault lines, grenades, somehow he gets away with everything, and that he would follow it up with a kill.
Oh my god, Deathmaker, he was playing with fire there. Ew, goodbye! Fluky, you just don't stand in the most common pre-fire position when it comes down to this fight. You just got completely caught off guard. The positions are not that good as well. Serve's not going to be able to survive this one. Possibly, if Helif gets the timing for this. It's all about the shot. It's all about the fight. He's going to be able to get another one. Helif with the third. Helif's possibly going to be looking for his fourth. Doesn't really happen. It's going to be PTC surviving and getting the frags for his team to equalize things out just a tiny little bit for his team. But nope, Deathmaker doesn't miss the secondary. He misses one, he misses two, but he's not gonna miss his third. That's gonna be Deathmaker for you, baby. And Scary, last one remaining. Nothing that he can do. 3-10 as Velocity. They're just taking the hype train, and they're riding on top of it.
And what a play from Helef. Even though he was bombarded with so many utilities. The fault line, the guiding light. And getting away with 2 kills like that while still being alive, that's some great value coming in from Velocity's end. And look at Xerxia. They are heading in for a forced buy. 3 stingers. They want to fight this head on. Because mainly this is 10-3, so if Xerxia does not win this round, then it would be even much more difficult for them to proceed in the next future rounds too.
Forcing!
Yeah, they are force buying it.
Oh, this is bad. This has gone from bad to worse. I could understand if they opted to go in for a save here, because opting for a save would have been a much more of a better plan, but this force could just fall flat on its face because they didn't even get the plan down in that last particular round. Without the plan, you can't go in for an optimum force buy, because at that point, you're just hurting yourself for the following rounds. But when the going gets tough for them, they need to try and figure out a strat to break through the walls of Velocity. But Velocity, they're just riding on the momentum. There has been not a single pause being taken by any of the members of Xerxia, and this has gone from bad to worse, with the spray coming in as well. Right away is dealing a good chunk of chip damage already. Xerxia's looking quite clean, but they're not going to be able to take over the side that easy. It's way better with deadly hit on the side. Right Twist comes in for the save. Surf goes down, and they're already 2 players down. They get the plan down at the end of the day, but at what cost?
And the side is still going in for BLT, but Xerxia, they're still confirmed post plant. And look at how the players have been removing one by one, even with the flash. Somehow Sui will survive, but not for long. Helef, get it. Get the final frag at that too. My goodness, BLT. The hype train is still active. 11-3. We're succeeding both the pistol round as well as the second. They didn't opt for a save, which means that when it comes to economy growth from Xerxia, oh, they are going in for yet another first buy once again.
I'm dumbfounded. I really am, Baba. 11-3 for Xerxia. Velocity's been looking rocky throughout this tournament, but in this game, they did their homework and they were mentally prepared for each and every bit of it. The fact that Velocity were a lot more stronger on this particular map, you could see the reason for it as well. They have a higher win rate for this particular instance, and Deathmaker's just riding on the high of it all. He's going to be able to find the trades, get it down over into a 3 versus 4 situation, make it a 3 versus 3, never mind. Because now Velocity, they need to opt to go in for this retake. Good amount of utility in hand. They have their Rolling Thunder available on the attack. Maybe a bit too aggressive, but doesn't really matter. Scary still, regardless of the situation, gets the frag, gets the play that he wants. Flash coming in the hands of one of the players. It's going to be deadly, going up to the plane. That's going to be the first, looking for the secondary. But why did PTC go for the aggressive take? He had the Rolling Thunder available. He's now down.
Smoke's down.
Oh, God.
Oh, boy. This could still go in for BLT. My goodness, deadly!
Deadly! Oh. Did he just do that?
It's match point.
Did he actually just do that?
And here's the thing, aggressive. Xerxia, they don't have any cash left.
Oh, God.
They don't have any money.
Why did the player with the Rolling Thunder push to elbow? Xerxia, what is this massive disconnect when it comes down to the communication and the post plan? You had a Rolling Thunder PTC and you still opted to go in for that aggressive of a push? No way. This just did not happen.
Oh boy. Deadly, my goodness, he succeeds in a post plant with a triple kill. Now Xerxia, they are desperate. Look at that. Aggressive attempts from the A side. They're just bundled up. A lamps have been entirely cornered, and somehow VFP, they haven't lost a single player just yet. Amatrasu make sure to go in for the trade. Will succeed in at least planting the spike. And now they just have to focus on the rest of the players from BLT and Viper. And so much aggressive from that particular place. He still has the Bulldog. He needs to make sure his shots would count. And Amatrasu being on a very risky position, and Surf will just make sure that he won't be able to make any attempt for this post plant.
All right,
and look at
Ace, it's all up to
all
you,
the way
buddy.
from the flank. He might be able to make a dangerous play. The crossbar angles is present from hell left. Right to Ace. All it requires is just oh! Scary gets it. He flicks it back with the 180.
Sit down.
Netmaker gets one more headshot, but Xerxia, they will get it. They will finally get the win without using any utilities from the Orbital Strike nor from the Rolling Thunder from PTC.
How are they doing this without any utility? What is happening? Xerxia, they survive for one more round, but the real question is, will this be the making of an entirely different comeback? It was 3-12. Velocity need one more round to close things off. One more mistake coming in from Xerxia, and everything for them is over. They have the Orbital Strike. They have the Rolling Thunder. The members of Xerxia need to take a deep breath, slow things down, and then push it in. Because at this point, Xerxia's not looking that good. They're not looking that proper. And it all needs to start here for them. Swing out over from one of the sidelines. They have the corner, they have the angle, but Deathmaker's just way quicker on the engagement. He misses out on the secondary shot, but that's all that he needed to do. Just survive for the first initial hit. Here comes the rush, here comes the play. And oh my god, he's still very much alive. Right to it, comes in for the back end of the top rope. He gets the double. And now it's all up to Deathmaker. He needs to run on away, knows the exact position of Scary. He's not going to take that peek. He's not going to take that engagement. And now stuck in a 1 versus 3 situation is going to be Scary. And we know how deadly he can be, but Deadly 10, he has something else to say about it. Operator comes up for the swing, and Deathmaker with the 1-2 punch and a triple kill to boot. Velocity, they're the ones to take this match away. And Xerxia, this loss was uncalled for.
What just happened?
Yeah, Baba's voice alone is gonna tell you everything here.
What just happened on defense? Every single time we saw Xerxia just kept force buying. And with them losing so many rounds and Deadly with the recovery on post-plant, where was this in the initial rounds? You know, where was the previous 3 matches where Velocity, they could have been on the top of the leaderboards with a performance like that?
Yeah, exactly.
Man, oh man, Xerxia, although they were looking so confident although they were looking so strong in the first half, suddenly something happened. Was it the constant pressure that Velocity had been providing on attack while they've been going in for the execute? Maybe with Amaterasu with just not only doing information, but also getting kills both at the same time. My goodness, MVP, it is Deathmaker, folks. 325 ACS with a 76% win rate.
He's just been insane. Damage per round also at 215 with a headshot percentage of 36.6. And the man's been, using the Cypher Rifle for the longest time. The fact that even though he was using an operator, he still has a 36% win rate. Which is pretty high, mind you, considering how much impact he had throughout the game. Velocity, this was a sight to behold and a performance they needed to get themselves back onto the board as well. This is their first win, and they got this win in style against one of the best teams in Southeast Asia. This is something that you can write home about, but for Xerxia, I don't know what just happened. Because Xerxia, they're the home favorites for this. We were all rooting for them to win this, considering their statistics in the past, plus what the team has been doing for the longest time. What just happened? Everything fell apart. Xerxia, no real utility usage as well. Baba, you can back me up on this as well. Where was the utility? Surf was taking dry peaks consistently throughout the entirety of this game. He was pushing A short with an operator when he has 2 initiators on his team that can set him up for him to just hold the angle. There was nothing.
Even the Rolling Thunder 2 in the second half, we didn't get to see a lot of presence being used from the breach itself. Like, they could have helped get even much more control, but once you saw that, like, they were still holding on to it. So take a look at the scoreboard itself. The side of Team Xerxia, we still have Scary with a total of 11 kills, and then we have Deathmaker with the Chamber, 20 kills, and a combat score of 325. Amaterasu was just going so crazy, man, in the first half, playing as the Fade, not only giving information with the help of the Prowlers, he did ended up winning a lot of gunfights. And I still have to appreciate the way how Xerxia played, especially with the Sheriff shots too. Those Sheriff shots was insane in the first half. Fluky and Scary, they were the only 2 players left in a 2v4 situation. Xerxia, they had won that 2v4. Gotta give it to them. But afterwards, after that 2v4 clutch happened, VLT, they still had the confidence. They still had the morale boost. And no matter how many times they kept pressuring them on and on and on in the first half and the second half, Xerxia, they couldn't handle it. They couldn't control the pressure. And unfortunately, they had to give in.
You gotta love it when you see it. But at the same time, this was actually a tragedy in the making. Again, I'm speechless just as much as you are. I'm pretty sure the audience is quite surprised as well, because Xerxia, this is not the performance that we know them for. And again, looking at the players, this was just a massive disconnect. Probably a bad day from them, and especially after the loss they had against Fancy United. But after the break, I thought they would have that mental reset and just do the homework on Velocity. You can never underestimate your opposition. Was it a case of Velocity just playing out of their minds? Yes, of course. But on the other side of the spectrum, you do see Xerxia, a team that is known to be the best. Did they get overconfident? Because look at the way this one panned out. 13-4. 14 first bloods going in the favor of Velocity. Forget about the first bloods. Out of 11 post plants, Velocity won 9 of them. They got 9 retakes.
My goodness. Wow. 14 first bloods? I'm speechless. I'm actually speechless. I had no idea what that actually happened, man. Well, Team Velocity, my goodness. 13-4 up against Team Xerxia. And just by looking at the first blood thrifties and clutches itself, man, that is a lot. I mean, yeah, even I'm also speechless at this part. Xerxia, first blood, no clutches, post plant not working too well in their favor. Of course, there were some certain rounds that they did win in a 2v4,
Yeah.
but nonetheless, man,
The aim was
I
there.
did not expect. Yeah, the aim was present, but I did not expect this outcome. Not at all. We'll take a look at the graph as well from the economy, the way how it went in from both VLT and Xerxia. You see how constant it is from Velocity's end when it comes to gaining good, knowing that they have constant weaponry, good usage of utilities, and in the second half, we did get to see Xerxia kept going in for those 4 spies, which it did ended up losing a lot of rounds in the near future too. Losing the pistol rounds, they even ended up losing the bonus rounds too, which it did put Xerxia in a very difficult state.
It's just looking at the graph as well, it paints that picture of how the members of Velocity, they kept their players alive through the end of it all. And that's one of the main reasons why they had such a consistent graph. Yes, of course, a win-loss, when you have a lot of round differential, it counts, it adds up, but you need to win rounds on a much more consistent basis where you have at the bare minimum 3 of your players alive. Unless you have that, your economy is just going to take a massive nosedive down where you can't really snowball the amount of momentum that you are trying to gain just by winning one particular round. It started building up, and at that point, it built up so high that Velocity, they were just able to trample over the side of Xerxia. And Xerxia, they were just not able to pick themselves up. I understand. Maybe you wanted to take a lot of aggressive duels and aggressive engagements where you know you're the ones who have the better mechanical skill, but if that doesn't work, aren't you supposed to use utility? Their duels were good. They were hitting their shots. That's not the thing here. Some people are going to say, oh, Xerxia's just bad. They can't aim. No. Xerxia were hitting incredibly nutty flicks and nutty shots, but throughout the entire game, I saw 0 utility usage and 0 setup plays. Where were the setup plays at all in this entire match? The team were not playing together at all, while on the other side of the spectrum, Velocity, they were just punishing every single mistake, because if you're not using your utility to flush out the players of Velocity, of course they're going to out-aim you. Of course they're going to take those aggressive duels against you, and they're going to win. Where's the strategy? Valorant is a game of strategy, especially on Bind, where your set plays and your executions need to be proper and your defensive side holds need to be good as well. And unless you have that, it just won't bode well for you. Xerxia, this is not the look that we expected from it. I'm really hoping down the line they can do something about it, because I don't know how this is going to look for them. The fact that Xerxia lost out on this game means that their chances of heading on down over onto playoffs is nearly getting close to 0. They need wins, and they only have 1 on the board. Just 1.
Yep. But for Team Velocity Gaming, though, a powerful performance from them. But they're not out of it just yet. We still have one more matchup, folks, and that is Team Velocity Gaming, who will go up against Team Estar Esports, which will happen right now. So we're going to take a short little break, and we'll be right back after this.
Welcome back everyone to the LG Ultragear presents the Esports Club Challenger Series Edition 9. This is an official off-season event of the Valorant Champions Tour, and this edition is powered by Amazon.in. We've got our GPU partner Zotac, our gaming partner Intel, storage partner Crucial. Of course, we've got our laptops powered by Asus, and as always, broadcast partner Loco. I'm CSV, joined alongside Elka, and now we'll be bringing to you, the final couple of matches we have here in day 4 of the group stages. We have the 8 best teams overall from South Asia and Southeast Asia combined facing off against each other in a round-robin format. Tons and tons of matches have already happened, Elka. We have seen upsets. We have seen, just stomp over victories. We have seen overtime after overtime, triple overtime at times as well, which can only hype us up even further. So after seeing today's matches, Elka, what have been your thoughts, seeing the games that have been played out?
I mean, certainly, first of all, I should mention the last game, Velocity versus
True.
Esports, which was completely a head turnover match, I should say, because Velocity was on a losing streak. They weren't getting any games to themselves. But the last match, the way they striked against Xerxia Esports, that was very insane. And I can say, maybe one of the reasons, or should I say, maybe one of the aspects that we can look at Xerxia Esports losing is, first of all, of course, they were playing on a different server. But moving forward, putting Fluky on a duelist and changing Surf, the only main duelist, into Chamber. So that could have affected them a little or more.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the same thing what Velocity have been doing as well, right? You, on one hand, used to have Deathmaker, Jetmain, dive, time and time again, he's going to be your entry, but now Deathmaker himself has transitioned more into that chamber, and we're seeing Deadly pick up more of that role. But for Velocity, this time it worked. It wasn't just both of Deadly and, Deathmaker. Rather, it was the entire roster, the coordination with which they were pushing alongside complementing the utility, it made it even better.
And Velocity, they have one more game for today against Estar Esports. And Estar Esports, let me tell you, this team got qualified, beating one of the best teams in country, and group stages they've been doing, I think, in a balanced ratio, not too bad, not too good, but their match
can be
against,
better,
yeah, their match against franchise players was the most impressive one. That is the match which turned most of the people's heads and watching like, oh, who are actually Estar Esports? They're the underdog team upcoming in the VCT off season, but I should say they had such a good match against franchise players, and I'm really confident that Estar is ready for their match against Velocity. On the other hand, Velocity just had their first victory in VCT off season, so they might be looking confident in order to carry that momentum of bind map.
It's not just about momentum. For both of these teams, the thing is, it's dire stakes. For both of these teams, to a certain extent, it's that do-or-die situation which already has presented themselves in front of them. Yes, Velocity have just taken a stomp over victory over the side of Xerxia after playing on that map of Bind. Yes, they have registered their first win. But the problem is for Velocity, they have had 3 losses before that, which means every single matchup of theirs is going to be a do or die. If Velocity lose, there is a high likelihood these guys in front of our screens may not be able to qualify. Again, they may be able to, but it depends a lot. You will have to talk about certain situations. The conditions will rise up severely, which is obviously something Velocity and all of their fans watching do not want to. Meanwhile, for Velocity fans, they'll still be rejoicing because these guys in front of our screens, they have been fragging out of their minds in the past in the past 1 hour, shall I say, and they'll be looking to do the same.
Yep, they are definitely, and I should say last map, right to his performance was definitely on point. And Deadly, oh my god, he is getting better and better at the race plays in the map of Bind. And I think Velocity is confident in order to, face off against Estar Esports. But moving forward, before we jump into Estar Esports lineup, I should say, I mean, they had their hurdles going on, they still have, and together as a team, they're standing really confident. And I should say, Estar Esports also are running out of chances right now in order to qualify to the top 4. We're already halfway through the group stages and we just have a couple of days more left, so they have to be really careful of this match against Velocity Gaming and Estar Esports. I think we have their lineup ready. We've got some amazing players like Cortez, Dominic, Micro, Sami and ZSPW. And Dominic has been doing wonders with his controller setup.
He has been, and the entirety of Estar, right? It's a very, very diverse lineup that they have. However, it's a very, very new lineup of theirs as well. They haven't had the longest amount of times playing this server, kind of like some of the other teams here we have in the playoffs of the Challenger Series, right? To a certain extent, you can even put Estar and Xerxia in the same pool. Whereas with Xerxia, the problem was, yeah, a little bit of their roster still remained. You still had Surf and Scary. However, 3 of their players were changed and they picked up 3 new members very, very recently. As for Estar Esports, yes, their roster has stayed the same, but the time they have spent together is far, far lesser when compared to the side of Velocity or next up, when Estar will be facing Revenant as our final matchup of the day. Both of their oppositions, considering just the sheer experience they have, just the coordination that they'll have, will put the opponents of Estar at a slight advantage. However, the player performances can obviously overlook that time and time again. If your players are shining, they can outshine everyone else, and here we have 2 members in front of our screens who have been doing just that.
Yep, 2 chamber players, Rhythmika versus this PW, and I should say both the players have outstanding operator skills. I should say this PW recently, the match against franchise players, he totally amazed everyone with his operator skills. Deathmaker with a total of 215 ACS and ZSPW with 185. But what stands strong is that ZSPW and Deathmaker have a very close damage per round, but that is 135 for Deathmaker and 127 for ZSPW. So these definitely are 2 players to watch out for.
Yeah, and the players themselves have to watch out for, any sort of opposition in front of them. I think with you highlighting that KD ratio being slightly higher for Deathmaker, it is a little bit better. Because regardless of what kind of map we'll be seeing, there is a chance both of these guys, they go on that chamber once again. And what did we just witness for Deathmaker against Xerxia? He had 20 kills. Not only that, but most importantly, he only had 7 deaths. Now, as a chamber, as an anchor, you got to make sure you're dying as little as possible to ensure the survivability of your team in a specific bomb site is long enough so that even if you die, the rotations can come back in. You cannot die early on, you cannot die a lot, you are not an entry, you're quite literally the opposite of that. And right now with the map veto coming in front of us as well, both Zesbu and Deathmaker will have to finalize their agent selections. Most likely they'll be locking in chamber as well, just like their past matches, and most likely we will be seeing a fierce head-to-head in the server, just like we had on our graphics.
Yes, and it's going to be a really good match to watch out for, because we just saw Velocity take away that victory in Bind, and yet again we are once again in Bind. And this time it's actually Velocity you got to choose the map, so yeah, it's in their favor. But Estar will be starting off on the defense, and let me tell you, Estar Esports' strongest map also stands to be Bind so far.
We saw Estar yesterday against the likes of franchise players, and yeah, sure, it may have been a loss for them. However, you cannot discount from that they did not play well. They absolutely did. They tried their level best. They gave it 110%. They went to 14 and 16 in overtime. Only then did franchise players manage to get the best out of their opposition, which ultimately led to Estar still being 0-2 in the standings, still looking for that initial win. However, this match or their next game could be just that. This can be the start of Estar Esports, but time is running out. They've got to act as soon as possible, and that is the problem looming over their shoulders. That is the problem just floating above their heads, is that, guys, if we keep on losing, we may not make it into the playoffs. We may not be fighting for a chance to get a chunk out of that 30,000 USD prize pool that is on offer here at the Challenger Series. So with that being all said and done, let's talk about Bind. We have known both of these rosters on Bind. We know for a fact they played the exact same composition. I mean, again, their past matches, they have played the exact same comp without any changes. They're bringing that double initiator. They're bringing the Prowler and Trailblazer combo together. Sky and Fade will be brought out. Brimstone, Chamber, and then finally you've got the Raze. It's very standard for Bind. Do you have any opinions about that kind of agent composition? Would you like to see any changes that may allow one of these teams to try and take the win?
Not really from Velocity Gaming side at least, but I think Estar would like to change few things here and there. Maybe go ahead and opt for a different duelist, or most likely we've seen Estar Esports being the only one of those teams who's actually picked up Sova and a map of Bind. So far, I think they are looking good. Not major change, but also a little, maybe tiny changes
Just
like
a
picking
slight.
up fade over
Mm-hmm.
Sova, or maybe a KO introduction, because we've seen KO come through in bind a lot of times, and I think there's a lot of open areas, so the flashes also come handy.
Yeah, there is that slight room for change, right? Especially we're talking so much about the initiator control because, first of all, both these teams are bringing two initiators, which already gives them an added bonus of getting an extra if they want. If they want to keep the sky, perfectly they can. Bind in of itself is a very close quarter combat encountering map. You are going to instigate a lot of early gunfights. Your players are going to get damaged, and since you're not bringing a Sage, might as well get the sky, might as well get someone who can heal you just in the nick of time, just enough so that you can take potentially even more firefights, kill potentially even more players of the opponent team. That makes sense. But yeah, if you want to, change or have a make-do of your secondary initiator, very well is possible. But when it comes to your controller, Duelist, Sentinel, Chamber, Brimstone, Raze, all of them make perfect sense. There have been times where we have seen other controllers brought out. Astra has been picked on Bind, Viper has been picked, but that's all in the old meta. Recent days, Brimstone has been there. He's been getting a lot more of traction, not just on Bind, on other maps. But right now, it's up to the players as well to choose their agent compositions. And of course, it's up to our casters as well to take all of you through and entertain you throughout the match. So once again, we throw to you guys.
Thank you, CCV. After the perfect analysis that you gave us of the picture that you painted, in this particular match, I'm really excited to see what Estar are going to be capable of. Again, after that match against franchise players, I'm pleasantly surprised with this team and what they're really capable of, and what they could be bringing us down onto the table as well. Because consider something here, Baba. The fact that franchise players were pushed to overtime number 3, you were with me during that entire fiasco, because that was a ride. That was a showing coming in from the side of Estar, and they were confident. But for Velocity, they just beat out Xerxia. 13-3. 13-3. Yeah, exactly. To take out Velocity when they're this confident, when their spirits are running high, it's going to be extremely difficult. The picture has been painted. Everything is done properly. And as we head on down over towards Asian selection screen soon enough, we really need to see how this entire map is going to pan out. And I want your analysis on it. How will this one go?
Oh man, my analysis about both the teams between Velocity and Team Estar Esports. I don't know, Estar Esports, although they've shown that they are capable of, giving a tough fight to the opposition team, they haven't won a single match just yet, right? I mean, the only match that Velocity had won was when they went up against Xerxia Esports, which had happened in the previous round. So you could say that when it comes to the difference between Velocity Gaming and Estar Esports, I could repeat the same thing that I said in the previous match itself. Estar, although all of the teams that you see from Estar Esports are just technically stars, they could make an unbelievable plays by doing just solo plays itself. But when it comes to coordinating as a team, that's where most difficulty comes in from Estar Esports is at. You could almost say the same from Velocity Gaming's too, especially when they had a lot of difficulties in the early rounds itself. But once you see them go up against Xerxia, the way how they coordinated it well, the way how Deadly and Deathmaker played to their sides accordingly while they was on defense and attack, they have made a fantastic job. And hopefully, I'd expect to see that coming in from East, coming up with the same strategy, which they are going up against Team Estar Esports too, because the map is still the same. It's Bind again. And for Estar Esports, they were also the same thing when they went up against franchise players too, right? I guess it was the same map where Estar Esports went all the way from OT. But yeah, as we take a look at the agent selects itself, we will see a almost a mirror matchup between both the sides of VLT and ESG. So it always depends on the timing of utilities and the early picks in which either VLT or ESG might be able to get ahead of it.
It'll just depend on how this entire matchup will go for them. And again, I'm kind of on the much more, let's say, susceptible side to this entire matchup, because at the end of the day, consider something here, Baba. Both of the teams, they're running the exact same composition.
Yep.
Velocity have already showcased that they're pretty hard hitting on this certain comp. And on the other side of the spectrum, Estar, on this particular map, they've also showcased their own proficiency, but they have a lot of cracks in their armor because the team does not play as often together. They're not setting each other up for the plays as much, and they're looking for much more individual frags. And if this will be something to paint a picture upon after what happened with Xerxia. I do believe that Velocity, they're in the favor of winning this one a lot more compared to Estar.
It always depends on how it would work out from the matchup itself, right? And talk about the standings between, on the side of Team Velocity Gaming and Estar Esports. Both of them, Velocity Gaming just secured one match win, and they still have two more matches left for tomorrow and day after tomorrow to make sure that they would get themselves back up, at least securing fourth or third place spot if they win majority of their matchups. If they could not win up against EST, then chances of them securing their spot on towards the playoffs will be decreased significantly. And the same thing can also be said for Estar Esports too. Estar Esports, although they've made a fantastic performance up against team franchise players, in the end they didn't win it. They are still yet to win a match. They are still need to make sure that they would make themselves go up to the standing itself. And this match will be able to determine whether if Team Velocity Gaming would proceed into the next phase, or will it be Team Estar Esports.
Two sides of the story here for them to try and find, and in my eyes, yeah, Estar, they have their work cut out for them, that's for certain. The team's not going to be looking as happy at the end of the day because of the way that they have been playing, but I do believe regardless of the situation, it can still work. They'll still get the opportunity to do what they do best. But then again, I want much more disciplined plays coming out from the entire squad. Estar, I understand you're a brand new roster. You're not going to have as much discipline compared to the likes of Velocity, who have stuck together for what? Last 1.5 years, pretty much, since they started. So the roster is pretty much set in stone for the longest time, with Deadly being the recent addition, but he feels like he's at home. The man's been playing on this roster for the longest time, and he doesn't even care. Much more wiser than his years, that's for certain, and having the sheer level of experience on that roster is just elevating him towards the peak performance that he can bring for the entire team and also for the entire region, that is for certain. A couple of technical difficulties are plaguing us, ladies and gentlemen. I'm extremely sorry for the short delays, but we are making sure that the players, they're going to be happy as they jump on down in towards the game, because consider something, this is a very high-stake game for both of these teams. For Velocity, they only have what? They played 4 matches. They have only 3 more matches to go. And if they don't win those 3 matches, their chances of heading on down over onto playoffs is close to 0 as well. Same as Xerxia.
Once you complete the match, like you said, they only have 2 matches left. Tomorrow, in which they would go up against Team Alter Ego, and then we have the final matchup when they go up against Team Revenant Esports. Now, let's not forget, Revenant Esports have already secured 3rd place, meanwhile Franchise being on 4th. Meanwhile, Fancy United being on 2nd, and Bleed being on the top of the leaderboards. And you could say that when it comes to the positions of 3rd and 4th place, it will be tight. That is for sure.
Yeah,
but focusing on the agents picks itself and also on the map on Bind, you clearly could see that in the agents picks itself, it's literally a mirror matchup. It's you have all the similar agents. There's no changes on map Bind, except, like I said, it always depends on the timings of the utility being placed and also the early picks in which either Velocity or Team Estar Esports would get a good advantage of. The only difference would it be is that would they go in for a very aggressive pressured approach, just like how we see from VLT when they went up against Team Xerxia, constant pressure from the A side, or would it be a different strategy like play for picks? What could it be?
Could be either or at that point, because again, Bind is a lot more about strategic diversity in the sense of how you go in for your hits. You have a couple of set executions, maybe let's just say, in theory, you have 8 set execution plays that you can do with the composition that you have. But the way that you play those set plays is drastically different. Maybe you're waiting for that first initial pick. Maybe you're waiting for that first bit of information to come in by throwing out utility. Maybe you're wasting the utility from the defenders or the attackers before you start to go in for your own play. There's a lot of diversity on this particular map. And honestly, as an analyst, I've grown to love this map a lot more because of its strategic diversity over time. And that's particularly because of one reason. This map does allow you to be creative, but not in the way that other maps do. This map allows you to change your timing and the flow of the entire game. While for other maps, you can have strategic diversity of where your players will push in, take control of the map, and then go. Here, map control is not as important. It's not as crucial. It's all about the information that you find early on in the round and utilizing that information to just go in for easier site takes and pushes. And Velocity, they have it down to a T of how to utilize that information and how to gain it with a minimum level of utility usage. But from what I have seen coming in from Estar, they have to utilize a lot more utility because they're not proficient to that same level just yet. Because again, I've seen this over and over again where the utility usage coming in from Estar is a little bit disconnected. One utility is thrown a bit too early, other one is thrown in late or not thrown in at all. While on the previous game where they were going up against Xerxia, I do believe that one particular utility usage will come into the highlight reel for this. That Fate Seize and that Brimstone mode. That was perfectly timed. Both of them were thrown in perfect conjunction.
Now with the match number 4 being in play for today's series. We're gonna see VLT, see whether if they could secure yet another win, and this time up against Team Estar Esports. And let's not forget, this is a team where we have a lot of players in different nationality. You know, we have one player from the Philippines, and also, but now let's just focus on the match as we see VLT just starting off with 2 kills already at the early of the round itself. So for EST, it will be a lot of pressure, and Cortez just catches off a Matarasu while he was very busy trying to get himself off from the Showers' side. But in the end, he will get punished off from Deadly nonetheless. Only 2 players left. VLT, what a strong start.
This looks like a complete and utter rundown coming in from Velocity. They just started rushing in, and that rush in just helped them beautifully. And ZB, okay, sure, buddy. Not showing any respect to the Molotov being thrown out by the Brimstone. Just went in for a run and gun, got a kill, and now it's all up to Micro to try and pick up the pieces. Not gonna happen because Deadly's just way quicker on it. The engagement's good, and the shots are clean with a crosshair placement to boot as well. That's another one for them to find. And Velocity are looking mighty fine.
Yes, they are. Winning this pistol round will give them even much more confidence to secure this round once again. And since they're in attack, I'm pretty much sure that VLT might do the same thing once again by applying pressure from the A side, just like they did in the previous, round too. So for EST, I believe it was an unexpected attempt because EST also made an aggressive approach all the way from A main. So this time they're just gonna be on a very passive approach, and I just realized all 5 players are on A. No one is actually on B. Okay, that's interesting coming in from EST's end, while the whole B side is unattended, and VLT are making their efforts to proceed in towards the same place, which means that they're going to go in for a teleport attempt all the way from hookah. That can be a possibility.
Good chance for that. Again, that chance is just not in about that well for them just yet. Gotta take it slow though. Yep, that's making does he know?
No, he doesn't. Now he knows.
Expecting it. That maker, just leave it. Just leave it. Just leave it. Just leave it. You need to see this coming. But no, he doesn't care. He still gets like 3 kills out of it. The Phantom just does God's work. The spray transfer is going to be perfect from him as well. He just needs to wait. He just needs to chill. And Cortez, he does not have any idea what's waiting for him on the other side of this. This one Phantom could have just been the make it or break it for him, but look at the confidence in the side of Deathmaker. The man does not run. He just sits and fights. Just keeps the engagement going. Just look at this. Spray down 1-2. Spray transfer is going to be beautiful. And Velocity, this is the way that they're playing, that's for certain, because Estar, that was a good fight and a good idea to go in for that aggressive rush, but they did not expect Deathmaker to just hold his ground and mow them down.
Yep. Now we are about to witness the velocity that will happen in round number 3. The way how powerful you see from the attacker's end. It's going to put Estar Esports in a bit of a troubled state. And even with that attempt that was being made to push all the way from a huge flank from B, yes, of course, it was a huge gamble. And unfortunately, VLT didn't make an effort to push in from A, but instead they went in towards B. Now, currently, we see VLT just currently playing for picks, and Sami just went all the way through aggressive and Deathmaker. Can he get the kill? No, it does not. Sami gets away with it. And not a trade will be given to. They realized that VLT was currently playing for picks, and Micro might be able to get another one. Can he get the 3rd? Yes, he does. The 4th? No, it doesn't. Right to Ace. Will deny it immediately, and so does these Bs to carry it out, making sure that the players would make a decision to push in towards B. And with this right to ace, still has a spike in hand. Information will be given, and ZSPs won't have any problem dealing with the situation. Round number 3 at the hands of EST. Won't be having any more problems itself. Beautiful read on towards the side of VLT, knowing that they're playing for picks, and knowing that they're not playing accordingly to trade is the main reason why Team ESG ended up with a win.
Just surprising. 5-2, 1-2 on the scorecards now. Estar, they take one more round under their belt. That Byron was the most crucial one for them. They were able to get it out regardless. And because of it, Estar, they're able to stabilize, and with this technical pause, get an idea of what really is happening. They shut down Velocity with a couple of their own aggressive takes. Micro's the one to be the one to get those engagements done early. And Sami, though, so aggressive when it came down to his take all the way from showers. He just dry-peeked the corner and completely caught Deathmaker off guard. And I do believe that Velocity, they're getting an understanding of how Estar are playing a lot of these rounds as well. Again, if Estar are wanting to play aggressive, they're taking duels on their own turf on a much more 1v1 basis, instead of, having a secondary player to come in for trades. And if this is the case, Velocity can easily shut them down by mentally preparing themselves for the trades. And I'm really hoping that this is the adaptation that they're going in for. Understand your opposition, that they're playing aggressive, and try to shut them down immediately. Because look at this already. The members of the defense, Estar, they want to play aggressively all the way from A short, and this might just work out in their favor.
We're just currently waiting for a technical timeout that's been given from Estar Esports' end. But if you take a look at the whole 3 rounds, the first 2 was an aggressive attempt from EST. Then at the third, they try to play it passively, and then they realize VLT are also doing the same thing. And when Sami starts to get the initial frag out by removing Deathmaker out, VLT had good information regarding this issue, but not being able to carry out that information is what EST got the upper hand when it comes to getting those kills out. Now, since it's round number 4, knowing that you still have some good utility presence being shown from VLT's end, they still need some certain kills to make sure that they would get that utility, especially the Seekers, which could definitely help Estar Esports to proceed. Throwing information halfway would be good, and this time EST, they're doing the same thing once again, and this time it's working out well for them. Dominic and Sami, both of them just pushing aggressively, ends up getting 2 kills, and now with the applied round of pressures being laid around, Deadly Namatrasu will still find a way out of it. Micro will be the last player out. And now he needs to find 3 players, and yet again, ESC, they're in the situation where the man-con advantage still doesn't favor a lot for them. Yes, they have utilities. Yes, they could block some certain lines of sights, maybe, flash with a guiding light or a trailblazer to get some information. But how would you deal with those trades?
This can't. Micro's going to be opting to go in for a full-on save, and Velocity, they just read them like an open book. Again, they knew if Estar are going to be going in for an aggressive play, they just need to wait, take map control elsewhere. 3-man rush over onto A short, that means there's the one holding from showers. There's not a single damn way they're playing 4 players on A, where they gamble stack it completely. That didn't happen. That A short push worked out well at the start for Estar, but as soon as that back push came in from showers, it was all but over. Amaterasu just waited. Deadly got the kill. They were able to clean up the round. Again, the analysis that I put into play early on, Velocity, they're going to be able to adapt. Understanding Estar, if they want to play aggressive, let them play aggressive. We have the trade potential on our side, take the map control away from them, and then just go in for a Pincer strat. Simple, but yet effective. Velocity, they get that round, while Estar, they're left in the dust trying to figure out what exactly went wrong for them. And I'm hoping Estar, they go in for a much more of a slower approach this time around, where they try to slowly burn away Velocity's utility before opting to go in for a bit more aggression on their side.
Playing it patience from VLT to see whether if they could find some good information regarding this player's whereabouts. Guiding lights will be used. An attempt of a peek from Sami. A lot of gunfire that's been happening from B long, and this time I think it should be best for them to just fall back and see whether if the course of action would be best. Making a decision to push in towards A, so Cortez and the Brimstone will have a lot of work cut out on for them. Lines of sight being used, and Deathmaker might be able to get this useful advantage. But they know that they're playing this passively, and Cortez might be able to find one, and somehow with the concussion, he will end up getting a kill. And that too, it's an important one of that too, it's because it's deadly.
Yeah, deadly crouch. That crouch immediately just burned him down there. Could have been the biggest play for him, but he doesn't find that kill, and that's gonna be rough. But still, Cortez, he nearly walked away with another kill. That could have been worse. But from bad to worse, it's something to try and find. Hell is gonna be able to find the equalizer. Deathmaker's gonna be able to find the shot the third time around. Monoros is gonna be there for the cleanup, and now it's all up to Sami to go in for a clutch. 1 versus 3. Not against right to ace. It doesn't happen. The years of experience under his belt. The young gun now goes down. It's Estar. They're down 3. Velocity. They're looking quite clean here on the map of Bind.
Yes, indeed. BLT securing 4 rounds on attack. We get to see Deathmaker be on the top. 7 kills in his name as a Sentinel, dealing some major damage towards the opposition team. And for Estar, making an aggressive approach didn't quite work out well, so they decided to play it passively. There were just 2 players from the A side, and what BLT did was just get information regarding it. And they won that previous round without facing any issues whatsoever. But Zsby, on the other hand, if you focus on this round, might be able to get a pick or 2 in which he misses, so he'll be forced to fall back. The progressions will be huge from EST as the Sentinel has feigned to find the opportunity. Now, trouble seems to follow around with Velocity Gaming. Is applying constant pressure from the B side. Look at the pressure from the Seekers, the Molotovs, and Deadly, using the power of Satchel Charges to gain the upper hand when it comes to high ground potential. Now, in a span of minute left, they have control on the side. And with EST, with only having pistols in hand, things will be a lot tougher in this post plant with Deadly. Oh,
Deadly.
Crispy shot. And now he just needs to find 3 more.
Yeah. I think he's going to be able to do it comfortably. He doesn't have much to worry about. He's just going to chill. He's just going to wait. And Dominic, pretty much stuck between a rock and a hard place, trying to get down towards the side. But okay, never mind. The hard place is where he wants to be. God damn, he just shattered the rock immediately. He's probably going to be able to shatter another rock. Right to ace is not going to be able to do much there, though. Still survives at the end of the day. The Stinger doesn't find his shot to be true. And Sami doesn't know where to look. Left or right, where do you turn? Enemies are everywhere. 1 and 5 on the scorecards here, and Velocity, they take the 5th round on the board, and then make things as competitive as possible.
Yep, 5-1. That is the power of Velocity. For Estar, they're currently struggling a lot, so it's best for them to get a timeout. Take a look at the... if you take a look at the ultimate ops here, from the side of Estar, they have necessary utilities to deny some certain aggressiveness plays. You know, maybe an orbital strike could just help them deny the push from Velocity's end, all the way from the A side. Maybe the Nightfall to help them succeed in, you know, getting maximum amount of kills, mainly because you have the DK. But all in all, Estar Esports, what can they do in this situation, you know? What can they do, especially when Velocity Gaming is looking very powerful at this time, with Deathmaker and Deadly just performing absolutely ridiculous, right?
It's just on a different level, and they're on a tear for this entire one now, aren't they? Looking at how Velocity have been playing, it's just insane to watch. But at the same time, the way that Estar are playing as well, they are nothing to scoff at. The team is performing out of their minds. They're also trying to take as many duels and engagements as they can. But again, remember what I was trying to highlight early on, where the utility usage is not as proper? Again, I don't see any utility being used to set each other up. And even when the setup does happen, they start over-aggressing. And because of their over-aggression and losing out when it comes down to other portions of the map, they're starting to fall flat on their face because of it. I really want to see them take control of the map properly. There's only a couple of choke points on this particular map, Baba. And the fact that a lot of teams forget about the fact that, hey, we can still get insert from 2 different sides is what amazes me. They take A-short control, they have lamps control, they get the kills there. 2 seconds later, they forget about showers, they leave it open, and the players coming in from Velocity walk in from showers and pincer you from A-short and from the other side. What are you going to do there? Absolutely nothing. How many gunfights are you banking on the fact that you're going to win? Valorant is not a game where you where you only rely on your aim, because there's a strategic factor to it. You have your utility, you have so much in your arsenal to play around with, but I'm not seeing any of that coming in from Estar. And it seems as though they're slowly building up to the point where they can utilize their utility to help out each other, but not just yet. They need more, and they need to figure it out right here and right now. I do believe this is the third game for Estar that we are watching right now, so they have opportunities to evolve and just bring themselves up a bit more, but not like this. They need to get onto the field and hit the ground running.
And for Estar Esports, they also have yet another match, and this time I believe they're going to go up against Team Revenant Esports. So they have a lot of work that needs to be done if they have to make sure that they could get themselves back up. But looking at the way how Velocity Gaming has been performing so well on map bind, Estar Esports, I think it will be difficult for them to respond back, especially the way how the choke controls, where the defenders couldn't gain control of properly. Maybe they could have played on showers in a very peaceful way. Maybe they could play accordingly from information gathering wise. And Velocity, you see that certain amount of rounds, you see one particular round where they could just go aggro immediately in the early rounds. Some certain rounds they take it nice and easy, see what kind of utilities that they're going to throw up against. Especially in B long, you'd always expect to see a guiding light being used to find some, at least an information or two, right? So Velocity Gaming, they're playing accordingly to that. And once they realize that there are necessary players on some certain places, and they would find out which exactly would be the site which would benefit them to have a huge success rate when it comes to post plant, and they have won almost all of it. And for Estar Esports, not only are they losing their choke controls, they're even losing a lot of bodies, especially on towards A lamps.
Yep.
Sure, the trade works are going well from Estar Esports. They're trying to play accordingly when it comes to crossfire angles and trade games, but it always comes down to who has the majority control on the choke points itself. And just like you said, Aggressive, it is currently Velocity Gaming who has the majority control of it in attack rounds itself. But now if you focus on round number 7, with Estar Esports having necessary utilities to hold their ground out, with some utilities being used from the Orbital Strike, maybe a Showstopper from Sammy, or a Seekers that can give early information towards any particular players, they should go well. Actually, Sammy doesn't have the Showstopper, Deadly does. So let's see how ESG would respond in round number 7.
It'll be that easy for them though at the end of the day. In other positions, they are starting to build up to something a bit more. Just have to wait for the engagement, and here comes the Trailblazer to open things up. That's going to be the push. That's going to be the play, and Deadly throws out one more. Wait a second! Did I just see a seize? Did the Fade throw a seize?
Yes, they did. And right to ace. 3 kills.
I saw a Fade seize.
Spike planted.
My goodness. Once they realized there was a heavy aggressive push from Showers, the combo from Fate just helped the Brimstone get so good kills. That was such good value. Now EST. No, they have to fall back. Oh, they have to.
And they had nowhere to run. Okay, just think about it like this, Baba. If they jumped out towards the left side of Showers, right? They were exposed to A short. They had to bring their knives out and jump out. They were exposed to that. There was no one holding from Lamps. The Lamps player already died. So they were just dead to rights. They had nowhere to go. And that Fade Seize just completely turned everything on its head. That's beautiful utility usage coming in from Velocity. And after the pause being taken by Estar, mind you, they still don't have much. And Right to Ace, just look at the smile. Whenever Right to Ace is smiling, you know that the team is confident. Because that man rarely ever smiles unless he knows his team is performing the best that they can.
This has gotta hurt for ESC. Especially when you see a wombo combo like that. How can you find a way to counter that? Orbital Strike was used, the C's caught 2 players, and they had nowhere else to run. And ZSB's aggressive attempt once again will be tagged heavily. 45 HP. And now VLT, they are feeling the heat, and this time they're going on an aggressive attempt. They've succeeded. VLT, Deathmaker will just start off with the aggressive fight, and Cortez, concussed, dazed, and removed. and Deathmaker will be the one who will get the second frag once again. Post plant. This time you see some flanks attempt being made from Sami and Micro. With the help of those Vandal shots, they might be able to get a kill or two, but how will you deal with the trade-offs? They even have the necessary utilities to deny them. The Molotovs, the guiding lights from Hell F. How can EST come back in a situation like this? I'm pretty sure that it will be difficult, but for now you still have to focus on Micro, in which you will get one more, in which you'll get one. Sami gets the other, but in the end it's too much when it comes to man count. Amaterasu find the final frag and give VLT a huge lead, 7-1 on attack.
They get another round for themselves. Oh, damn. This entire tournament has just been ups and downs with each and every team. Mind you, Velocity, they had a pretty rough time when they were up against franchise players. And now, they're doing this again. Look at Estar. 1-7 is not a pretty sight for them to hold on to here. For one particular reason. Just one. You're playing on the map of Vine on the defensive side and you are down 6 rounds. That is something that should never happen. Ever.
Launching smoke.
The stakes are too high for EST this time, as they are in need of a defensive win. And VLT winning 7 rounds of attack will cause more dangers in the second half itself. ZSB still with the AWP, finds one of the players, and that is a Matrasu. But looks like VLT has something else in mind. That's the Nightfall. Just waiting for the attackers to be in positioning. And there you go, the shots from ZSB will connect one. Casually just use the TP to fall back to safety, but he doesn't find the second, and it's right to Ace, who's just feeling it with the shots. The Molotov will force one of the players out, but Micro still gets the headshot. Getting a second, no, denied from Matrasu. And now Dominic, all caught in a double positioning that he gets to deal with, and Deathmaker gets it as well.
30 seconds left.
So 2v3 situation, make that 2v3. It's still a 2v3. Actually, no, make a 2v1. Cortez finds one. Still needs to find 2 more. Matrasu and Hella currently having the spike in hand. In the end, it's not gonna happen because Matrasu will find it. A headshot. They connect, and a win for VLT once more in attack.
Oh, so close as well. Z's came in clutch for that fight, but he opted to go in for a reswing. He went in for a reswing there, buddy. That's rough. They got the first kill, but they got greedy for it. They wanted to hold down the site for as long as they could. It just did not work out the way that they wanted. Both of the players holding in from Octagon got Nightfall. They were stunned, they were dazed. They couldn't really even peek out if they wanted to. They had no idea where the players were coming from and the level of awareness that the members of Velocity have in these type of fights as well. Perfect. The callouts are there. They knew that 2 players were playing from Octagon. Micro was the first. There was 1 more. And that's why the player coming in from B-Long did not opt to go in for the full-on swing. He went in for the jiggle instead, waiting for his players inside the site to help him clear it. Fundamentals are just so important for the game of Valorant. And Velocity, they're showcasing the strength of their fundamentals, while this gamble stack over towards the A side did not bear any fruit for them.
Yeah, VLT knows this. Clear, it's as clear as day. No one's at B. Not a single player from EST is on B, and it's just free real estate for VLT.
Yeah, they called
just
it.
Wait. No one's in the site. No one is in the site. Post plant. And now Deathmaker is at the same place where it did secure 2 rounds. With the help of the trademark giving them ample amount of information, we might be able to see it. Micro gets picked out. Deathmaker, can he finds the second? Yes, he does. Can't get the third. Well, meanwhile, we see Amaterasu get 1 more while he removes out Sami. 2v4. The orbital strike is still present. He might be able to make some changes, but it's too late. Time's ticking. And for EST, pretty sure that this win would still go at the hands of VLT. They have ample amount of control of the situation. The shotgun won't reach at that certain level, and right to Ace will make sure that none of that would happen. 2 kills, and with it, we will see VLT secure a hefty lead once again.
Just making things work. A little bit of a shaky start coming in from Deathmaker, but I guess it's completely fine. 1 and 9 on the scorecards, 14 and 7 for Deathmaker. He is on fire and he's landing each and every one of these frags down to perfection. That's good for him, but for Estar, that is just pretty bad. When Deathmaker gets going, he will not stop.
You want to play? Let's play.
They need to start figuring out exactly how they're falling apart as well here, because again, the engagements that they're going in for, the fights that they are taking, they're giving away too much space. And again, look at the strategic difference. Look at the positions. They are playing aggressively towards showers, but they're leaving A short completely unattended. But Cortez has the perfect corner, and because of it, the pixel that he witnessed, he's gonna be able to find a frag on top of it. Deathmaker, though, on the other side, has the angle, has the fight, and he has the kill as well. Equalizes things down, and now he gets the read that players are playing aggressively from the other side of showers the right ways. He needs to find a kill. Will he be able to get it, though? Yes, he does. That's the first, but he gets traded out immediate. That's all the calls that they needed, all the information that they needed to find, and now they just need to wait. They just need to chill. This hold coming in from Deathmaker will be their do or die.
Oh, Deathmaker currently being flashed around, but he still stays alive. But this situation, though, from ESG, they could somehow salvage this, knowing that they still need to worry about 2 of the bottom angles. But not to worry, but he still have Deadly with those precise headshots. These people still be there with the off shot to make sure that it does not happen. How can you come back in a situation like this? Deathmaker of a peek and he'll get it. Micro. He's no more.
God,
Deathmaker
man.
just removes them off. 10-1. EST. My goodness. This is this is a tough pill to swallow, man. This is a tough pill to swallow.
Not today, it seems. Not today. Just look at this shot. Deadly. Crispy as he can be. Taps the player out of existence. Poor old Dominic had no idea what hit him. Sami as well, not having the game that he would really want to on this race. A very quiet match from him, which is very uncommon, mind you. Sami, one of the star fraggers in a lot of these different cases. He's just not able to perform. They're getting hit hard, and on this 1 in 10 scorecard, things just don't look that good for them. But for now, they need to prevent this 11th round from coming in. Sami, a bit too aggro, I would say, when it comes down to this fight, considering he has a Spectre in hand. He just needs to wait. He just needs to chill there in towards the side with his buddies. And yep, Z's, he comes in for the first kill. But does he have any idea of the players aggressing him already? Crossed over from the other end of this. Z's, he has the angle, he has the corner, he has the timing, he has everything under the wrap. But Deathmaker, maybe with the jiggle, he could catch him out. And if he gets that information, he's done for.
Support from the guiding light, but here comes the orbital strike, forcing him to fall back. And now Deathmaker, he might not only do Deathmaker has the advantage, VLT has secured the site on B.
Again, the
Molotov
the C's
gets away with a kill.
That's the Fate C's. Fate utility just saved it.
Oh,
Sami got caught inside of the molly.
Deathmaker, he might be able to find it. Oh boy, there goes HP once again. And this round number 12 could go 11-1 in the first half. My goodness, EST has no reply on defense. They've got to make go in for the push. Dominic just making sure that he could at least salvage a round or 2, but it's not gonna happen. Amaterasu and right to Aids cleans it off. And they will end the first half on 11-1. VLT. You can feel the velocity, folks. 11-1.
The acceleration of this team to just finish off this game as quickly as they possibly can. It's just unheard of. Tactical pauses here, but this is a stark contrast between both of these players. Z's has been consistently being shut down over and over again. This guy doesn't really have anywhere to stand without Deathmaker just bringing the pain over to him, with the amount of utility being put up by the members of Velocity as well. Do you know what I love about Velocity in this current situation? The way that they're peaking is purely based upon utility. Deathmaker could have swung and tried to clear out Cubby, clear out the top side of Tube if he wanted to, right? From D-Long. But did he do that? No. He waited for the Nightfall, he waited for the Orbital Strike, and then he swung out with his team. We have not seen this level of utility usage coming out from any other team other than Fancy United and Bleed. Where was this Velocity previously? Because everyone seems to be on the right page, on the right card, and they're playing together as a team. And as we look at the stats of the man of the hour being right to ace, I do believe that this one Brimstone is changing the game in more ways than one.
As the controller, right to ace has an ACS of 288 with 13 kills. Not only is he helping the team with the necessary smokes, the molotovs, and the wombo combo that they, do it with the Materasu. The grab is just so good. They're ending up with multiple amount of kills, and it was mainly because of Materasu. Right to ace, all he had to do was just place the orbital strike in a way that they can get a confirmed kill. How many confirmed kills have you seen just from, the ability from the Fade? Thrice? Maybe 4 times? That has significantly decreased the chance of winning from EST in the first half. And now, BLT, even with the second half, they're on defense. And just like you said, Aggressive, Bind is a heavily defender-sided map. And VLT securing 11 rounds on attack has put EST on a even further difficult challenge.
Just didn't load well from the Deathmaker. Again, so much aggression from his side. The man jumped in through the teleporter, ran all the way out, and he's just chilling in there. The angle is his. The position's already being given away. They know exactly where the attackers are going to be at, but ZSP, okay. Wins out on the duel against Deathmaker. That's going to be a very crucial kill for them to find as well at the end of the day, because that's the first kill that you need to start snowballing things out of control. This best round carries pretty much the weight of the entire game on its shoulder. If you lose this, you're stuck here trying to go in for a force fight to possibly, pull off the dream miraculous comeback from a 1-12 scoreline. But if you have that 2-11, you have that slight bit of a leeway to build up those rounds slowly but surely, try to understand what your opposition is doing, while at the same time not make any mistakes because you just don't want to fight for the overtime. Things don't look that good for them. It's gonna look a lot worse.
Do or die situation nonetheless, and look how cornered they are. Oh boy, deadly. Oh, he's not gonna secure the spot out from a Lamps.
30 seconds
EST have finally managed to hold things control, but right to ace might be able to get the kill. Does he have the information? No, he does not. These people get away with the kill, but no, also he just gets away safely, especially Dominic. The power of the teleport. We will see EST have some chances to get at least a win on the pistol round. That slight glimmer of hope to give them a chance to succeed in this first half. But look at this push though. Hell F from the guiding light, which has blinded all 4 players on the side of EST. For a moment there was almost a chance, but the main problem was it was just one player, and that one player was Hell F. There was no crossfire angles which had been placed from the Showers' side, which could have helped them gain much more kills, or even if there was a player holding from Showers, they were currently safe from that angle. So technically, VLT, although they haven't secured the pistol round, they can still come back, but all they've got to do is just secure 2 rounds, and ZSP's eliminating Deathmaker for the second time will be even much more tougher if they cannot secure the situation. Never mind. EST just destroyed VLT. Okay. I mean, it is the pistol round nonetheless, so mainly they're just trying to, make sure that they can have ample amount of, weaponry in the next future rounds, but EST securing these 2 rounds will at least help them gain more momentum. But VLT is currently the one who needs to break it. Can it happen? Or will you see EST fling back?
There's a good chance that they can, but it all really does depend on the buy round. I want to see at the bare minimum 6 rounds getting topped up by the members of EST before I start believing in the team. We've seen this over and over again. We start to hype up a squad, 2 seconds later the hype dies down because they made a very stupid mistake. I'm looking at you, Blackjack. I know you're out there somewhere. And also CCB. He's on the analyst desk right now, and he knows exactly what I'm talking about. The amount of times he has cursed the team. Thankfully, he's not going to be able to curse anyone this time around on the analyst desk. He's just going to need to chill. He's going to need to wait while Baba does the cursing instead.
Me doing the cursing. Anywho, for EST, winning these two crucial rounds in the second half give them some glimmer of hope to proceed in the next future rounds, but still need to focus on the way how we are proceeding. Once again, no! Guiding
bumped the
light to
flash.
commit for a full flash. I mean, yes, of course, you will flash them a lot. You still
he
gotta worry
didn't.
about...
He botched the flash. The flash was bad.
Oh no, oh boy. EST has the momentum, but you still got to worry about Amaterasu, who still has the control. But here comes Dominic, swinging around with the Spectre. It's still not enough. In the end, it will be Deathmaker who will salvage the chaos that had happened from the A side. You know, for a moment that I thought the guiding light did work, but okay, VLT did manage to succeed in holding the ground after all. EST, they will be struggling for now. But at least on the bright side, they have good economy. They'll have at least the Phantoms and the Vandals, except for Zsb, who will be left alongside with Spectres and Light Armors. For VLT, this is match point. They've had so much struggles in the series, and now they're trying to fight back. And with this victory, they'll ensure that they will have at least a chance to bring this back, at least stay qualified in the playoffs. But for ESG, the job's not done yet. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Deathmaker finds out 2 kills. And now with EST losing 2 players already at the hands of Deathmaker, things will not go as smoothly as you'd expect it to be.
Doesn't look that strong for them now, does it? Looks to be a bit more manageable though at the end of the day for Estar, but you know their mental's a little bit short here now, don't you, Papa?
Yeah.
3 and 12. This is a steep mountain for you to climb, and this mountain keeps on throwing you off as soon as you try to latch onto one small chunk that's just hanging out. It's not gonna be that easy. The crevices are not that deep, and their fingers are slipping. Will they slip or will they be able to pull themselves up? That's what we're gonna find out. Utility has been used, information has been gained. They know the positions, they know everything we need to try and take the spine. They're not gonna be able to get the duel, so at the end of the day, Velocity, they're still holding strong at the end, but Amaterasu is just waiting for when it comes out of the engagements. Amaterasu, how do you do this?
Defenders
He gets the double and right to it, gets the closing. They take it all away, baby, and Velocity, they take the second game win for the day, and they take a 2 and 3 for the standings in their name.
2 back-to-back successful wins for Team Velocity. I do hope the chat are already spamming Feel the Velocity already, because these two match wins for VLT will cause a lot of changes in the standing itself. All they've got to do is just make sure that they keep consistent on winning most of these matches, and they have a chance to be qualified for the playoffs. But I've got to say, for EG, man, this has definitely got to hurt for them. 12-3. 11-1 in the first half. I've got to say that is a huge hit towards the side of Team Estar.
Yeah, the way that this entire match panned out, man. It was a one-sided affair, yes, but the way that Estar just fell a little bit too much on the back end of this, it just completely fell apart. I don't know how to analyze this because, again, personally, I'm watching this and I'm shocked as much as you are. But I do hope that our analysts have a lot more to say about this entire thing. We're going to be jumping on down over onto their desk in just a little bit, ladies and gentlemen, because I really want to see what really happened here in this match. And CCB, I'm looking at you. You didn't curse them, but I'm pretty sure Baba did this time.
Well, I can actually feel the Velocity right now. Today has been totally a win for Velocity Gaming. Yes, they had a rough, bumpy start in the beginning of VCT off-season group stages, but moving forward, they have climbed back up to the scorecard with 2 victories in their hands proudly and 3 losses. They still have 1 more match which they can play and maybe try and get that last victory as well. But coming back, CCB, what was that game? We were expecting so much from Estar Esports.
Yeah, again from Estar, right? We saw them yesterday against franchise players. Same map, same composition, 14-16. Now against Velocity, same map, same composition, and 3-13. it's not a good result, and this makes everyone realize, and probably makes you think it was something other than pure strategy. More so, I think it's got to do with Velocity's performance today. I don't know what these guys woke up and ate today for breakfast in the boot camp, but they have been fragging and performing out of their mind. Look at Deathmaker, 21 kills, it's just the chamber, headshot percentage 23, first bloods 31% as well. So to a certain extent, out of every 3 rounds, in one of them, Deathmaker as the chamber was getting the first blood, was getting the opening kill and trying his best not to get traded out, which was also successful. That is really, really good. And of course, you've got that kill death ratio of 2.5. Exactly what we were talking about, Elika. In the pre-match segment when we were seeing Zeesby up against Deathmaker, we talked about how Deathmaker, even in the previous matchup against Xerxia, can not only frag but can also stay alive as long as his team needs. He will not die regardless. He will not die in an unnecessary manner, keeping his survival rate up and helping his team even further be that anchor, be that sentinel that VLT require.
Yep, and I guess it definitely has been happening. Deathmaker being that sentinel that Velocity required today, and what a performance coming in from Deathmaker. 21 kills in his hands as a chamber. And we've got next is Right to Ace with 14, LF with 10, Amiterasu with 12, and Deadly with 9. But Deathmaker, I think, was a really, really good performance. On top of it, his support was really strong. Moving forward from Estar Esports, not much they could do since they only had 3 rounds into their favor. Just, a single score digit from most of the players.
Yeah, that's the problem for Estar. They just weren't in the server today. Like, their performance and their presence was not felt compared to, how much of an impact they had made and what kind of a statement they were looking to make in the earlier couple of days, where they were pushing the boundaries, where they were testing the opposition just to see how much further can Estar progress. That was absent to a certain extent, and the problem is for Estar, they've got another matchup coming up next. This wasn't their only matchup for today. For Velocity, it's time to shut down the doors, it's time to close the shutter as well. They can take rest, they can analyze their words, they can prepare themselves for tomorrow and day after. Estar still got to play, and with this kind of a team performance, Estar are not looking like in the most comfortable spot. However, they find themselves in the exact same position Velocity did at the start of today. Estar have played 3 matches in these group stages in the round robin format. They haven't been able to register a single win. Their next match against Revenant is going to be a do or die. Plain and simple now.
Yep. And after Revenant's recent performances, I don't think Revenant will be ready to give that map away into the hands of Estar Esports and Estar. Despite of that loss, I guess they had good run in the number of first kills. They got 9 first kills, but anyway, not much into their favor since they lost that map to a very huge score difference. But let's have a look at the economy where it went all downhill for Estar Esports. I should say Velocity maintained a very consistent economy in their games.
Exactly.
Not only did they get the rounds, they didn't go for unnecessary buys. They were like, yeah, we'll play bonus. It's fine, we'll stick with the Spectres, and there's no need to buy extra operators. If we lose one, we'll just pick one from Estar Esports.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? The thing we've seen in these Stormproof victories time and time again is that the team who are winning don't require or don't even have to think about money. I mean, if we use real world examples, it's kind of like capitalism probably. If you are rich, you are going to stay rich for the majority section, and we can see that with Velocity. Both teams start out equally, but because of the round wins for VLT time and time again, because of the high survival rate their players were boasting, they didn't have to rebuy their weapons. As for Estar, lesser kills meant more deaths. More deaths meant they had to buy more utility. More utility being what meant they had to sacrifice on their armor, their weaponry, constantly go for ecos, and that's why we saw a fluctuating graph. Again, these line graphs of economy are very simple to read, especially in these Stormproof wins. There's not much to talk about here because everything can be seen. That's what visualizing a graph is. We saw Estar really, really struggling. Now Estar have got to improve. The thing is, one of their best maps that we saw from their side has been torn to shreds by Velocity. So where do Estar go? What kind of a route are they looking to take against Revenant in their next matchup? You know, these kind of questions will definitely be answered very, very shortly. We'll be seeing Estar versus Revenant as well. But for the time being, the players need to ready up. Estar players need a break. They've got to reset themselves, and all the people watching as well. You, I'm sure, would like a break. Go grab a drink, get some snacks, make sure tuning into the stream. Or if you'd like to upgrade your own setup, if you'd like to perform at the level these players are, you can go down in the description. You can check out the Amazon Great Indian Festival sale, and you can use the code Amazon Gaming to get again massive steals and massive discounts on all your favorite gaming peripherals and gaming components. As for gaming and esports entertainment, us here at the Esports Club, we'll be right back after this short break.
I can't believe the night lay waste to all we'd given. But honestly, you've gotta know that this ain't living, but we could run from Elysium and let it burn, let it burn. You've gotta know that nothing lasts forever. I can't believe myself. I never thought that this would be our end, but it's nothing new. And my lover's honesty, I can push it back down if I have to. If you want me to, 'cause we can run. So tell me now, what's left to lose if we run?
this time. Like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we're gonna let it away. Tonight, we're gonna let it away. Tonight, we're gonna let it away. Just like the sunrise, we're gonna let it away. Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we're gonna let it away. Tonight, we're gonna let it away. Tonight, we're gonna let it away. Just like the sunrise, we're gonna let it away.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LG Ultragear presents TEC Challenger Series VCT off-season powered by Amazon, along with our graphics partner Zotac, gaming partner Intel, and our laptop partner Asus. And we've got our broadcast partner Loco. But last but not least, we've also got our memory and storage partner Crucial. But coming back on the desk, we are on the final map of the CCV.
Yeah.
And this match is going to be really, really exciting because it's going up against two renowned teams, Estar for being the underdogs and Revenant for being unbeatable in the map of Ascent so far.
I mean, yeah, both these teams, right? Revenant having that streak of just domination, pure sheer domination against their Southeast Asian opponents, only being dismissed in their very recent match against Bleed Esports. Sure, that wasn't Revenant's best outcome, yet they are still one of the favorites to be able to qualify for the playoffs. So keeping that in mind, Revenant are, I mean, one and done. You know, they really are going to be quite confident in their ability to have this matchup, play it against Estar, and essentially look to surpass them and secure a qualification spot for the playoffs to try and have a chance, to try and get a chunk out of that prize pool of $30,000. Estar, on the other hand, all of their matches so far, unfortunately for their side in the playoffs, have been losses, and which means that now the 4 games that they have remaining, all of them to a certain extent have got to be do or die. I believe this matchup against Revenant Esports isn't completely a do or die for them. Even if they lose this one, there is a slight chance they may be able to make it into the playoffs. But the thing is, that will depend on a lot of contingencies. It will be super specific. So it's better to not talk about it. And it's better to overall just say that Estar in this up and coming matchup, they desperately need a win, much like the situation Velocity Gaming were in at the start of the day.
At this point, even if Estar wants to survive, they have to get this victory at any cost.
Yes.
And Revenant, they're on a tiebreaker with franchise players according to yesterday's total scorecard in the group standings. But today, since franchise players already got their victory, now Revenant has to, and they have to bounce back on the scorecard too. Now, they were holding on the 3rd position in group stages. I think now they've been pushed down to 4th or 5th position because franchise players got that victory. They both were 3-2, but now franchise players are 4-2.
Yeah, I mean, franchise players definitely are looking very, very good. Meanwhile, here in front of our screens is a team who want to be good, who desperately want to be the best, and we have seen those, brilliances or glimmers of hope from their side time and time again. I think their qualifier run was certainly one of the best. However, in more recent times, in the group stages, they haven't been having the best of performances. So, all these guys in front of our screens, we have just seen them in the server. Problem was, Elika, that when they were in the server against the likes of Velocity Gaming, it was a matchup Estar and all of their fans would like to forget as soon as possible. It wasn't the most comfortable of showings. Yep. Estar, they tried their best, but no matter what factor you think about, no matter what perspective you look at this map of Bind, Velocity were just outshining their opposition when it comes to kills, when it comes to executes, utility usage as well. Not too much when it comes to strategy, since both of these teams were running the same composition, so the theory they were applying was the same with the double initiator, but Estar Esports were definitely lacking a little bit in that coordination amongst their entire roster compared to what Velocity did, and that's the problem for them. Are we going to see the same, to a certain extent, lack of coordination against Revenant as well? Because if we do, won't be the best.
I mean, certainly Revenant might not show lack of coordination, but maybe it's just not their day. Again, we still haven't started the game yet, but Estar Esports so far, the day hasn't been very well for them. Let's have a look at Revenant Esports roster. Starting off with Bad Love, we've got Blackhawk, Loki, Paradox, and Web. And I should say, Paradox has been really popping up with his fade plays and race plays coming through map of Bind and Essen. He is looking really strong. And one more player we have to look out is Bad Love, the initiator from Revenant Esports. And I think he's doing a great job. He's pulled off the highest kills for his team, 30 bomb over there.
Yeah.
And of course, we've got two of the best controllers in the country, Blackhawk and Logi together. And last but not least, the Sentinel, the man himself, Wimp, and I should call him the clutch master, because one of the reasons Revenant even pulled off so many clutches smoothly was how Wimp does his spray transfer.
Yeah, for Revenant, there's definitely no doubt in everyone's mind that this roster has got tons of potential. They have been grinding it out. I mean, I feel like I have said this story hundreds of times, but it's a story that is worth to be shared hundreds and thousands of times. It's that, again, Revenant have been a team who have been quite literally grinding it out, in the community for such a long time. Yes, they've made roster changes. Yes, Battle of is their most recent recruit, but we have seen Revenant, the early edition of the Challenger Series as well. They went through the South Asian qualifiers. They made it through into the playoffs. They made it through into the LAN. They were in the arena. They went into, the top 4. Yeah, sure, they didn't have the best of showings, but yet again, they improved even further. And I got to say, majority of Revenant's improvement have got to be on the backs of all of their players improving individually. Elika, you just mentioned, Logista, Blackhawk being better at controllers, the utility usage. You've got Wimp, who even though he's a Sentinel, has still been fragging out of his mind. And of course, Paradox, who has been a star player now alongside and on the versus against Zizbu, who also has been that star player. But very, very recently, Zizbu, his prior matchup against Velocity wasn't the good. However, there is definitely no lack of competition between both of these guys.
Yep, definitely a worthy head-to-head, I should say, because his PW, his fragging potential has definitely increased from the past few matches we've seen coming in from Estar. But Paradox, this man, all he can do is reset his aim in his spray. Now, that's what I love about Paradox. He misses the first 2 bullets, no problem. He immediately resets the aim, finishes the kill. And that is why, I guess, Paradox is aimed to be the best in terms of fragging department. But coming back, we've got the match, up and running in few minutes, and a lot of map predictions to come in through, because I feel like it may be Ascent or Bind. To be honest, if it's in the hand of Revenant Esports, they'd obviously go ahead and choose Ascent.
They would like to. Thing is, Estar have also played this map of Ascent, but they didn't have the best of showings there. As a matter of fact, the map will indeed be Ascent. So both of these teams, they have very recent relative experience on this map. They are no strangers to it. Overall, throughout the course of their team, sure, even if Estar are a relatively newer roster, they are very comfortable on this map, and obviously the same can be said for RNT. There is not going to be any distinct lack of experience. One argument that can be made for maps that aren't always played, kind of like Breeze or Pearl or anything like that. No. Ascent being one of the most vanilla map, being the most vanilla map, I'm sorry, and one of the most common maps, is going to be a mainstay in the lineup and in, you know, the portfolio of both of these rosters. So now, keeping that in mind, knowing that both of these teams know Ascent, we also, and both of these teams also know each other's composition. Thing is, for Revenant, these guys have one theory in mind, which is play mid-range, play control. They do not pick a duelist. They go for that, you know, heavy utility play. Logi is there on the Astra, you've got the KO, you've got the Killjoy, Sova is also brought out by Bad Love, and they just demolish their opposition, and they do not let them you know, push forward, or not let them get any significant map control early on, just because the sheer amount of utility they throw. Estar, on the other hand, they bring a very similar composition. The only thing is, they do indeed bring a jet. Their duelist is going to be there, which also allows Estar, you know, a little bit in their attacks and defenses, because the jet with the dive can play the operator, dash into the bomb side, and as always, get killed. So it's definitely going to be a very fearsome competition. The match is going to be tremendously amazing as well, and to take all of you through that match, I'll be introducing you our tremendously awesome casters, Papagusta and Aggie.
I feel honored to get spoken to about like that from CCB. The man is young, but he's absolutely beautiful when it comes down to the analysis. We're now here, back on towards the desk. And ladies and gentlemen, last game of the day. It's been a roller coaster of emotions, let's say, starting from the very beginning up till now. A lot of upsets, a lot of different games where we as the casters and even on the analyst segment, we had no idea what really happened to the teams. But I'm pretty sure that Kremer is also going to be happy on that end, because this match coming in from Velocity was just a treat from both of these matchups. But now it's Revenant's turn. Will Estar finally be able to get an upset of their own to beat out Revenant, the home favorites for South Asia, mind you, in this entire tournament, considering the performances that they did have, going up against Fancy United, then to take out Xerxia, only losing to Bleed, mind you, in their own scenario. So Revenant, they're looking to be the much more prominent team to try and take everything away. But going up against Estar, they cannot, and I repeat, they cannot be extremely overconfident in any of these scenarios, because overconfidence is one of the main reasons why Xerxia took a pretty hefty fall against Velocity, and I'm hoping this does not happen again for any of the other teams. Being humble is one of the crucial parts of playing an esports title or playing professionally, because the one moment you start to underestimate your opposition, it doesn't matter what skill level that they are, that is when your team will start shattering, showing their cracks, and that's when you will fall. And Baba, in my eyes, again, this entire tournament, if you just put the put Ascent as the poster, just take out the logo, put Ascent in there, this is gonna be the same thing. The amount of times we have casted Ascent, I've just lost my mind. I feel like a broken record. I don't know what else to say about the map, but we have to do it again. Please stick with us, ladies and gentlemen. We'll try to make it as entertaining as possible, but I know you're sick and tired of Ascent. We are as well, but the players, they're doing what they can to win.
In order to give the higher chances of success rates, I believe Ascent would be the map to determine whether if Estar Esports or Team Revenant Esports make sure that they could get their victory. And also, I believe this is the 19th time that we're going to see Ascent. 18th time was when we saw, a team franchise player had to go up against. And I believe that was when they went up against Team Alter Ego. Alter Ego had won in 13-9. That was on map Ascent. And now with the final map, will also end up on Ascent as well. Yeah.
Final it's all map. Full circle. Perfectly balanced.
It's either Ascent or Bind. Which one would you pick?
This is why I sometimes prefer best of threes. At least on best of threes, we see a variety of maps, right? They can't just ban out everything that they hate.
You'd at least see Icebox. You'd at least, I mean, the only interesting map that we did get to see was Pearl. And Pearl was when it was up against Team Bleed, who had to go up against Team Revenant Esports. They were unprepared. It was 12-2. Bleed had won it. And that was the
There's a
only
reason
interesting
why.
match. I mean, that was the only newer match that we'd seen, right? Pearl was only played once, but the rest of it was just Ascent and Bind all together. But for now, folks, let's just focus on the agent select screen and see what kind of agents do we get to see from both the sides. From the sides of Team ESC, as they'll be the ones on defense, Revenant Esports on attack. I mean, when I talk about Revenant Esports, they are more likely to prefer to go in for a double controller setups. And I'm guessing that it could happen here as well. No, it does not. Black Hawk will choose to bring in the Initiator KO, and Logi will bring in the Astra controller. Having global utilities is exactly what Revenant requires to make sure that they could accurately pinpoint and predict exactly where EST would make their approach.
Looking at the compositions though, Revenant, their setup is just really hard to break into. They've opted to just completely leave the entirety of the chamber out, pick up that Killjoy instead, and there's a reason for it. The Killjoy just allows you to be a lot more versatile in the way that you play. Breach is not as prominent on this particular map. There's not a lot of utility that can counter the way that the Killjoy plays. And as we head on down over towards the game, the compositions are drastically different in the way that things can pan out. Much more of the control heavy playstyle coming in from one side, where Revenant, they have a lot of utility to burn, a lot of utility they can use to take over sightlines, take over proper portions of the map. While Estar, they have a lot of aggression on their end, but not a well-rounded composition. Again, this composition in my eyes just does not. You have a lot to play around with, but you are lacking utility. You are purely relying on the team play and synergy that you have as a squad to break you through a lot of these rounds. And that is not how you can win out games, not against a team like Revenant.
Now with the Revenant leading the charge, unfortunately they start to all go off on a very different start. But Badler will respond back with a headshot to remove Sammy. And now, with some weaknesses being exploited, we get to see Revenant Esports not wasting any time at all by securing the entirety of the B side, and Paradox leads the one on charge. Might be able to get a shot, a headshot to remove Dominic. And Micro will also does the same by engaging in those trade-offs, making sure to remove Soa out of the place. And Paradox will be in a very difficult place, not for long. The second, the third will end off in a trade nonetheless, but in the end, it's still favoring for Revenant as of now, unless and until Logi starts to, be at a very much disadvantaged status. But all in all, Revenant, they've secured post plant, but this pistol round might go sideways.
Yep. Especially with Z's being so aggressive on the back foot of this. His position's already been given away. That's a headshot to boot as well. Still, the armor is going to save him. Cortez is going to be way faster on the engagement, though. Now, Wimp just needs to waste as much time as he possibly can. That's the first initial kill that he wanted. Classic right click to the body is all that he needs. But no, he was in for the left. But it's still more than enough, because I don't believe he has enough time. This is going to be pretty close. He's just chanting his own chant. But no, that's not going to happen. And the timing is off. And Z's, he was expecting to get the clutch of his life, but nope, doesn't really happen. That hurts, but for Estar, that was a pretty good fight.
And it was very close for Estar to secure this round. It always came down with the KJ's turret. That turret dealt so much major damage that it really did put Estar on a major disadvantage. And once they started to, engage in their gunfights all the way towards mid, they realized that, wait, no one's actually holding on from B side, mainly because we removed one of the players out. Now, if we focus on round number 2, this time they're going to go in for a very slow approach, seeing whether if Estar Esports would commit to a very aggressive approach, just like they did in the previous match that they went on Find. And I believe they will get caught out just like that. Bulldog, headshot straight to the face. Paradox just said hello and goodbye both at the same time.
Sounds like my love life in a nutshell, but still.
Oh, Jesus.
Logi. It's another one. Insult to injury and a lot of emotional damage to be given by Dominic. Okay, the Sheriff's gonna be able to find a shot, and that's the kill that he needed and wanted. One more body shot on towards the face of Logi, and this eco round could just be shaking up to be a win in the favor of Estar, but not really just yet. Give it a chance. Give them a mile. And they're going to be able to take it. It's all up to Dominic. The position needs to be good from him, but nope. It's not really happened. Paradox gets another one. Wim's going to be able to get the shutdown kill on another. And now they have 2 Bulldogs being carried forward over into their bonus. So playing for this anti-eco was perfect for them because they were able to salvage up the Bulldogs, still have 2 more Spectres available. Plus, Revenant now have much more of a stronger buy as they're heading on down over onto the buy round of Estar. So Estar, they cannot take this buy round lightly because, yeah, of course, you never take the buy round lightly, but normally you can go in for aggressive rushes knowing that you have the stronger weaponry, but in this scenario, you don't. Those Bulldogs can easily shut you down.
They've got to be more careful all the way from the mid side itself because Revenant, they're currently playing for info. That's the main reason why they're playing for picks. Though we get to see some utilities being used, especially from the Astra's Gravity Orb, which has been already placed. For now, Estar already, most of the 2 players are currently all the way from A long. And with that information being given around, we get to see Revenant Esports try to play to it accordingly, but Dominic getting 2 kills like that is going to put Revenant Esports on a major disadvantage.
2 Bulldogs are still in play, and Cortez has the timing, but Wim's going to be faster on the trade. 2 versus 3 situation on the map, and Loki is trying to play an aggressive to try and maybe get an equalization. Sami's not going to give anything away. The spam's going to be perfect from his end. Nope, the shots do not connect. Sami's just way faster on the trigger, and they get the round regardless. They open things up, especially with Dominic, man. He just got the most beautiful 2 kills that he could have ever hoped for. The timing was everything, and they got the shots, but at the end of the day, for Revenant, the trades were just not enough. Looking at the stats, though, on the screen, 67% win rate when it comes down to Revenant Esports overall, with a 67% win rate coming in from Estar, with only a 54% win rate coming in from Revenant overall throughout their career. But that's not really the stat line that we need to consider. We need to consider the stat line of this entire tournament, where Revenant have gone undefeated on the map of the set.
Undefeated is the word where Estar will have a lot of tensions. And knowing that they have to face off against Revenant, who is currently have secured 3rd place. And they're hoping to make sure that they would secure this spot at that too. By just defeating EST, things will be not as easier as they'd expected it to be.
Here.
And with them winning round number 3, they'll make sure to at least balance out the economy as best as possible. So Sammy will start it off with 2 important kills. Make that 3. Loki goes out. Mid control. Instantly in the hands of EST as he starts to use the Blade Storm. Sammy gets a lot of opportunities, but he still gets the 4th. He's ordered for the ace. And it's bad love all the way towards the ace side. Still uncontested. Tries to be the stealthy ninja, and he'll get away with the kill.
He's so low. Sami wants the ace. You see how hungry he is for it.
He's right there. He might be able to get the ace, and there you go. Sammy ends the round out with the ace, and he'll give EST the round that they need. 2-2 equalizer in round number 4.
Look at the guy. He's so confident as well. Confidence is key, and when Sami gets the ball rolling, especially with an ace like this, the entire team can just ride on top of his momentum. Micro could have gotten the kill, but, softened up the targets for his buddy. Sami with an 8-2 leading the charge. That's perfect, because if your duelist has a pretty strong start early on, that means their confidence will be high, and they will be playing the entire match in a much more cool, calm, and collected.
Once more, you see Sammy is just so prepped and ready with that aggressive push that has been made from R&T's end. This is the pistol rounds. He'll make sure to deal some major damage towards Blackhawk. Already on 65 HP itself, but for EST having this huge momentum will cause a lot of problems towards R&T's end. They've got to make sure that they play to it accordingly. R&T, they're just playing this safe. They're just using their utilities accordingly. They're seeing whether if they could salvage out a kill or 2. They're trying to find value in this round. So the more value that they can get, the better the weapon that they could get in the next future rounds. But execution needs to happen nonetheless, and it will be all the way towards the A side where Dominic is patiently waiting. Plus will give away his positioning, and Paradox gets away the kill with a frenzy. This is actually looking good, and again, apologies for that. But Paradox, he gets away with 2 kills with a frenzy.
That's perfect for him. Now they also have the lockdown to take over the side. They get a free plant for themselves, but they are being surrounded on multiple different fronts. Again, the lockdown will not be broken because they don't want to give away any information that Flank is going to be coming in. And because of it, I do think that Z's can easily work his way in. Because the lockdown wasn't broken, I don't think they're going to expect him. Two players are pushing in from the back, and Whip has no idea what's going to happen to him. It swings out, still gets a kill out of it, though. Oh my god! It's still a 2 versus 2 situation on the map. Positions are good. Sami's been spotted. That's going to be another kill. Possibly a thrifty round coming on the side of Revenant. And oh my god, if they're able to take this one away, this will be a massive dent when it comes on the economy for Estar.
Can be. And Cortez, leaving in a 1v2. He still has full HP, and Paradox still wants to use his Nightfall. He's going to commit to it. This isn't just a round after all, but he somehow gets away with the kill. But he's so low on HP. Actually, I wouldn't say low on HP. He still has the information. And he gets the second too. Cortez, does he have the required time?
Nope. He doesn't.
Oh no.
Revenant, they're playing the clock so well. That Nightfall just guaranteed them the victory. Yeah, it was one ultimate for one player, but Revenant, they just wanted this round to completely shatter the economy build-up coming in from Estar. Now, Estar, they're the ones forced onto an eagle. While Revenant, they can go in for their own buy. It was a win-win situation for them with a 2-3 scoreline and a massive economic win sideline for them to hold on to. Wait a minute. Estar, they still have enough money to opt to go in for a buy? And underestimated their economy threshold. Never mind.
Shadows traveling.
Yeah, for one that I thought they would have a major dent towards it, but for RNT, they have secured a thrifty round, which means they'll be able to have some defensive maneuvers. Wait a minute, Zsb going very risky here all the way towards the mid side, and maybe he could find a way for a surprise pick. And there it is, Paradox. Unaware of his positioning will give ESC the advantage that they require. And Dominic, he wants to contest it with huge aggression. Blackhawk is still present, but he forgot about Sammy. All the way from B long. They play to it accordingly. And look how much good control that they have right now.
More aggressive Sami, just play it slow. 2 versus 2 situation on the map. Still a very dangerous round for them to even play into. And this is a very expensive round, mind you, as well. If there is a massive loss coming in from Estar, this round could just shatter their eco for at least 2 more, where Sami cannot pick himself up an operator. Sami on the op, pretty much a must-have if you want to win out on a match, because this guy on the operator is just a force to be reckoned with. Timing is everything, and with the timing, they should be able to find possibly a jump-up play coming in from Bad Love, and this kill could just be everything for them. Timing is crucial, timing is everything, and no, Bad Love gives away the position, and this is rough and this is tough, because now they need to plan out the spike, and they lost the element of surprise that they wanted.
Imp just barely survives with the Hunter's Fury. They're losing a lot of time. They have to go in for a committed plant. Now would be the best time, and Bad Love is making sure that they would not make set foot towards that push. Also planted it. Bad Love finds one.
No way, Bad Love.
Oh man.
They win. They win. Sami needs to save. Sami needs to save. They can't. 20
HP. He has to fall away. I mean, he needs to run away, not fall away.
Oh my god. Cortez, he needed to find the kill there. Cortez missed the shot. Sami missed the shot as well. He whiffed the operator. If he didn't whiff right there, that would have been a win coming in from Estar. One shot missed, and the entire round just to flames.
And I've got to say, Bad Love with the Sova. Even with the shock dart not being able to line up properly, he somehow gets away with a kill or two like that. Headshot, and he removes one of the players out, and he forces Sammy off. Revenant Esports, they're just playing it smart.
Love the shots coming in though from the side of them. Just look at those plays, man. Not that simple to do stuff like that. Revenant, they are ready and prepped to do it all. Paradox leading the charge with the 7-5 scoreline, but honestly, everyone's pulling their own weight. Blackhawk hasn't had a lot of opportunities to showcase himself, because most of the time when he wants to take an engagement, it's always Sami holding on the other end with an operator, shutting him down. The guy's just being a menace, and Sami wants to find an opening frag for this entire push. Positions are good, and Sami just doesn't miss. The flick is going to be perfect, and there's a reason why he has 2 S's in his name. And Sami, showcasing his prowess with the operator, gets the opening frag, shuts down Logi, and now, no more smokes, Revenant. How do you want to enter into a site?
They're gonna respond it with a lockdown, that's for sure. Cortez, he's feeling a bit risky, but no. It caught out quite immediately from Paradox's end. Sammy will be forced to fall back, but he used the power of upgrade to see whether if he could hold his ground, but no! Paradox, make sure that it does not happen. Look at the amount of utilities that's been expended from R&T's end. He somehow gets the third shot. Alright. Major damage being dealt around from EST's end, finding ZSB's exact location. And now, since they've lost so much ground control from the B side, with not enough weaponry left from EST's end, they only have Sheriffs and Dominic. But we'll find Bad Love. Oh no, misses the headshot. And Bad Love, he still dies. You still need to be careful for Micro. Still has the op in hand, but for them, they have to enter into the site first. They need to make sure that spike defusal should be their biggest concern, and R&T, they're not letting them set foot towards it. Micro finds one. Paradox, just a lot of missed shots and back off. Blackhawk is gonna miss it.
They're running out of time. Time's up.
It's a lot of tension that's been rising around, and Paradox believes he's gonna win it accordingly to time. Yeah, there you go.
He still gets a kill out of it as well. That's a ninth already. Doesn't matter they lost the round, but look at Paradox. He just got all of those kills. His ninth up almost. Oh, this has gone from bad to worse. Man got a 4K. Look at him. You see his ultimate points, right?
Yep.
He got all the frags. Now is his nightfall.
You can use it for the second time in post-plant if things go south.
Yep.
So every backup is available for R&T. And for EST, oh boy, despite their best efforts to get the early advantage, they somehow lose it in post-plant. It mainly has to do with the necessary requirements of utilities that they have, that they're playing to it accordingly. It's gonna put EST in a very bad situation, and look at that. Already we're going to see a Cosmic Divide being used, instant control from A side, mainly because no one from the side of EST was present. But
look at the level of utility being used.
Yeah, have a good amount of utilities too. Nightfall's already being used, and Dominic will be able to succeed in that gunfight, and especially with that Cosmic Divide, that will be even much more problematic, as they will force E-Star on a post-plant once again.
Doesn't bode well for them here. Looking at the positions and looking at the comps that they're going up against, looks to be rough for them to try and get this round back under their wraps, but they have the timing, they have the utility, they have a lot to play around with here, just slowing things down for as long as they possibly can. This topside engagement will be everything for them, and Paradox is not going to give any space away. That's going to be Blackhawk and Paradox holding down the forward. Time again ticking down. Nothing really to do here. They're gonna go out for the save, possibly get a kill for Cortez, but that's it. They're just getting consolation prizes because Revenant, they're the ones who are taking everything away. Get the final kill as well. Blackhawk with a 4K, they close things out. 2 and 6. Revenant look to be absolutely unstoppable,
especially with a 100% win rate on Ascent. Revenant are looking so good. EST, despite their best efforts to hold their ground, see whether if they could find an opportunity or so, Revenant, they're always one step ahead. They always find a way. And look at Paradox. 12 kills as an initiator. 12 kills. 2 times has he get to use his Nightfall. And Sammy has had enough of this. He goes all the way from the aggressive side and this just instantly falls back, mainly because of a suppression knife that had been used from Blackhawk. Look at the information, look at the denial that R&T has been proceeding in this site right now. And with the guaranteed of information, they're not going to put any stops towards the B side. They know that there's only 2 players left. They know that they can control over it, but look at EST. They're far ahead of schedule. They're still here, they're still present, they're still holding their ground out. And even with R&T, they're still holding their ground. ZSB's finding one, the second, the third. That's exactly what the breakthrough is for ESG to get this round back, which leads to Wimp. All left in a 1v3. Just to find a way, but in the end it will be ZSB who will get away with a 4 kill. He will secure the round for Team E-Star 3-6. And for Revenant, even with the information being gained from the suppression knife, they still got to worry about the quick rotates that they've made from the side of the defenders.
It's just bound to happen here. Good shots coming in from the side of Estar as they finally figure out exactly what Revenant are doing when it comes down to their attack, because they are oppressive. But with the hits coming in and now pretty, let's say, disconnected vibe from the side of Revenant, they are looking quite weak. I expected a possibility of a half buy or maybe a save for them, but no. They're very confident in their own play. And that confidence could just be the thing that drives them home, or could just be the thing that shuts them down here as well. Sami playing very aggressive, trying to take this fight, but maybe this could just backfire. Micro's gonna be getting the one with the equalization kill. That's gonna be good for the first. The crossfire is gonna be gorgeous. Coming in from both ends of this. One more kill is all that they need with Bad Love. Disrespectful swing, and I need to clear my glasses after that one. What just happened, Bad Love?
One enemy remaining.
Man, but it's still favoring. Okay, EST. Quick frags, but it was a very confusing round, I've got to say, man. RNT, they almost got away with a win. Almost.
Yeah, that was just like RNT saying, oh, we're gonna go to the A side. All right, fine. Let's just 5-man rush over onto A, baby. Just see what sticks.
And it almost did stick. They almost got all of them. And for Blackhawk, they were supposed to be going in for the revive, but they didn't had enough amount of time because there was enough pressure being laid around the side. Dominic starts up with the first frag. Loki will respond back with a good headshot from the Sheriff. EST, they have finally got control of the situation on defense. They finally understood the way how RNT worked out on attack. And since that they've lost a lot of money, they have less amount of weaponry too. But
Stinger is
somehow
so good. The Stinger is so good.
Alright. Paradox is just so good with his headshots. And now in a 2v2 situation, equalize, they could even succeed with the post plant. And Paradox requires 2 more kills to get his ultimate back at that too. So everything is looking fine and dandy for RNT. But for EST, they have necessary utilities to flush them out. So there is still a chance for EST to secure this round, put themselves on a 5%.
I was expecting a bit more of an aggressive play coming in from the side of Revenant. This is pretty bad. Oh, that's just perfect. They get both of the players down into very low levels of HP. Balop can just swing and take a point. God damn it, Balop, you're absolutely gorgeous when it comes down to these type of situations. He does not miss. And under the pressure is where he thrives for a reason. As Revenant, they take another 50 round under their belt. And the way that Revenant plays these ecos are just so beautiful. Look at the setups, look at the plays. And even though Paradox is going to be the one to go into the grave, the double initiator hold from their side for this postman was just insanely strong. That 1C slowed them down so much that Paradox was able to get this much damage on them. And that damage alone set everything up for their team.
Timeout will be requested, I believe, inside of Estar. I've got to say, this is definitely going to hit them a lot. They almost had a chance to at least end the first half on a 6-6. Knowing this 2v2, that Bad Love had made a miraculous recovery on that 1v2. It shows that Revenant has still control over this side. The major difference has to be on defense too once they head into towards role swap, right?
Now though, looking at this 4-7 scoreline, I have to say that members of Estar, they are slowly starting to pick up the pace in the way that they're playing, but I want to see a little bit more team play and synergy when it comes down to the 2v2 situations or the 2vx situations that they're getting put into.
There.
They can easily win. They have the advantage, they have the timing, and they have first bloods like this. Blackhawk, again, pretty unnecessary when it came down to that swing. Why are you trying to dry swing a one-way smoke from the Omen? Is it a Hakuna Matata situation?
I mean, it is a wonderful phrase,
but it does not mean no worries. Not for you, not for RNT at least.
Yeah, null command will be used, nonetheless, from the Chaos end, which which would put RNT in a bit of a hold when it comes to making that push all the way from the A side. So they're making a way, or trying to figure out a way to see whether if heading towards the B side would be the optimal solution. Logi, on the other hand, he doesn't want to stop, and he will get away with a win. Removing Dominic out would give at least some hopes for RNT to proceed with the push without worrying about any lines of sight being blocked out from the smoke. And here comes the Hunter's Fury, Bad Love, finding one, and that too, it's an important pick. There goes Micro. And in a 3v3 situation, which is still equalized, RNT could bring this back once again to secure a huge lead in the first half. Going to secure it. Post plant, EST has never secured a lot of good situations in this post plant, but if they do this, then maybe they'll have a fighting chance in the first half.
All starts with that first initial frag. The lineup is there, and the Sova's trying to go in for the setup. That's a recon bolt already being broken out early, not really much being founded just yet. That's another shot. Loki, oh my god. Disgusting when it comes down to his taps, and Loki just single-handedly turns the entire round on its head. And this guy is just beautiful to watch. The way that he aims, the way that he plays, especially on this controller, is just insane to watch, baby. And one more kill for him. Nope. Balov's gonna take it instead. 8-4 on the scoreline. Coming in from down under, it will be Revenant. On the attacking side of Ascent, mind you, they have 8 rounds, where Ascent does favor the defense a lot.
Turret out.
Yeah, with the second half coming into play, we'll get to see RNT securing 8 rounds on attack in the first half. So we get to see the stats behind the two teams between Revenant and Team Estar. Paradox, the initiator, with 13 kills. Then we have Cortez having a total of 11 kills from his end. And I've got to say, Paradox, although he is an initiator, somehow he gets away with kills like that. I mean, the amount of times that we get to we did get to see from Paradox uses Nightfall was around 3 times, right? So the usage of his ultimate was so huge that Estar Esports were having a lot of difficulties, mainly because the amount of information that had been gained from a single use of that utility gave troubles towards EST tons of times. And also, we take a look at the stats here once again. 285 ACS score from Paradox and 218 ACS scores from Cortez.
They're pulling their weight, and honestly, Paradox being on that initiator, he is still getting so much value. Portal's also on the other side. He's playing the Sova. He has 11 kills to his name, and he is the one that we're looking to whenever we want to see something big happening. So, yeah, of course, there's Sami and Zizbi just running around the entire map, doing their own thing, getting frags. But Cortez, he's like the anchor. He's like the enabler of the team. And that's exactly what he's doing. He's enabling not only his team, but also himself in a lot of these scenarios. That's one of the main reasons why he has 11 kills. That's why he's on the second for the scorecard. He has a lot of ACS, he has a lot of frags, and again, it's all about the initiators in this tournament. The initiators just have so much value in the way that they're playing that this entire game could just be built around them. But for Estar, that initiator gameplay will not help them as much here, because now they're on the attack, and this attacking side in particular will not be that simple, because Revenant, the way that they play is just so disciplined that can't really find a single player over aggressive and out of tune.
And here comes the pistol round once again in the second half, with EST in a desperate need to win this if they have to put themselves back on an equalizer. You get to see a lot of mid presence being shown from the side of the attackers as of now. Lamabot will at least give away the positionings from the attackers, knowing that they're showing their presence towards that spot. RNT, they're not gonna budge out of it. They're not gonna budge out of it just yet. Still have 2 players holding from B side and 3 players all the way towards A. So technically, they're just gonna let mid have towards from the EST side, and they'll just wait it out and see whether to see exactly where EST would make their approach. And I believe that RNT playing this passively would at least give them a lot of waiting stoppages from EST's end, I mean, looking at the time itself, they only have 30 seconds, so we're gonna head in for the push. So let's see what happens.
And this push does not bode that well for them just yet. It's going to be Sami with the opening frag up and Sami with the double kill. Okay, never mind. Maybe things are looking up for them here. Sami with the double kill is going to keep things a lot more competitive for the squad in general. Now Paradox needs to open up a lot, and he's just chilling right in the back, watching Paradox hack away at the wall. He's playing a completely different game that oddly reminds me of Cubes, don't you think so? I wonder which game that is.
No more. Focus on it though. Bad love. Good headshot though. The second will be given at that. Will we see a chance for him to bring this back? No, it does not. ZB just calmly just arrived right towards the garden spot to make sure that it does not happen. So winning this pistol round from EST's end would provide a lot of good chances to push in all the way from the side itself. But can they do it consistently? That's the biggest question.
This was a good round coming out from them though. Estar, that entry was clean, it was fast, it was precise, and they also got the frags that they wanted. And I do believe that the members of Revenant, they got completely caught off guard as well in this scenario. It could have been a bit more better for them at the end of the day, but that's not really how it panned out with their roster. Maybe the early aggressive rush coming in from Estar was something that they were not really expecting, which is not really what happens on the map of Ascent anymore, considering the strategy. It's a very old strat to go in for such an aggressive rush, and Paradox just gave away his position. Goodbye, Paradox. You will be missed. See ya. Wouldn't want to be ya.
Yeah, well, that's the opening that they require for EST. Now they can just calmly push towards the side. Still got to worry about the mid side, and Sami is just making sure that they still have that good control. Blackhawk, on the other hand, will get caught out. Information's been given. Meanwhile, the side has been entirely cleared, but you still need to worry about bad love all the way from the B side. So they're just going to make some slight changes as they will have their main focus all the way towards the A side, but you don't have to worry about that. Flawless round from EST as they'll secure both the pistol round and the next to it.
Good. Good fights all around. 6 and 8 on the scoreline for them. Estar, they're looking quite clean. They're looking quite fine. Nothing really out of the ordinary for them when it comes down to the attacking side. But now is where they really need to dig in deep and make sure they utilize the weaponry that they have properly for a fast rush or a very control-based playstyle. Revenant, they're showcasing some cracks in their strategy when it came down to this rounds, of course, but Byrons for them are a lot more stable at the end of the day. So now I really want to see, what is the set play that they want to go for? Are they going for the much more slow burn, information heavy play where they're using bits of utility that they have to gain information so they can play it slow, steady, work the members of Estar into their waiting trap? Or do they want to play aggressively? Revenant historically love to play it slow, waiting for the members of Estar to make the mistake where they can just capitalize on top of the cracks in the armor of Estar, but I don't think that's going to work as easily considering how fast the rushes are. Estar, they're not leaving a lot of space, and Wim, he could be in the receiving end of a lot of hurt if he's not careful.
He's going to make sure to fall back safely, see whether he could find out a way to hold this down properly, and Wimp might be able to. Logi's still present. He finds one. The second will be given to that too. Away from the A side, the third, not going to happen. This micro will be there. Let's not forget, this is bonus round from EST, so having secured a post plant will mean troubles for RNP. Paradox will just make sure to not give away his information just yet, especially from the suppression.
Last player standing.
Blackhawk will find one, which leads to Micro, left in a 1v3, a difficult situation. And at that, 19 HP left. He will succeed in removing Bad Love off, but you still need to worry about the rest of the two players. His location is already being given. Blackhawk still sticking with the spike defuse, and he will succeed in doing so. No problems done. No worries at all for RNT. They will secure it. 9-6. Although I could say that they're having some difficulties coming in from EST's end with them securing their pistol round, have at least gained some problems that needs to be fixed. 6-9. Interesting scorecard. As we proceed to round number 16, I've got to say Micro's null command will at least help them to proceed with the push itself.
Magic number is on their side, and the way the match is panning out for them as well, I really want to see a bit more of an emphasis for set plays coming in from Estar, because again, their default play positions could just not be working out in their favor. But I have to say, when it comes down to the lineups and the set plays coming in from Micro, I am thoroughly impressed.
Look at the push coming in from ESCs and Bad Love. Just so good. And that way it was a wallbang headshot to remove one. Revenant, they have secured such great potential control on Blackhawk. Although he doesn't have any proper controls, you still have Paradox for the defense. They'll secure the double digits. Yeah, the dynamic duo. I mean, look at how good that they've established their crossfire placements. And once they went in for the push, they even had the necessary smokes to block certain lines of sight. So technically, they didn't had any proper information on players' whereabouts, and it did ended up favoring for R&D.
It's surprising to me. Estar, they're kind of in a detrimental scenario for them. They just took another pause. They're trying to figure out what exactly is going wrong for their squad here. And with this pause, they really need to start figuring out what's happening to them mentally. The team is not really confident in the way that they're taking swings. They're not confident in the way that they're taking fights. And they are constantly just trying to rush in, not really clear out all of the power positions before going in towards the site, and they get caught out because of it. The members of Revenant, they're holding from inside of the site, anchoring it, and that anchor alone is more than enough.
Although they had a shaky start in the second half, Revenant, he did secure it. Even on the bonus round itself, Revenant made sure that whatever EST would put it to the table, they'll just remove it off immediately. And securing this double digit, 10-6, will be much more problem for EST. They're yet to secure a match win in the series, and Revenant is just making sure that they would stay at the playoffs. Loki will bring in the judge, interestingly enough, so he'll be playing very close range, and maybe we might be able to see it right now. Judgment Day is near, but will it be too soon or too far? Loki's gonna play this patiently now, but maybe no, he might be able to find it. Yep, there you go, but no, it will be.
We don't know the judge is this close. They have no idea the judge is this close.
Oh, Loki, he has the information, but Wimp still gets it anyway.
Who needs the judge? You have Wimp.
2 kills. There goes control on A, and now
it's 3.
Yeah, it's just left with 3, and EST, they have no other choice but to move forward.
Where are you?
That's just insane at the end of the day.
Down B.
Bad luck, chill, buddy, chill.
But that was
Take a chill pill. What was that shot? And again, look at Wimp. The guy's just manhandling them. Loki couldn't even get a chance to do his magic. Yeah, I understand this was an eco round coming out from the team, but still, Estar. He brought up a couple of weaponry. You would expect him to get a single point of damage, but no, this was a flawless round coming in from the side of Revenant. They didn't take a single point of damage. It was perfect. And, Baba, Nightfall, Hunter's Fury, and the lockdown.
blocking vision.
Higher chances of securing match
to say
point
anything
with
else?
those 3 utilities.
Right there.
Just 3 abilities.
Pulling them in.
They can secure match point just by using those 3 utilities, but do you really need it? Especially when you see Wimp, who just does that. Removing Dominic off, and a good usage of those gravity well to pull him in that position. Early peak advantage still at the hands of Revenant, as we still get to see Estar having so much troubles. Without the help of the Omen smokes, they'll be forced to make a push, well, in which they'll be very much widely opened up. Even though if you still rely with flashes, you still need to worry about those, the chokehold angles where Revenant has good control over it. Michael, on the other hand, finds the opening this time, removing Logi out of the place. Now this is looking good. Now ESG just have to focus on one more player. With Wimp being gone out, they have control on the site, and they can proceed with post.
It's not looking that good for them at all, but at the same time, the members of Estar They have gotten a couple of tracks they wanted, but at the same time,
30
still have
seconds
to worry about who else is on the other end of this. The Hunter's Fury has been used, and the Nightfall is now present to clear out everyone in towards the side. They have the information, they know exactly where the players can be, but they don't know that there's a third player in towards the side. Micro's going to be able to going in for the swing. He does find the kill that he wanted for his team. Blackhawk's going to be able to shutting down another, but ZZB's just way better when it comes down to the engagement from the side of main. But Blackhawk's still very much alive, very much kicking for this engagement. Does opt to go in for the swing and a flick, but Cortez has the better crosshair placement to win this fight out. 7 and 11, ladies and gentlemen, where Revenant are now under a little bit of pressure, I would say, from Estar, but a lot of utility expended, but not really gained much in this entire roundup. They still have the lockdown to play around with here on the defense, but that lockdown needs to come out a bit earlier, where Wimp needs to play a lot more safer as well. Because if you have 3 powerful ultimates that are perfect for a retake, why are you still trying to hold the side aggressive?
I gotta agree on that, Aggressive. Having those important utilities will be very powerful on post-plant. I believe one of the utilities had already been used, and that is from the hands of Paradox. Using the Nightfall already in the previous round and not being able to find good value out of it,
They found my trap.
although would hinder at least quite a little bit from the defensive hold, but you still gotta worry about lockdowns and null commands, so they just have to find that information. And once they realize that they're making a push, that's where you'll be able to use your ultimates in an effective manner. So again, we see Blackhawk tagged a lot, but still stays alive. 39 HP. And that too with the Vandal. We actually did get to hear the dink from the head itself, but still gotta worry about EST situation right now. They're going to carry out the spike. Quite an early use of the lockdown as of now, but at least it will secure out. Fragment, will it destroy the utility? No, it does not. They have to commit to this push, and with lockdown not being able to destroy it, which should be destroyed as of now from Micro's end, they have finally pushed all the way towards from the A side. But Paradox,
this is
surprise
bad.
element that Micro will be able to. Oh boy. He had no idea where Paradox was. EST, even though finally getting control, they're slowly losing players one by one. And this might be the round where Revenant can secure match now.
10 seconds left.
I think they have it, right? Sure. It's a plan down over from one side. Dominic's position is in a pretty tough spot, but this smoke will give him a lot of room to play around with. He can be the playmaker for all of this. Position's already known. The smoke's already dissipated. Still gets one frag. The timing is everything. But Paradox, does he know exactly what the position could be in? Too many positions for him to find. Dominic, he can still get the timing. One on the left and one on the right. What's the play for you, weird buddy? Paradox, he has an idea of how this could just go out, but still the Phantom is just so much stronger in these close range proximity fights. The time is ticking, and Dominic's just playing it beautifully. Wrap around the Rosie. Will there be a pocket full of posies here? Yep, he just played it perfectly. That's the kill, and Dominic just gets away with the clutch. Perfectly done when it came down to the execution, and Dominic, he's smiling because of it. He played that clutch down to perfection, and Paradox was left looking like a fool.
You know what? I take it back. You know, I said that this would go at the hands of R&T. Caster's Curse is actually still a thing. And maybe I'll just join in with CCB and, you know, have a talk about predictions on how to make it properly.
Out. You two are the only case.
Yeah. Oh boy. R&T still having some issues though. I'm not quite sure exactly what would be the main reasons behind it. But I think it mainly has to do with fatigue. Would fatigue be the main reason here, Aggressive?
Probably. Because on this 8-11 scorecard, doesn't look that good for the side of Estar, but honestly, I would think that they're quite happy with this. They have enough money to go in for buys. They have a bank that's slowly but surely building up over time. They just need one more round to secure a proper lead for themselves and take us over to an 11 and 10 scoreline. This round carries a lot of weight because not only Estar need this round to stop the members of Revenant from getting any closer to this play, they also need this round to get their economy under check, but nope! Oh, I was really hoping that would not happen. Paradox gets a lineup kill. And with that first initial kill, that they're just completely done for. Dominic can't even push up from the side of A short. Win's just holding it down like an absolute unit. He's not gonna move. He's not gonna go anywhere. The timing is everything, and Wimp already has the backup. Everyone's there with him. Blackhawk maybe with the aggressive swing could be costly for him, and Win's just gonna wait. Win's just gonna kill the sprays, but Vandal's gonna be coming in Logan with the double kill. That's 1, 2, that's 3! And the members of Estar, they just fall flat.
Haunt from the Paradox and victory for RNT's round as they will secure match point 12-8. And boy oh boy, the read on the way how RNT played, just with the use of Cosmic Divide, they had to block half of the site on towards B, where EST were forced to rotate all the way towards the A side, and RNT just read it like a book. 20 kills to both Paradox and Sami. But RNT, they're currently the ones on match point, and they're here to secure it once and for all.
Just does not bode well for the members of Estar. Good possibility of them just falling under the pressure, but still Sami, he has the timing and he wants to play it as aggressively as he possibly can. Flash comes out from the other side of this, and Blackhawk still wins the engagement, and there is nothing that they can do to try and find this trade on Blackhawk. Blackhawk gets away scotch-free, and Cortez can't even go in for an over-aggressive rush. They have no map control, and they lost out on one of their players. They get the Vandal back at the bare minimum. They have some firepower to play around with, but still, without map control, what are you really doing here at this point? Where do you want to go? Where do you want to run? Where do you want to hide? The side take is going to be coming in, but this first initial kill coming in from Z-Speed will be the most crucial one, and he does get it. Perfect kill onto Paradox, and the A side is right for the pick.
EST, especially with the initial frag from Z-Speed, might be able to find the opening that they need. That wall, the smoke is going to put themselves in a very huge disadvantage, and Loki just ends it off with all the 3 kills from the site. And with it, folks, we're going to see Team Revenant Esports secure their matchup up against Estar Esports.
Look at this hold. This is just so beautiful and crispy to watch. A 2-man hold over on the A side. Logi from Generator and Wimp coming in from Concrete. They just sat there and they did not move. Those are the type of anchors that are very difficult to break into. You have Bad Love and Paradox and Blackhawk on the B side. Then you have a Loki and a Wimp on the A side. Where do you go? How do you enter anywhere? You just can't. And maybe our analysts are going to be the one to actually try and break this entire thing down for us, because honestly, I want to hear it from CCB in particular, what he has to say for this entire thing. He didn't jinx it this time around, so I'm going to give it up. I'm going to allow him to take the throne for just a little bit as we head on down over onto there in just a little bit.
See, again, my predictions are the most accurate as they can be. Absolutely, I am never wrong with it. I am always correct. I have never been proven wrong in a final, semi-finals, group stages, qualifiers, apps. Never. But again, all jokes aside, Elika, credit where it's due. Revenant definitely played very good. Estar as well, they gave it all that they had, but sadly just those minuscule differences, like the casters also highlighted, right? Those small changes and the small differences within the rosters, within their play styles is ultimately what cost Estar the win, don't you think?
Yes, I mean, we were just talking about how changing a controller from Omen to any other like Brimstone and Astra could actually give a buff to Estar's lineup, to be honest. They have comparatively a mirror lineup as like Revenant has, you know, bringing up the Sova and Ascent, it's actually good. They have the KO as common. Only 2 changes, that is one, the controller coming to the play, and the other is the Sentinel with Chamber versus the Killjoy. But either way, Estar Esports, they tried their level best. Let's have a look at the MVP, and it's going to be Wimp. The man, he couldn't perform yesterday, but today he came back stronger with 18 kills in his hand as a Sentinel. Oh my god. I should say, Wimp is emerging as one of the best Sentinels in the country right now, apart from Chamber, the only Killjoy.
Yeah, and see, it's the thing about the placement also, right? Okay, sure, on attack, Wimp will be particularly using his utility either in a post plant for that extra bit of reach to prevent the spike from being diffused by the members of Easter. However, it's the defensive setup that's always present. Either Wimp goes for the classic, you have that. Killjoy alarm bot towards market, so as soon as you see any attacker pushing through, you hear them and then you're already alerted of their presence. Or my favorite setup is going to be the turret and swarm grenade he has placed all the way towards the A bomb side and in gardens. The turret is just deep into A bomb side, next to the wooden box, next to where the spike usually goes down. If it's in a corner, it looks an overseas garden. As soon as an attacker passes through that passes through the area, goes through the line of sight, the turret starts firing and Wimp already launches the swarm grenade, which puts the attackers in a very difficult spot. They're like, okay, there's a turret shooting at me, now there's a swarm grenade. Either I push further into garden and I go towards defender spawn, I take the steps, but the problem with that is they'll be isolating themselves, which will allow a defender to pick them off, or they fall back into a shot where again they are pushed back thanks to the utility Revenant have, and this is their priority. Revenant, I had highlighted this yesterday as well when they were playing against Bleed, is that whenever R&T go for Ascent, they go for no duelist for the particular reason. They use that extra bit of utility they have thanks to the other agents, thanks to the other initiators, and then that utility pushes back the attack or pushes back the opposition, in this case the opposition being Easter.
Yep, and looking at a scorecard right now, we've got the match MVP for Wimp, but the team MVP coming in for Paradox with 20 kills in his hands. He never fails to surprise us with his phase placement. I think he's one of the strongest phase we've got in the country right now. And we've got Sami from Estar Esports with 20 kills in his hands in this BW with 16, Dominic followed by 13, 12 and 13 from Cortis. I think overall it was not a really bad performance from Easter. I think they should have concentrated more on their aim duels, and their crossfire placements were completely distorted and disturbed today. I mean, previously when they faced off against franchise players, even though they weren't able to perform very good in the first half, they came back after an 8-3 scoreline against franchise players. But when they came back, they made sure that every peak that they were taking, every jiggle pick they were taking, it was a flawless aim duel in their hands, or at least they had someone trading them out immediately. But today, I didn't see a lot of team coordination. All I saw was a sole aim of getting the spike planted down, or at least getting the diffuse. They forgot to communicate much.
Yeah, Easter, they were relying on those individual plays of theirs, and credits due, they did get that. The scoreboard exactly highlighted there wasn't a huge difference between the player performances and the individual player performances of the R&T members and the Easter members. However, overall, Revenant just having the coordination allowed them to not only, win the rounds that shouldn't necessarily have been theirs, as we are seeing with the Thrifties, but also extra bit of utility because of the no duelist allowed Revenant to further capitalize off of those post-plant situations, be it their attack, be it their defense. If they want to protect the spike when it's planted, or if they want to defuse the spike, Revenant were able to do it time after time, where Estar weren't always successful when they were looking for those post plants. They weren't given the best of opportunities. So keeping that in mind, I got to say that Estar definitely had a lot of things to focus on. The biggest priority was, and I know I've already said this, but because of the extra bit of utility Revenant had, Estar had to break through multiple lines of defense of Revenant. They had to kill through one player, deal with the utility, kill another player of Revenant, then deal with more utility, finally get into the bomb side. And problem for them was, at some stage or another, they constantly were not being able to make that breakthrough, and because of which they were losing a couple of their gunfights. They had to rebuy their weapons, and the economy overall, as we can see in this graph, wasn't also necessarily the best.
Yes, and one more thing I especially noticed from Estar Esports side was today they moved to the bomb sites. Yes, they got the first pick, yes, but everyone was frozen to the positions they begin with. Like, if they were in A main, they got to pick on towards A bomb side. Not the entire team didn't rush into the bomb site in order to, defend the plant. There were a lot of players who were in the same positions when they started out in the round. And I think that's one of the reasons why Revenant was so easy for them to predict against Estar plays. And let me tell you, Revenant is a team who has gone through so much competitive experience in the last few months. and they've grown up and they made these certain strategies which is very hard for the other teams to break.
Absolutely, Revenant in their strategies are looking rock solid right now. They are on that path of victory. Only team to have defeated Revenant so far has been Bleed Esports. But other than that, Revenant are looking very strong, and this heat map is also beautiful example of that. I mean, of course, the heat map, if you look at the map itself, all we can see is that where Revenant really planted the spike, it's going to be towards Generator on A, it's going to be on B towards that very corner. Makes a lot of sense. I'm sure every single Valorant player, regardless of your rank, you guys can understand why they have opted for these places to plant. Yes, the thing I really want to highlight are the statistics towards the left of our screen. 8 out of 12 rounds, Revenant were able to plant the spike. This is Revenant without an entry fragger. This is Revenant relying on someone like Paradox as a fade to entry frag. Without that duelist, without a dive agent, Revenant was still able to break through the defense of Estar plenty of times, plant the spike, and obviously every single time they planted the spike, as we saw in the team performance, they won that round. So all they had to do, all the initiators had to do was go in, get that opening kill, and then they could rely on their support. Then they could rely on someone like Wimp to protect the spike from being diffused, which is what makes Revenant so deadly, is that even without having the particular agents for that entry fragging capabilities, some of their players still perform the entry fragging capabilities.
Yes, and one of those entry fraggers is definitely Paradox with 20 kills and a total average comeback score of 252. And competing against him, we've got Sami, the duelist, coming in from Estar Esports, who plays Jet, again, with equal number of kills, 20 kills, but 10 points lesser in terms of average comeback score compared to Paradox. But most importantly, I think the first blood percentage of Sami stands out compared to Paradox, total of 23.8% first bloods. And of course, being the entry fragger definitely makes sense. But also, coming back to your point when you were saying that, they didn't have a single duelist, yet they were so good at attacking. They got 8 out of 9 8 plans out of 9 rounds overall. But let me tell you something. Now, what happens after plant is that you have to defend your bomb site.
Yeah.
And I think that becomes a very difficult task. And 4 out of 5 times when you have a duelist in your team, they already die in the process of getting an entry for the team. And before the bomb could get planted, duelist is already out of the meta. So what I thought was, why, Revenant Esports does this is, they can use those extra set of initiator hands in order to gain intel. And what initiators do they play? They have Sova, they have KO, and they have Fade. 3 of them are very good for their intel. KO Knife coming in, Sova's Recon coming in, and of course, Fade's Prowler.
And yeah, all that helps out. But of course, they go for the kills as well, regardless of the agents they are playing. And this is the main thing we also have to highlight. With the top 5 players we have are the kills. Now, these top 5 standings, they are being sorted by the average kills. And right now, Nizzy from Fancy United currently has the highest amount of average kills in a particular map. He is dropping, on average, 25 kills per map. That is insane. KDA as well of 2.3. The nearest competition is going to be, someone like Killers, also on 2.1, but Killers has far fewer matches and also far fewer average kills. He's maintaining that survival rate. Nizzy is having the best of times in the server. Headshot percentage is really good. First blood is the highest as well. One can say, statistically, Nizzy has been having the best time in the Challenger Series right now. Regardless of the team's performance, they've had their ups and downs. We have seen Fancy United, but Nizzy overall is just, the numbers speak for themselves, Elika. We don't even have to speak about them to see what he's been doing. But of course, all the other members, credit where it's due, these guys are putting in the work. And of course, all that work from these individual players and their respective teammates is being reflected in the standings.
And here we have the group standings for today's games. And I feel like there has been major changes in the first 4 positions. We have Bleed Esports standing tall in the first. We've got Fancy United on the second. We've got Revenant on third and Franchise on fourth, which was similar to yesterday's. But we have a lot of changes coming in the bottom 4. Estar Esports pushed down to the bottom of the leaderboard. Xerxia at 7th position, Alter Ego at 6th, and Velocity Gaming all the way from 8th position to 5th position. They climbed up 3 positions on their way in just one day. Imagine if they actually put in effort, the amount of things and stuff they can do in the upcoming group stages matches. And all they need is just one more match to get a tiebreaker with franchise players. On the other hand, Revenant Esports is standing on top for South Asia region. 4-2 is the score.
Yeah, so I mean, for Bleed and for Fancy United, most likely they're looking at a qualification spot. However, we cannot confirm this just yet. They still have a couple more matches to go. For franchise players and for VLT, the gameplay and then respective matches, their respective performances, their upcoming performances, like you mentioned, have got to be the most important. They are in that fearsome fight. They will be joined alongside Alter Ego soon. Yes, Alter Ego are below both those aforementioned teams, but that's because they've played relatively fewer games. Velocity, they've played 5. Franchise players, these guys have played 6 matches. Alter Ego are on half of that. So they still have a lot of catching up to do. They still have a lot more maps to play out over the course of the next 2 days. Once we'll see the entire group stage be reflected in its final standings. But how it stands right now, like you just mentioned, Elika, Bleed, Fancy United, Revenant, these guys not confirmed just yet. However, they are looking at very, very solid chances of qualifying for the playoffs. Perhaps tomorrow can be a better indication as for the future of these teams and for the future of all top 8 teams out there. However, today's playday, today's 5 matches come to an end. We at the Esports Club thank all of you for tuning in, for joining us for this Challenger Series. Again, an official event, an official off-season event of the Valorant Champions Tour. And this event, of course, is possible because of Amazon.in, our GPU partner Zotac, our gaming partner Intel, Crucial provide our storage and memory. We've got our laptops powered by Asus, and of course, Loco is also our broadcast partner, broadcasting the Hindi stream. But here at the Esports Club, we'll be concluding our day number 1. If you have enjoyed the match, if you'd like to play a lot of Valorant at high level as well, make sure you've got the best rig. You can go into the description, you can check out the Amazon Great Indian Festival sale, you can get a huge discount, and on top of that, you can even add the coupon code Amazon Gaming to get additional 5% off on your favorite gaming peripherals, be it mice, keyboard, headsets, anything along that category. But myself, CCV and Elika, will be seeing you guys tomorrow at the same time, 2 PM IST. Till then, take care and bye-bye.
Get ready.
like I fought all my life for this. This one part, this 1/3 I've always missed. No, just don't let it go. I started the fight, but now I'm losing. So will I fall again? I'm scared of heights, yet it was me who ran away. Who ran away. Oh, I can't forgive, can't forget myself. The piece that I'm missing, it kills me inside. I need help, oh please give me back. This one part, this 1/3, I'm sorry I lost it. No, I let my weapons fall. I'm drowning in the fears, and now I know that I will fall again and let it go, but I can't stop to run away. To run away.
I can't believe the night lay waste to all we'd given. But honestly, you've gotta know that this ain't living. But we could run from Elysium and let it burn, let it burn. You've gotta know that nothing lasts forever. I can't believe myself. I never thought that this would be our end, but it's nothing new. And my lover's honesty, I can push it back down if I have to. If you want me to, 'cause we can run. And we can run, 'cause times they fall all for you. So tell me now, what's left to lose if we run?
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we're gonna let it away. Tonight, we're gonna let it away. Tonight, we're gonna let it Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna light it up tonight. We gonna light it up, babe. Tonight we gonna light it up. Just
यार गेम क्या सुपर स्मूथ चल रहा है. Asus गेमिंग लैपटॉप, वो भी अमेजिंग डील के साथ. And I can pay आराम से with a 12-month no cost EMI. Crazy!
कहाँ से लिया?
Bro, JBL earbuds at 45% off. उसके ऊपर free Kindle and Audible subscriptions. Can you believe it? अब ये देख.
वो
शांति.
कहाँ से लिया? Sorry.
Hey, you! I'm tracking my run on this new smartwatch I got. Noise का 70% off.
Oh.
मैंने सोचा ऐसी डील पे मैं भी अपनी फिटनेस बढ़ा लूं. Seamless Bluetooth calling. Hey, I'm running towards you. Yeah. कहाँ से लिया? ये देख, I just got this Intel Evo laptop in exchange for my old one. 20,000 बच गए. बस 99 rupees में extended warranty. Plus 20% off भी मिल गया. Pretty sweet deal, right?
Totally feel you, bro. This iPad was always on my wish list. Got the latest one at a great deal and saved $8,000 in exchange for my old phone.
Hey, what's up?
सबको इतनी बढ़िया डील्स मिल रही हैं. ये सब कहाँ से लिया?
Amazon से लिया.
Amazon Great Indian Festival से.
Amazon Great Indian Festival पर मिलेंगे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स पर जबरदस्त डील्स, नो कॉस्ट EMI, एक्सचेंज ऑफर और सेम डे डिलीवरी.
अब इंडिया बोलेगा Amazon से लिया.